Your Excellencies, ambassadors of Denmark, the Netherlands, Norway, and the United Kingdom to Latvia, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and welcome to Windworks 2025, Powering the Economy. Welcome. I'm going to be your host on this stage. My name is Artis Ozoliņš. It's my first time a part of Windworks. Welcome you to ATA Center here in Riga, and welcome also the thousands watching us online on Windworks website and YouTube live stream. It is a momentous occasion today, ladies and gentlemen. It is the 5th anniversary of Windworks, and over the past years, the conference has grown significantly from a small, like-minded gathering of people to a truly international event that brings together more than 500 people from 12 different countries. And of course, in the center of it are the Baltic countries that have taken huge steps in the last 5 years towards not just energy security, but also making the wind energy sector a significant driver of economy in the Baltic States. But we have to continue. We have to keep growing. We have to play by the rules, the global green rules. And the question is how to do that. Well, you are in the right place and in the right time, because today, together, we will be unlocking the power of wind energy in the Baltics and beyond. Today, we will serve you keynotes, panels, discussions, and real conversations on this stage and the stage upstairs on topics like onshore and offshore development, energy security, port infrastructure, state support mechanisms and financing models, and of course, how industries are developing around wind farms, all with one goal in mind: to accelerate the wind revolution in our region. And of course, none of this would be possible by ourselves. We have a lot of outstanding partners and supporters here that have helped us gather for the 5th year. And first of all, I would like to thank the main supporter of the conference, the Investment and Development Agency of Latvia, general partner Ignitis, Giga partners Utilitas and Vinder, and of course the mega partners, the Special Economic Zone of Liepāja, Smudler, Euroports, OneOrd, DS1, UPB and Enercon. And of course, we would like to also thank the embassies of Denmark, the Netherlands, Norway and United Kingdom to Latvia. Thank you all for helping us come together and talk about the important topics at hand and helping us make this 5th iteration of Windworks 2025 a reality. Now it's time to kick off the conference with the opening remarks, and I would like to welcome, first of all, the driving force behind this conference. I'm, of course, talking about the Latvian Wind Energy Association. So please help me welcome on the stage the head of the association, Mr. Toms Naburgs. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends. It's my pleasure to open this Windworks 5th anniversary conference in Riga. Yeah, through these 5 years, when we started 5 years ago, we never thought that it's going to be this important of an event that's going to unite all the Baltic key players into one event to discuss all the relevant topics. But here we are, 5 years rolling. Through these 5 years, we had our highs and lows. At one point, there was a hype. Everybody wanted to invest in renewables, including offshore. It was easy. There was a high interest. It was easy to finance. Today, we are in a different situation. It's very difficult to finance the projects, and the interest has dropped. But we always have topics to discuss which are relevant to us at this moment in time, and today is no different. We'll have quite an interesting agenda today. We'll start with the policy updates. We'll go through the grid. updates for all 3 Baltic states, and we'll have an addition from Sweden and Germany as well, which are very critical for us in this region. Taking into consideration the fact that energy prices have dropped and it's more difficult to finance projects these days, we'll look into CFDs and PPAs. And to balance that out, since it's a form of support, we'll also talk about how to bring something back to society and the governments through the economic growth, and how our projects facilitate economic growth and income to this country and society at large. And taking into consideration geopolitical situation, we also have a discussion on security issues and so on and so on. So it's going to be a very interesting agenda today. I hope everyone here will find a relevant topic for you, and that you will enjoy it. And as a tradition, we have a lot of space outside, a lot of coffee places where you can find a quiet place to talk with somebody whom you have an interest or common interest in business with. So please do that and network. So enjoy this event, and yeah, let's have a good time here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Naburks. The energy sector, of course, is a highly important one, with a lot of events happening all the time, actually. If you look at the schedule, one of them is actually happening today in London, the Energy Security Conference, which our Minister of Climate and Energy is taking a part of. But of course, we wanted him to be a part of this event as well. So let's take a look at a video from our Minister, Kaspars Melnis.
Good day, everyone. For centuries, wind was an important ally in the exploration of the world, helping investigate people traverse oceans with sailing ships. Today, wind has become a key ally in strengthening the economies of economical development nations, as wind energy is the fastest obtainable, environmentally friendly electricity. Unlikely energy development projects spanning decades, such as the construction of nuclear power plants. Today, by deciding to harness wind energy, we can count on this energy for the national economy. This is also the obvious reason for the triumphant march of wind energy across the globe. Countries reducing their dependence of foreign energy resources are abandoning the use of fossil fuel for electricity generation in favor of wind energy. I too prefer a modern aerodynamic and engineering structure over fossil fuel plants, furnace chimneys. If every energy challenge could be solved so simply, the world would have long been a better place for all of us. In conclusion, I will simply say that wind energy is a significant investment in our national economy, making us self-sufficient and sustainable, but also ensuring our energy security. Therefore, Latvia needs to develop its economy, which currently also means reducing the lag behind its neighbors in the field of wind energy. Wishing you all a successful day.
Thank you to our Minister. We were considering teleporting him to Riga, but as you know from the movie Back to the Future, it takes 1.5 gigawatts of power, so this was a more energy efficient way of our minister to attend our conference as well. But jokes aside, of course, wind energy is a lot more than just about climate change. It is about creating jobs, attracting investments, and creating business opportunities and advancing technologies. And at the heart of it all here in Latvia, we have the Investment and Development Agency of Latvia. So let's welcome on the stage its Deputy Director General, Ms. Laura Strovalde.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. It's a real pleasure to see you here today in Riga. And despite those highs and lows Toms mentioned in the sector and in the industries connected to energy sector, I really do see that with each year, we have more and more attendees. The delegation, the number of the countries from those delegations are growing. The expo area is also growing, and more companies have their stands since they have stepped in or developed in that industry. So I think that's a sign that the industry, the entrepreneurs, and those our partners or potential partners and investors do see this region as one to develop their businesses. And we, as an investment and development agency here in Latvia, serve as a single contact point for entrepreneurs, investors, innovators, and those visionary minds that want to develop this industry, to help all those ideas, all those investment projects to really smoothly being developed and moved towards their successes. So we are here together with the ministries of economy and climate and energy and other ministries involved in this to really help the industry in the sector flourish. So please feel free to talk to us to understand what we can offer here in Latvia. We are very well known for our one of the most competitive tax systems in the world, since there's 0% on corporate income tax when being reinvested. We can also offer you a very skilled workforce with strong background in engineering and tech, and also here an investor and a company is not one of hundreds, but really treated as a very important one. And one handshake away are the ministers, if needed, heads of some organizations or regulatory advisors. So we can really help you do things fast in a very effective and very efficient way. So thank you for coming today. I really hope that you will enjoy all the content that the Windworks committee has provided for you today. Enjoy this day, and I hope to see you again, those who have come from other countries, to see you again this year for other activities, and next year for the next year's conference. So thank you very much, and enjoy the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alda. Next up on the stage, I would like to welcome our colleagues from the United Kingdom, who have been an important partner in several topics, not just security, not just cooperation, but also advancing. And we can learn a lot from the United Kingdom, of course, when it comes to wind energy as well. So let's welcome on the stage United Kingdom's Trade Commissioner for Europe, Mr. Chris Barton. Welcome.
Well, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an enormous pleasure for me to be here today. My name is Chris Barton. I'm the UK's Trade Commissioner for Europe. And that means it is my privilege and pleasure to encourage a thriving trade and investment relationship between the UK and other European countries. It's a privilege and pleasure to do that at any time, because we believe very strongly that trade and investment drives economic growth, it creates jobs, and it improves living standards. But it's a particular pleasure to be doing it here in Latvia. This is my 5th visit to the country in the role, and it underpins how important we see the relationship between the UK and Latvia. We have around €2 billion of trade between us every year, about £1 billion invested in each other's countries. And even more important than that, I think, is that rich tapestry of shared connections between the UK and Latvia. Our outlook on so many issues of the day at the moment are so interlinked, and we have such a range of connections. So it's a complete pleasure to be here, and also important at a time when we are looking as the UK with the EU to restore a really productive and strategic partnership between the UK and the EU, and Latvia is a great friend and ally in that. So thank you very much. And not only is it always a pleasure to be supporting trade and investment, particular pleasure to be doing it here. If you are going to do it on any topic, any sector, what could be better than doing it on offshore wind? And let me say a little bit about a why, a how, and a so what. So first of all, why? Why do we think that the cooperation between UK and EU, between the UK and Latvia, is so tremendously important on offshore wind? I think a few years ago, if I was answering that question, I would have majored particularly on the environmental reasons. And of course, that is tremendously important, that offshore wind as a low-carbon energy source really matters if we're going to address that fundamental challenge we have of low carbon. And that remains the case. But it's also about more than that. Recent events have absolutely underlined how fundamental the shift to offshore wind, to low carbon sources more generally, are fundamental to the economic security and the energy security that we crave. And that's one of the reasons why today in London has been referred to. We have got that conference on energy security. And we have all witnessed, haven't we, what happens if you're very dependent on unreliable sources of energy, and energy where you see very volatile prices, then that is not good for a security perspective, and it's not good for the individuals and businesses in our society. So it's really important from a security perspective that we develop offshore wind. And then finally, I'd emphasize, and this is something that's really resonating in the UK, and my sense from discussions that it resonates here too, is that offshore wind has a tremendous opportunity and ability to be driving industrial growth in our economies. We've certainly seen that. There's a real renaissance in parts of the country which have not seen so much economic growth in recent years. Offshore wind, seeing developments in ports, in the supply chain, in manufacturing more generally, which really drives economic growth. And I think that's another reason why we got so much to benefit together from developing offshore wind. So that's the why. Why is the UK so deeply committed to the offshore wind transition? Why are we so deeply committed to doing it together with our partners in Latvia, in the Baltic region, and with the EU? Because yes, it's sustainable, but yes, also it drives security, and it's a key engine for growth. So that's the why. What about the how? I just want to share a couple of perspectives from the UK, where we've seen a very big transition in our approach to renewables and offshore wind in particular. A word on ambition and a word on action. To start with ambition, it was about 18 years ago, I worked in the energy department in the UK, in London, and I was given the job of leading our renewable energy work. And I can tell you that that was not a compliment at that time, to be put in charge of renewables. Serious people, the high flyers, thought about oil, they thought about gas, they thought about coal. Renewables were seen as a little bit of a sort of niche subject, which for people who weren't quite up in the A stream, doing the serious bits of energy. And then in that time, we were, of course, members of the EU then, and collectively we made a decision that we were going to get 20%, aim for 20% of renewable energy by 2020. And for a time we wrestled with that, and we thought, actually, is that a sensible thing to do? Is it a good thing to do? Is it achievable? Is it economic? And after a lot of internal debate, we decided, yes, it is. And this is something we should go for. And then we set very clear ambitions for ourselves to transform, to give a tenfold increase in renewable electricity and renewable energy in a decade. And once we set that ambition, once we stopped debating, well, should we, shouldn't we, is it possible, is it not possible, once we set that ambition, really went for it, we saw a complete transformation. I remember when we were aspiring on offshore wind, thinking, will we ever get to 1 gigawatt of offshore wind and catch up with our wonderful Danish counterparts who were already at 1 gigawatt. And that's felt like an enormous stretch. And now we're at 15 gigawatts of offshore wind because we've made that determination. And I think having that clear ambition really matters. And we're trying to replicate that now. The government in the UK has got ambition that we said we're at 15 gigawatts of offshore wind now. We want by the end of this decade to get up to as much as 50 gigawatts. We've already got more than halfway there in planning or in construction at the moment. But we want to be very clear about that level of ambition. And certainly our experience has been that if Government is absolutely clear about where it's going to go, that it's committed to that change, then industry follows. So it's been really interesting, even earlier this morning, hearing about the Elwind project here, and also the huge potential, 15 gigawatts, I understand, of offshore wind potential here in Latvia, 500 kilometers of coast. What an exciting potential to develop that. And certainly from our experience, we'd say the clearer that you can be in Latvia and elsewhere about that ambition, about what you're trying to do, making sure that delivering a project like Elwind, of course, very significant in and of itself, but more than that, significant in giving the signal to the rest of the world and to investors that this is a place where we're serious about developing offshore wind and we're going to make it happen, will be really transformational. So that ambition side really matters. And the second related side, I would say, is on action. One of the things I noticed when I came back into the renewable energy world, having been out for sort of 10, 15 years doing other things, in a way it was encouraging, in a way it was a little bit dispiriting, that back in 2007, 8, 9, the things we were talking about were grid, the things we were talking about were planning, the things we were talking about were finance, the things we were talking about were supply chain. And come back 15 years later, and what are the things people are talking about? They're talking about grid, they're talking about planning, they're talking about finance, they're talking about supply chain. So, and when I go around Europe, these are challenges that we all face. How do we get those things right? So just a couple of perspectives on those. I would say, first of all, for grid, again, I don't think I've come across a country in Europe which is not seeing the importance of getting the grid to allow that renewable deployment. We're doing that in the UK. We're investing very significantly in the grid infrastructure and changing the way we do it as well, to move from a sort of first come, first served approach to getting grid connection, to saying the first ready is the first connected, and that's important, so you don't get a long tail of people not being able to get the grid connections because they're very, very low down the list. If you're ready, you get the connection. So that grid side is important. The planning side, of course, we need robust and clear and strong environmental protections, and we need to make sure that our planning system works. But we hear a lot, both in the UK and elsewhere, there can be a frustration from developers saying it takes a long time and it can be uncertain getting planning. So some of the things we're doing on the UK side is trying to streamline the process for planning, being clearer on what are the priority projects that we think must get seen through the planning system as quickly as possible, engaging at community level to make sure that there is as much support as possible, and rebutting some of the myths that are out there about offshore wind. And we think that's really important for delivering growth in offshore wind. So grid, so planning, finance. I know different models used in different places. We certainly found in the UK the contracts for difference has been a very powerful model for giving that certainty for investors to put their money into offshore wind. We haven't always got it right. Certainly a couple of years ago we did a round and we didn't get many bidders. We didn't get any bidders and therefore we needed to respond. But one of the things we have found is being flexible then to adjust is really important. So when we had our 5th auction round and we didn't get bids, we very quickly changed and increased, and then the 6th round we got lots of interest. And even now we're looking at ways of evolving our process and our contracts for difference to stretch the criteria, to give a greater clarity on the scheduling, to make sure the contracts last for longer, to make it an absolutely attractive place to invest. And we think that finance is really important. And then finally, just say on the supply chain, again, that is both a challenge and an opportunity for offshore wind, is to get that supply chain developing. And so we have found, again, if you're very clear on the pipeline of what you're trying to do, you give the encouragement for developers to use an appropriate amount of local content. If you invest in the skills, then that is both develops and allows you to secure the benefits of that transition. So those are 4 areas. There are others, but 4 areas, I'd say, of action, which we have found are really important, and certainly when I talk to people around Europe, I think resonate in every market. So in terms of the how, really clear ambition, practical action. Final, very briefly, let me say a thing about so what? What does this mean for people in this room? Well, I'd say, first of all, for any in the room who are policymakers, then the fact that we've had so much shared but different experience in the development of offshore wind and energy more generally makes it as vital as ever that we're learning from each other. We've got lots to learn from Latvia. I know you've got a very significant renewable energy share already. When I spoke back about 2007-8, when we were thinking about renewables, at that stage, UK was right bottom of the list in the EU in terms of renewables. We've come a lot higher up, but we want to learn from you, and we think we've got a lot of experience to share specifically on offshore wind. So that is an important point from the policy side. Say if you're an investor, if you're a company or a developer and you're interested in opportunities overseas in offshore wind, please look at the UK. We've got so many different parts of the supply chain where we think we've got great opportunities. Of course, in the turbines themselves, foundations and substructures, in the grid connections and cables, operations and management services, all sorts of different opportunities. So if you're interested, please come. We think we can offer you a really exciting place, not just to do great business, but to be doing great things. And then finally, in the other direction, if you are a developer here or part of the supply chain in the UK, we've got a lot of expertise in all those areas that I've mentioned, and we'd love to partner with you because we think if we're going to achieve this goal, we need to be doing it together. And the British Embassy here is delighted to help if you are a British company wanting to explore opportunities here or a Latvian company interested in the UK. So thank you very much. A great pleasure to be here. I think there are enormous opportunities in offshore wind, so much expertise here. And together, if we do that, not only is it great business, but it's also helping us deliver the low carbon transition we need. It's helping us to ensure the economic and energy security we need, and it's helping us to revive our economies through the supply chain. And what better thing to be working on? Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ambition and action. Some of the key words we just heard, and the Baltic States definitely has both of them, which have been displayed just recently, connecting to the European system. We need that European perspective, and we are going to get that here on the stage here today, as well as we have one of the leading voices in wind energy evolution in the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome on the stage the CEO of Wind Europe, Mr. Giles Dixon. Welcome.
Minister, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. Where is wind energy in Europe today? That's how much is installed, and it's now 1/5 of all the electricity that we are consuming. That's the installed capacity in every country, and the red is the share of wind in every country's electricity mix. That's where we are today. Where are we going? So that's, again, where we are today. The dark blue is onshore, light blue offshore. That's the target that the European Union have set for 2030. Very ambitious. Lots of growth in just 5 years. Are we going to meet that target? No. We'll get close, but not close enough, because the permitting is still not working everywhere. We still have challenges on grid connections, and electricity demand is not growing fast enough because we're not electrifying the energy system quickly enough. However, here in Latvia, you are making progress. Well done. That's how much we expect you to have in operation in just 5 years' time. Your first onshore, big onshore wind projects for many years now under development, Latvenergo, Aeolus, K2, Ventum. Well done to all of those developers. Well done to the government for requiring the developers to pay taxes to municipalities. It's what happens everywhere else in Europe, helps to strengthen local support. Well done to the government in simplifying the permitting procedures. Well done to the government in upgrading the radar installations, which is allowing some of these projects to go ahead. And as Chris Barton has pointed out, the more wind you have, the greater your energy independence, the greater your energy security. And on security, the wind industry is totally committed to working hand in hand with military authorities, security establishment, to ensure happy coexistence between the wind farms we are building and the crucial national security interests. Actually, wind is good for national security, obviously because of improving energy security, but also wind, especially at sea, those turbines help to improve our situational awareness. And the wind industry is very happy to host cameras, sensors, antennae, other military hardware to improve that situational awareness and to share all the images and data that come from that. Now, you're going to need lots of investments in new wind farms, both onshore and offshore, and investments only happen if the investors have a very clear view of what their revenues are going to be over the lifetime of a project. The wind industry and the European Union are very clear about the best way of ensuring that revenue stability. It's called contracts for difference. It's how they work. Payments go in both directions. When the market price is below the auction price, then yes, the government pays out to the developers. But when it's the other way round, we pay you. So the total amount of money it costs governments is quite low. There's the alternative. There's your variable revenue. Banks don't like that. Very reluctant to lend to those sort of projects because they don't know if the developer's going to be able to pay them back. Of course, they do with the contract for difference because they can see for 15 years there's a red line of very stable revenues. And this impacts on the cost of financing projects. When you've got a CFD, you're looking at, hypothetically, total lifetime costs of electricity of 80 euros a megawatt hour. That very same project without a CFD, because the financing costs are so much higher, will be looking at average lifetime costs of 140 euros a megawatt hour. There are other ways of providing revenue stability. PPAs work, at least where there is an off-taker and big industrial demand. That is not always the case. In most cases, it's a contract for difference. Hence, this is the recommended model of the EU. It's the model that most countries in Europe are now following. And even Denmark and Germany, which have used a different model for their offshore wind, up until now, are seriously considering switching to CFDs. And I stress this because investors are free to invest anywhere in Europe in new wind farms, and they are going to prefer to invest in those countries that are offering CFDs and stable revenues. They're also going to prefer to invest in those countries that are offering very simple CFD systems. As Chris and others have mentioned, wind brings wider economic benefits to society. That is the contribution of the wind industry to GDP in Europe today. And every time we build a new wind turbine, that on average is the new net economic activity that is generated. It's great that Latvia is embracing this now. It was so heartwarming to hear and see what Kaspars Melnis was saying in his video, and he's now very much part of the mainstream in Europe. Here he is speaking just 2 weeks ago at the annual Wind Europe conference in Copenhagen. So it's great to be here, great to learn of your ambition, great to see the many positive things that you are doing with government policy, and we hope you'll continue to do the right things at government level to make a reality of your ambitions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dixon, for the passion, for the energy, and thank you to all speakers for highlighting the important topics and setting the tone for today's conference. By the way, a few technical things before we get to the first keynote presentation. As it was mentioned before, we have quite a variety of partners here in the Expo Zone. Please do use that throughout the day for your benefit. As I mentioned in the intro part, our conference is growing, so we have a second stage, which is right upstairs from here. So please do check your lanyards. There is a program behind your name. Check in which stage, which presentation or discussion is happening today. And that also goes the same for our online viewers. We will have 2 online streams. Everything will also be recorded and available. And the second stage is opening up at 12:20 on the topic of security. And if you are lost on the lanyard, you can also go to windworks.lv for the full program. And today we also want to interact with you, but of course it's quite the audience here at ATA Center, and we want to incorporate also the online viewers. So we do have a Slido platform, slido.com. You can open that up in your smartphones right now, and all you have to do is enter a code. So for this stage, this is stage number 1, so the code for this stage Slido platform is stage 1. And for the upstairs stage, it is stage number 2. You can also scan the QR code or just go to slido.com, open it up, keep it open, send those questions in also during the presentations and during the discussions, so our moderators on the stage have your questions at hand and they can ask them freely throughout the discussions. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce to you the first keynote speaker who will be giving us more insight on the topic that has already been mentioned several times on this stage here today, wind energy as the economic driver for the Baltic States. Let's welcome on the stage the CEO of Ignitis Group, Mr. Darius Maikstenas. Welcome, Darius.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors, dear colleagues, good morning. Thank you for inviting me to this important conference, which is, I think, when I was invited to make a keynote speech, the major kind of idea and request was to talk not so much about permitting, or bureaucracies, or technologies. It will be discussed during all the day in different formats by professionals. For us as the Ignitis Group, as we operate across 3 Baltic states, Finland and in Poland, it's very important to think about the economic trends and to really see what is the next thing, what is the next phase of growth for our home countries, which are Baltic countries. And frankly saying, I think if to look at the last 30 or 15 years in Baltic states, we achieved so significant economic growth. We are reaching European averages and even breaking European average in different KPIs. And strategic fundamental behind this enormous growth, in my opinion, was based on convergence. We were converging with the West, with Europe, and lately with European Union. And a lot of economic activities in different areas were related to convergence which was fundamental force behind our growth. We, as a Baltic states, we did not made a lot of mistakes, so that's why we are so successful these days. But things are changing. And if you will open the news portals or radio or televisions, you will hear a lot of talks about United States and tariffs wars. There are different kind of possibilities how to look at the latest developments. And having some distance from kind of emotions and politics which are surrounded by the latest developments of US administration, I would say probably we see some fundamental shift in the economic development, in the global economic development. And for sure we will see more and more confrontation between US and China, and probably it will go beyond just decoupling or weakening the ties. And Europe and European Union earlier or later will need to decide how to act. And if we will see some tariff barriers and more global clusters forming around the globe, most likely we can expect that Europe will need to have also some policies to protect the markets. And one of the examples is carbon adjustment mechanism, which is a kind of the vehicle how to protect internal industries from external imports. And we will see more and more inshoring activities, investments coming back from previously offshore establishments. And if we saw starting from 70s up to 20s, quite high amount of growth, global growth and global efficiencies which were gained due to offshoring, which was based mainly on the moving factories to the new destinations which enjoy multi-million cheap labor force and combining those efficiencies with quite efficient global trade system that made enormous growth, not only in the United States, not only in the Western world and Europe, but also in these emerging economies. But most likely, one of the scenarios we can predict which will happen over at least next 2 decades, we will see less globalization and more clusterization, so to say. The first signal that something fundamentally is not healthy, we heard in 2020 during the COVID time, that countries understood that maybe global value chains became too lean and too global to ensure economic security for the biggest nations. Therefore, some efforts to return some industries and services back to Western countries will happen. So we will hear more and more talks about inshoring and friendshoring, not of everything, but especially strategic industries, military industries, heavy industries, electronics, AI value chain. Those inshoring and friendshoring trends most likely will become dominant in our region. And I think Baltic states are very much well prepared to take that chance. If our first growth was based on convergence strategies, that global shift from globalization and offshoring into inshoring could benefit Baltic states a lot. Let's just dig a little bit into fundamental success factors of inshoring. And for inshoring, first of all, we have to have land. We have to have land plots. And here in Baltic States, yes, we have quite low density of industries and population comparing to more developed Western countries. So on this scale, we have clear advantage. Then, not only in wind industry, but in all industries, fast bureaucracy, fast permitting is the key issue, and working intensively in this area, it's really impossible to be very competitive comparing to the larger nations. Then the core infrastructure like telcos, roads, energy grids, again, we have quite well established those already. And fourth one is the labor force. And labor force, during last couple of decades, they are quite a limiting factors for countries like Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania to attract large industrial investments, because we just don't have multi-million population which could serve the needs of large investments. But this thing is changing due to accelerating of robotics and AI. And my kind of personal opinion is that probably the kind of very strong dedication of US to bet on offshoring is based also on the kind of belief, and in the next decade and 2 decades we will see much less of need to have hundreds of thousands or million workers working in factories to be able to inshore those factories. So high level of robotics and AI will let inshore industries back to US and Europe without increasing significantly production costs due to new technologies. So that's, again, this is an opportunity for Baltic states. We don't have millions, and millions will be not needed for inshoring. Tens of thousands of skilled labor force in the region will be enough to take fair share of this trend. And the last one, and I think most strategic one, will become quite soon, is surplus and abundance of competitive and green energy. Other countries can have land plots, can have permitting, but only those regions who will be able to deliver competitive and quite enough green energy in the area will succeed definitely by attracting investments. And here, my friends, we have to change our mentality in Baltic states. Last 30 years, our energy strategies, not only in Latvia or Estonia and Lithuania, in all the region, they are very much import focused. We had the advantage to lower energy prices, first importing quite a lot of energy from Russia. Also, we have quite established energy links to the Nordic countries, and many kind of developments, positive and negative, which were related to price levels across Baltic states, they are based on how good are we on imports. This strategy, it's not sustainable anymore. If we will see a huge growth of inshoring and we will need additional sources of energy, nobody will lend us more cheap foreign energy to compete for inshoring investments. And therefore, we have to change the mentality and change the regional and national strategies, being more focused on the abundance concept. In European energy market, the pricing area which produces more than consumes has a average price advantage. In European energy system, electrons flow from lower pricing zone to the higher pricing zone. So that zone, which is donor to other zones, have sustainable long-term price advantage versus importing pricing zone. Therefore, if we will be able to achieve abundance energy system and maintain it through significant time period, we will gain that strategic advantage in shoring era. Good news is that Baltic States currently, according to our natural resources and calculations, can produce about 7 times more than we currently consume. About 60% of this potential is in offshore and the rest is in onshore, so quite huge potential to tap. But again, potential is one thing, the roadmap how to get there, it's more difficult. And again, if we have the surplus strategy, very important is to understand what strategic steps should be done in different countries and in the region to get there. Here, I would like to show you roadmap of Lithuania, but since we are present across 3 Baltic states, we do the modeling for all 3 Baltic countries, and the picture looks almost the same or very interrelated. So first of all, if to look at electricity demand, starting from 2015-18, we had moderate growth of demand. It was some additional consumption, but it was close to GDP growth or even lower, so there was no kind of huge growth in demand. But our starting position was that in 2080, in Lithuania, we had 80% of import and only 20% of domestic consumption was covered by internal generation. And last year, we ended with 70% of domestic generation and only 30% of imports. And all the growth what we got in Lithuania was made by renewables only. So while analyzing current large-scale projects which are already made final investment decisions and currently are under constructions, and also including some percentage of projects which are in the late stage of development, we are kind of pretty sure that around 2028, 2029 latest, in Lithuania, we will achieve 100% renewable generation versus domestic consumption. We will export some amounts of electrons, we will import, but amount of renewable energy produced in Lithuania, if to compare with domestic consumption in 2028, we will reach break-even. We will be self-sufficient, so the price trend will be a little bit adjusted, not much, but we will reach self-sufficiency stage. After that, in all commercial investments, you cannot invest in abundance if there is no demand, because every additional project destroys the value. Therefore, between 28 and 30s, we can see increased electrification, especially in transport and a little bit in heating. That will be driven with quite attractive, already established pricing level due to the high percentage of renewables in the region. But we will see no additional price development, and additional generation development will follow the local demand more or less with some pluses and minuses, but we will still not have abundance. We will not have sustainably competitive energy mix yet. So what will happen after 2030? I'm pretty sure that in 30s, we will see first offshore parks kick in our region, supported by CFD. So all electrons will reach Nord Pool, which means that they will significantly reduce the pricing level because we will reach abundant stage. We will have still moderate growth of consumption, but first offshore parks supported by CFD will make a huge difference on the competitiveness of our energy system and will make global attractiveness for inshoring. So later on, the growth will be driven by inshoring energy needs, and we will have more and more onshore and offshore projects to fill in pipeline. But the name of the game, to keep the low price equilibrium for decade or couple of decades in the quite low level, always keeping some amount of export and abundance in the system. And here, my friends, we will achieve golden age of Baltics in export and inshoring. Good news for Latvian Investment and Development Agency. Key elements to keep that equilibrium. If you believe that businesses will invest in abundance, not only countries with CFDs, you have to have significant export corridors. And here the latest development when Lithuania and Latvia together with Germany are contemplating on 2 gigawatt interconnector between Baltic States and Germany. It's very good news for investors and investment community, which this project will significantly change investment attractiveness into renewables in our region. Again, it should be made in the smart way. Export is good. Too much of export, it's dangerous because you can converge with the exporting area. Our models show that if export amount is not higher than 1/3 of domestic consumption, so something between 20 and 30% is healthy export level, which will keep the equilibrium that, okay, you will always have abundant energy system with competitive domestic pricing level, and projects will have economic payout. And the next core element in the solution is to have efficient energy generation mix. We will have some solar, but it's only complementary technology, and the majority of generation mix, which will be developed on the top of what we have right now, will be onshore wind, and some amount of offshore wind is necessary to have lowest prices, or how to say, grid and off-taker friendly output. Because, and again, our models show that if in the regional and national mix, we would have between 20 and 25% of offshore capacity, the output prices will be reduced to the better profile and better stabilities. If amount of offshore is beyond 25%, since offshore is more costly, the prices are coming up. So to keep the right balance between onshore and offshore and a bit of solar is another element to have competitive output. So my last slide is addressing again Latvian Investment and Development Agency. From 2030s all Baltic states will enter a golden age of inshoring. So it's time to act now, because to inshore some production into the country usually takes from 5 to 8 years. So we must act already now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Darius. Are you open to one question?
Sure.
Maybe, yeah. There's a clarification on the prediction, the scale that you showed.
Yes.
For Lithuania. People are wondering the self-sufficiency. It was by 2028. People are interested, like, what data is behind that prediction? Sounds maybe too good to be true, right?
As I said, it's based on the hard data of currently projects under constructions or after FID phase, and some percentage of late-stage projects in Lithuania and in the region. So this year we entered synchronization project, and a lot of people were talking about synchronization. For me, synchronization happened 4 years ago, or even so after that it was autopilot. So for me, 28 self-sufficiency seems like, at least in Lithuania, it's also autopilot type of issue. But the huge issue is to break that self-sufficiency trap and to achieve abundant state in the energy mix. And that is the kind of, I think, most important strategic priority for our countries to contemplate on now.
All right. Thank you. Thank you right now for the presentation.
Thank you.
But we will see you on the stage pretty shortly, because we are starting our first panel discussion here. Of course, if we are going towards the golden age here in the Baltics when it comes to energy, policy has to be in place and has to help that grow and succeed. And the policy update is our topic for the next session, which will explore the latest developments in wind energy policy across the Baltic States. And we are excited to welcome on the stage the panelists for our first talk. Let's invite the participants. First of all, the State Secretary of the Climate and Energy Ministry of Latvia, Ms. Riga Kurevska. Let's welcome her. Next up, representing Estonia, it's Deputy State Secretary of the Ministry of Energy, Mr. Jānis Uiga. Welcome. Welcoming back on the stage the CEO of Ignitis Group, Mr. Darius Maikstenas. Yeah. Welcome. Welcome back. And moderating this talk, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him back on the stage, the CEO of Wind Europe, Mr. Giles Dixon. Welcome, Giles. Take it away.
Well, 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 how fantastic it is to be sitting with the three of you. I was looking at some numbers the other day. Between the three countries, in 2018, 60% of all of your electricity came from fossil fuels. Today, 72% is coming from renewables. Wow. If we look at the wind numbers only, in just 3 years, the share of wind in your collective electricity mix has risen from 15% to 28%. Liga, you've done some great things, as we were describing earlier, to push wind energy in Latvia. What are the next great things that the government is going to be doing to support wind?
Excellent. Thank you so much for coming, and it's a pleasure to be on this panel again. I would like to start with one major thing. Already Darius mentioned it in the keynote. Today, here with us is also representatives from our grid operators. And I would like to take a moment to congratulate Baltic States with synchronization. I have never been closer with my Baltic brothers and sisters like it was in February. We were basically in constant communication. And that was a marvelous thing. And I think it's a great testament for that, what our tiny countries can truly do. So thank you so much for everybody who was in the project for doing that. So perhaps a tiny look. So on this fantastic achievement, I think that we have more than shown what Baltics can do. And also numbers you mentioned, I think is just as excellent. I was also looking at numbers yesterday preparing for similar event, and I was looking how the retail market has developed, particularly for our household users, and there we have also seen fantastic developments. In short 2 years, the actual price for electricity paid by our consumers have reduced by 30%, which is so impressive if we understand how the price developments have happened in our countries in general. Also, numbers you already mentioned about how much more wind we have. Well, we have to say thank you to our Lithuanian colleagues on that one. But overall, the quite high share of renewables have always been sort of Latvian domain. And while today, and at the moment, Lithuania has taken the crown on the development the quickest, we truly want to fight for it and compete to be back on the top on the renewable hill that Baltics are. About what is to come. So last year was extremely exciting for energy sector. Again, I have met many of you on numerous meetings with different dynamics in those, but the result has been really fantastic. We have now, in my opinion, the most modern regulation regarding grid connections, introducing these flexible grid connections that truly allows to use the grid more efficiently and hopefully can be used by others when they enter the high renewable type of system. Secondly, we have made also the basic framework for PPAs. In Latvia, we are not looking forward at the moment towards CFD regulation, but we see that PPAs, particularly considering also state de-risked PPAs, might be the way forward to ensure that price volatility does not add too much risk for our electricity producers, and therefore we can receive these really good prices green energy promises us for us to get. Thirdly, permitting. Already Latvia and Lithuania are countries where the environmental assessment study is one of the easiest and the shortest procedure in all Europe. That was also highlighted in Draghi report. However, when we were looking at the reality, we saw that sometimes what is written on paper does not truly translate to what we see in reality. So for this and next year, we will be working very closely with our colleague Ministry of Economics to ensure that the all development cycle, starting from the project development and ending with the commissioning, is streamlined. That we focus on monitoring and control and ensuring that everybody plays by the same rules, and that rules are reasonable and truly aimed at sustainable development. So the development of this regulation is quite detailed, and I'm so excited about it that I can speak very, very long about that. So I will not try to bore you on this topic. But we believe that we will together together working with NGOs as well as the industry representatives, we will truly create a better streamlined situation that everybody can learn from. And thirdly, obviously resilience. So we do not live in times where we can take free trade for granted, where we can take security for granted. Unfortunately, we are not. So one of the main focus regarding our grid connections as well as our economy in general is to move forward self-sufficiency on strategic autonomy, similarly to as all Europe, but even more so in Baltics. And green energy is the essence of this. We cannot produce much of fossil in Latvia. We do not have the resources for that, but we have fantastic resources for green, sustainable, and well-developed energy. So it was extremely exciting year last, and it is very exciting year also this year. So to conclude, moving forward with environmental assessment studies, developing more rigid and fit for the purpose offshore wind regulation, and focusing on how can we build more on the inside.
Thank you, Liga. Janos, Estonia last year almost doubled your installed capacity of onshore wind. What are the next great things we can look forward to in Estonia?
Yes, and hello and my greetings to everyone here. And I will definitely join in with Liga in congratulating everyone who contributed to this massive project of synchronization of the Baltic grids. I mean, we're here in the Windworks conference. Why mention it? It's a little known fact that it also helps a lot regarding integrating more renewables into our system, not only with the help of these synchronous condensers, but with the help of strengthening our grid. So it was a massive project that helped in many ways. But that is the past. Obviously, for some people, they're still fixing some things and making sure that everything is working. But I like what you said, that this has already been done like 3 years ago. We need to look into the future. So what's happening? I am not that excited about doing legislative changes as Liga. I mean, it is our job, but like there is always such an interesting pile-in of new ideas that getting any changes through is a large undertaking. And my suggestion to all the market participants is to find ways how to make things work within the existing legal system and not wait for some magical change to help out, because when you wish for a change, the change might materialize in a way that does not benefit you. This is the historical experience. But many things we have been fixing and will be fixing in the future. Obviously, there are many developments happening at the same time. So currently in our parliament, we are also doing a grid connection reform, so will be easier and more predictable on the cost side how to connect to the grid. So still in the final phases of discussions, but we're hoping to get this one through in May through the parliament, and then the TSO can start implementing it. So there will be a fixed connection fee. Right now, the connection fee is based on where your location is at. So that means that if your renewable electricity project is somewhere where the connection fee is high, then right now it's not that feasible. After the change will become better. And then obviously the helping out storage, we will introduce or make sure that storage will only pay for the net consumption, so not all the consumption, the grid fees. That law is also in the parliament, and we're pretty sure that it will go through during May and then enter into force, and also the demand response market, etc., etc. So there's a lot of interesting developments happening, but every time you introduce a legislative change, you will also have to make sure that you check whether everything is working as you wanted it. But the main thing right now, so we had a massive increase of wind capacity, or obviously nowhere near where Lithuania is. I mean, like, amazing job. I was away for like 1.5 years, and then came back, you had like 1,000+ megawatts of wind. Where did you get it? But really, I really need to know. But we are working on it as well. These projects have been under development, that were completed, had been under development for many years now. The new ones, right now, it's not about even planning itself for environmental permitting or grid connections. It's about the value proposition of the wind parks to the local communities. This is where we've gotten at, because there has been a slowdown in the planning procedure movement during the recent months. We had a very good headwind, we had a very strong pipeline, at least on paper, in the second half of last year. And then, as local municipality elections are getting closer, that will happen in the end of Q3 this year. Then the planning procedures started to slow down. We see a lot of mobilization regarding people saying that wind energy is bad, there's some health effects, etc. So we're racing to solve these things. But yeah, the main thing that we're seeing right now is that people don't understand what they're getting from these wind parks, and this value proposition is something that that really needs working on. We see that it's hugely valuable. Also, what you showed, there's good benefits for the economy. But I mean, like when you're the person who has the wind park next to it, like who cares about the economy? You care about money in your pocket, and then even with the maximum 5,000 plus euros per year that the people nearby the wind park can get. Even that seems low, so they still want like, hey, but what about my electricity price? Can I get that lower? So it's very interesting. So we're actively working with developers, with local municipalities, with other ministries, other state agencies to get these planning procedures moving again, and so we would have a healthy pipeline of projects for when we do our onshore wind CFD.
Thank you, Janis. Liga.
I'd love to compliment on that one. We already had a short discussion this morning on how we are living in post-truth society. So I do believe that when we have also met with communities, you can divide the arguments in two parts. One of those is very practical things that you can truly solve. What is benefit for me? What will happen with the value of my estate? What will be the benefits for me? Because obviously the better electricity prices are for everybody, better business for everybody, but what about me? Which is perfectly reasonable question. However, a large part of these concerns are clearly not based on what happens with me, but what is the effects of wind farm on communities in general. And I have noticed a very interesting trend. Similarly, like when the synchronization was approaching, we started to see very interesting things happening in public media. We saw very interesting things happening in social media, particularly in the not very fact-burdened platform of TikTok, which is fairly popular also in Baltic States. And what we see there is a massive distribution of disinformation. And as I said already in this morning, I do not expect our people or society to be very well versed in the technology or energy. This is a very specific topic. I am particularly excited about it, obviously, like for regulation, but nobody needs to be. So we are also working on how can we fight with disinformation, which happens to reach all three Baltic countries at the same time. Like with synchronization, where there was a massive public campaign on how we will all be without electricity for weeks, if I remember correctly, in Estonia, for 3 days in Latvia, for 2 weeks in Estonia. There were very similar little pages in the multi-flat apartment buildings saying that apocalypse is approaching, it's imminent. So, like it has been for the last 20 or so years, we have seen that there is third parties from probably east side that do not want Europe to be self-sufficient, do not want Baltics to be self-sufficient energy-wise, for again, very reasonable things that you can imagine why. So I think that we are not only speaking about this part which we can solve, we have to find a way how communities feel that when they contribute with land and their comforts, they are compensated. That's very reasonable. But we have to work with that part which is absolutely untrue, unfact-based, and which makes people worried about the future of our countries. And that will take probably also all three country common involvement. So just that's an issue at the moment in Baltics.
Who are the best people to counter misinformation and disinformation? Is it you, the national governments? Is it the municipal governments? Is it the wind farm developers? Or is it outside independent experts?
I am afraid that post-COVID, the state is not the party which enjoys the highest trust from our society. We need to rebuild that. We have done some not so great things, and we need to, you plow what you sow. I do believe that the main aspect that we can use to combat disinformation is allowing people to see the facts and numbers. It's just the groundwork. For example, we meet with communities who are against wind, and we discuss with them. And they are reasonable people, they are patriots. They want our country to be prosperous. So I do believe in my heart of hearts that if we just give people the correct information, they will make the best decision. So it must be the people in communities. It can't be stages that says, you do not understand anything, the wind will be built here, I do not care what you think. This is not how state should interact with its people. We are not here for ourselves, we are here for our people. So giving the correct information to communities and trusting that they will make the right decision.
Thank you, Janis.
Yes, so I am an energy engineer by trade, and then this communication and how social factors impact people is new to me. But I due to necessity, I've needed to read into it and learn more about it. So. It's not there's no one single silver bullet, so everyone must contribute. The state must do communication that only they can do. So let's take health impacts, potential health impacts. The Ministry of Social Affairs or whichever relevant ministry can say, hey, we've looked at the science, no issues. Then the developers, when they're going and having these local discussions, have to be able to say, hey, we've looked into this, there's nothing there. This is our value proposition. Happy to answer to more questions. We cannot silence these questions. And then you need to understand that people who are against, who want to be against, they cannot be convinced. So you need to convince people who are still undecided. So there are people who go around and have their very good slide deck. They believe in their heart of hearts that they're doing the right thing, that they're telling facts. You need to be prepared for it. Developers need to be prepared for it. The government people need to be prepared for it and counter these facts, but not thinking that there's no point in thinking that you can change their mind. You can change the mind of other people who haven't decided yet.
Thank you. Darius, fantastic speech. Now, tell us, what has happened in Lithuania to get community, local support for all these wind farms that you've been developing that we've been hearing about?
Several reasons, I would say. First of all, local developers, including ourselves, but not only us, we were working very closely with local communities. And in very early stages, not the last minute kind of meeting is important. So to build long-term good neighborhood relationships, it's a long and tough job. And we dedicate huge resources, not only financial, but also people dedicated only for community work. And we are meeting a lot of communities and engaging them on the permanent basis. Another angle is on the national level. I think the breakthrough happened when kind of common understanding of price efficiency of renewables become kind of publicly acknowledged. Because at the early stages, renewables were, okay, every renewable needs the support, and it's expensive, and it's for climate change. And it's not anymore. Wind and in some parts of solar is most cost-efficient generation source, just that general public does not know in some countries. So in Lithuania, I think on the national level, 3-4 years ago, even earlier, 5 maybe, the kind of public awareness that, okay, this is a way not only to gain energy security, but also competitive prices, is invest in renewables. So these two major things. The third one, yes, when you have the problem push you kind of to move faster. So we were very dependent on import. And especially during the energy crisis when Ukraine war started, we experienced quite obviously that too high dependence on the import strikes quite hard. So multiple factors, I would say.
Liga, Janos, do people in Latvia and Estonia understand that more wind means lower electricity bills?
Well, I think to extent, yes. We also have graphs and data and everything, and obviously it's quite easy to prove that it is correct. However, first of all, I think, as Darius mentioned, there is this historical idea that green means expensive, which is, again, not true anymore, absolutely no way. But obviously, everybody can build something that is expensive. That's not particularly hard. It's hard to make things cheap and cost efficient. So there is some worries about that. I think that we are really looking forward to Lithuania building lots of wind, and at some point people have feeling that that will be enough. So we have to work to explain also how the electricity market works, which is something from one side great that people know. When you better understand electricity markets, you will be more electricity efficient. You will work better and you will do best for yourself. On the other side, electricity markets are complicated. And whether everybody needs to understand them very, very closely, well, we only have that much memory in our minds, so let's see. I think overall we still have to do a bit of work. I imagine both state level as well as municipal level as well as developer level that shows in a way that is not easy to dispute that more wind means cheaper electricity. I understand that it is perhaps easier to say, well, that's so obvious, but the reality is that we have, at least in Latvia, I don't know that detailed social context in Estonia and Lithuania, but in Latvia we have a bit of different fact base, as I mentioned. And I do believe that we need to do our homework to close the gap between what is the best science at the moment and what perhaps is more popular in TikTok platform. It just needs to be, widened, made closer.
Mm-hmm. Janos?
Yes, so I think convincing or explain, there is more convincing and explaining to do by all sides. Who has been reading Estonian media, especially in February, there were lengthy discussions on different news outlets on how to calculate the price of electrical energy and what makes it cheaper and what not. So Estonians are superstitious on this. I'm also an Estonian. I'm also superstitious. I like to check my facts myself, and there are many opinions, and not only in TikTok. Very esteemed academics are saying that no, but XYZ solution is better. So there's a lot of explaining still to be done to explain why renewables are cheaper overall. Taking into account all the system costs, because that's what now is coming back. But wait. This is zero price electrical energy. What about the other costs that you need to pay for the dispatchable capacities? So there is a lot of moving elements there. And it's an interesting problem to solve. And then the second question is, okay, it's cheaper, but why not have someone else build it? Why do it here? The Lithuanians are very good at it, so why not? But then there's another explanation. But hey, maybe it kind of makes sense to have something on Estonian soil as well. So yeah.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. You talked about these reforms to storage that are going through your parliament at the moment. Are you making sure that the operators of storage capacity only pay the relevant charges once, that they're not paying when they charge and then they pay when they discharge? You have this double taxation issue with storage in some countries.
Yes, so that's what we're doing right now. After this change is implemented, the storage owners, developers will only pay for the net consumption. So, so consumption minus production, so to say.
Got it.
Yeah.
Excellent. Darius?
For Baltic states, it very helps when we compete. So, yes, it is already in Lithuania, so Estonians should be fast to change the legislation just to compete for best systems as well. So, it sounds funny, but it helps.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, if to look further, we have to integrate our markets even more. We are too fragmented and too small to gain all the advantages. After synchronization, right now we have single ancillary service market. It's just early beginning, but it's already single. And I think unavoidable, 3 Baltic states gradually will reach single bidding zone solution sooner or later. Looking further, I can imagine more and more discussions why we have to support using, let's say, CFD. Let's take not wind, nuclear in Estonia. Let's see. While it will be too big for Estonia, but Estonians would need to pay for CFD, and Lithuanians and Latvians will free ride. So I don't have good recipe today, but I would suggest 3 governments to discuss more and more how they could coordinate strategic, first of all, modeling, strategies, okay, how much of capacities will be built where and what kind of support is needed. Because at a certain level, it would stop all our development because everybody will think that others will do the job. And that could be the major issue, I would say, after 3-4 years, definitely. So more deeper integration just from the strategic and modeling side. And I would imagine, at least for large-scale projects, I would see a single Baltic market in the future. It would cost for end users least money to achieve most benefit if we could combine all potential and to have much more liquid market in the future. Maybe I'm running too fast and too far, but the kind of all things start when we say first word. So I would say after synchronization, after single ancillary service market, Baltic state should have an ambition to have a single, so to say, CFD market or something like that, which would benefit. Because we are integrated, we are correlated markets, and Lithuanians gain from Latvian hydro, Latvians from Lithuanian winds, and vice versa. So those areas will converge unavoidably sooner or later.
What do you think, Liga?
Yes. I think that we sometimes underestimate how well we can cooperate, because usually we're like a family. We are really united against a common enemy, but we are very competitive on the inside. And some of our discussions goes in much more dynamic way as one would expect from people who smile only when there is a reason to, which is all 3 Baltic countries, of course. You don't, that's weird to smile when you don't have a good reason for that. But we have shown that despite being quite different and very competitive, we are capable of creating common markets much quicker than countries which are well established also in Central Europe. We have common balancing market from 2016. Again, not easily replicated because you have to have quite high level of trust among TSOs. We have a common gas market, which is something everybody wants, but only very few countries are able to create. Already happening from 2019, if I'm not wrong. We have the single ancillary market, which is in its developing stages, and I wouldn't say that we have like managed everything there perfectly and there is nothing to improve. There is things to improve. There are things to improve. But we are capable of doing it, despite that requiring TSOs to agree on the very feared concept of inter-TSO compensations. Whether we can stretch it towards common CFD approach, I wouldn't be sure. At least I wouldn't see it at the moment, since we still have quite different energy mix and quite different ambition. What I do see and what I have seen very beneficial, particularly in the energy sector, our ability to streamline regulation and identify where we have the same opinion. And I would like to highlight demand response as something where I truly feel that we can create as common approach as possible, because demand response is the thing that will help us also to limit the variability of our prices, which is at the moment higher issue than all other issues with our prices at the moment. And we are also seeing, hey, you did something great with grid connections, what can we learn? We already have quite similar environmental assessment procedures. We're saying, all right, what you have tested, what we can do. We are studying very carefully how do you give back to community. We were in detail looking both at the Estonian model and Lithuanian model, what makes sense, what works. Obviously, we are not there yet, as we still have, as I said in previous section, there is a gap that we need to close. But the ability to streamline regulation is something that we can and should do. Of course, it's tricky because we do not have any Baltic government and we don't have some Baltic coordinator. But I think a great next step is something also we have suggested for this year is coordinating our energy strategies among Baltic states. It's on our agenda. And I think that is really a good first step and goes very well with what you mentioned. You have to vision things and then you can move forward. So I wouldn't say that all regulation can be harmonized, but if we look what we have already achieved and what we have in pipeline, Baltics have done so much more than many other countries.
You talked about state-backed PPAs, state de-risked PPAs were your words. Who do you envisage being the off-takers in these PPAs? Private sector, public sector, perhaps?
I will not go into details on PPA design, because this is a discussion we need to have with associations. But what we are working with is both our off-takers and our producers. We are now having the framework enshrined in law, and we're working on the regulation that is secondary regulation. We're looking at models already in place in Europe, but off-takers, at least in our vision, is our larger energy users that work for exporting products and drives our economy. Because obviously, revitalizing our economy via green energy and cheap electricity is what we, together with Ministry of Economics at the moment, see as a way forward for the country in general. But PPAs is something also we will definitely discuss with Lithuanian and Estonian colleagues. What can we learn from each other? How can we make them as similar as possible to have a better investment environment while keeping our competitive edge? Because as you mentioned, when we compete, we truly strive and do the best.
Janos, I liked what you said earlier about finding ways to work with existing systems. You prefer to do that than to bring in new legislation. Now, in your existing system in Estonia, there was a process in 2023 of awarding rights to a number of onshore wind farms, and some of those have been built or are being developed. I think you said yourself there's been a slowdown in the planning and the permitting, and you mentioned the municipal elections this autumn. Some developers of wind farms in Estonia are saying, well, you know, we're meant to be commissioning these projects by 2027. That's the deadline under the existing system, and we're not sure we're going to make it because of the slowdown in planning and permitting. Now, what's your reaction to that? What are you doing to counter that?
Yes, so this is something that has come to light in the recent months. So obviously, if the winners of the last CFD auction come to us and say, hey, there are some issues, this is the rationale, then we'll look into it, we see what can be done, what are the existing ways. Changing something that has backdating effect is super difficult, if not impossible, because then there are others saying, but hey, if I would have known that this change will be implemented, then I would have come to bid into that CFD auction. Then so we are going through what the rationale is behind it, what are the reasons, what has been done, where did they get stuck, and try to find the best ways how to help these projects while ensuring that there's justice also for other developers. Our end goal is to have these projects built and not get stuck on endless arguments. And these are real projects that are being developed. We are still in 2025. 2027 is a couple of years away, although some might say it's already yesterday. But yeah, so we are working to still, our goal is to get more renewables online, and we are doing everything we can to help any project.
Okay, thank you. Liga.
Yes, so why I'm so excited about changing regulation? Well, I agree completely that retroactive regulation is a menace that should be avoided whenever possible. But there is a trade-off in policy making between ensuring that your regulation is flexible enough to recognize the changes in industry, and it is stable and foreseeable enough for investors to take your word for something. And that's not an easy thing to do. Why perhaps our ministry is more interested in changing things is that we were originally created because the regulation for energy was behind 3 years, more or less. We had a bit of Wild West, and we are still trying to manage the consequence of regulation being for a situation where there is no interest in renewable development, which changed in 2022 to something where there is a high interest in renewables. And you need a very different regulation in these two kinds of situations. And we are still trying to ensure that we are fit for the future. The way how we manage is that in our energy strategy, we have included energy roadmaps. So policy roadmaps, which indicate this is what the country will do, from policymaker will do for the next 10, 15 years. The horizon is 2050. If the conditions that we can't change, like our GDP, how much cost the capital cost of Latvia, investments in R&D, etc. So we take the conditions which define our investment environment and say, this is our focus, this is what we will develop, this is what we will reiterate, because our regulation needs some iterations for it to make sure that it is fit for purpose. But then if something happens, like the shocks we had previously, we have scenarios which are worse than our current geopolitical situations, and two which are best. So we can already indicate, all right, if GDP growth is significantly higher than we predict at the moment, cost of capital is really lower, investment in R&D is higher, we will refocus. We will focus more on that policy area and do these things instead of these. So that is how we are planning to manage the trade-off, so we are not again in a situation where the industry is so much in front of where the regulation is that we are creating inconveniences both industry, society, and policymakers as well. So that is the approach how we try to balance, and hence I'm very excited.
Great. Master of Ceremonies, the time has come for us to yield back to you, but before we do, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to these excellent panelists.
Thank you. And a round of applause to our excellent moderator, Mr. Giles Dixon. Thank you. Thank you, Giles, for the discussion. Yes, let's switch to our next panel and clear the stage for our next speakers.
Some say, if you have a firm place to stand and a lever, you can move the world. Perhaps we may choose less and achieve more. Maybe we can learn from mistakes before making them. And maybe we can make a difference without losing a thing. We may sail against the wind, look straight at the sun, and still tame the waves. After all, everything seems impossible until it is done. Let us be your starting point. Join us, and let's create the impossible together. Ignitis Group.
Thank you to Ignitis, our special partner for this conference, one of the partners that are helping this conference reach its 5th year, truly valuable partner, and we're happy that they are part of this conference. We heard a lot about the policy, and a lot of the questions in the Slido platform were also about the grid. How will it develop? How will it cope with the future challenges? And that's what we're about to talk on this stage next, in our next panel discussion, the Baltic grid. All 3 Baltic countries are connected to the European electricity grid, which is a major milestone for our energy independence and security, which cannot be understated. At the same time, the grid has to look forward several steps ahead, take into consideration so many factors which can be a challenge. But I believe that our next panel will be ready and to talk about these topics. So I hope you help me welcome on the stage, first of all, the first speaker, the board member of the TSO of Latvia Augstsprieguma Tīkls, Mr. Gatis Junghans. Let's welcome him on the stage with a round of applause. Next up, the head of the Renewable Energy Center at Litgrid, Mr. Ignas Junevičius. Welcome. The CEO of the TSO of Estonia, Elwind, Mr. Kalle Kilk. Welcome. Joining them, the head of strategy at the 50 Hz transmission, Mr. Oliver Fakes. Welcome. For the first time in Windworks history, we have a speaker from the Svenska kraftnät, which we are excited about, the head of the Strategic Development Department, Mr. Leif Pedersen. Welcome, Leif.
Good to meet you.
And moderating this panel, he is an energy market analyst and also a highly skilled moderator. Let's welcome on the stage Reinis Abotiņš. Reinis, the stage is yours.
Oh, thank you, and the pleasure is also mine. So not only the stage, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Right, well, the grid is basically bust. So yeah, there's simply too much renewables coming in, right, in the near future. No, probably no. It is not so bad as it sounds. So let me kick off with giving you a minute, just 1 minute, to make an initial statement, each of you. What do you consider? So basically, what's the point of view of your organization, and what you consider 1 or 2 main things that need to be tackled these days? And then I'll kick off with some wicked questions. Whoever, I don't know, Leif, you're closest to me, you can kick off. I mean, it's fine. I mean, you're the first timer, so yeah, you're welcome. We are very happy to have you
Right,
here.
so my name is Leif Pettersson, and I'm coming from Svenska kraftnät. And I think that it's sort of the Baltic Sea, some kind of a fun fact. I'm from Gotland, so we're in the middle of the Baltic Sea, so that works out very well.
You're neutral.
Yeah,
almost
exactly.
neutral.
Yeah, almost neutral. But also I think that looking from the Swedish perspective, I think the good thing for us is that we are actually 99% fossil-free in Sweden. With a lot of renewables and things are happening a lot. What our challenges are that we have the target of more than double the energy consumption due to industrializations and other things. Which is our sort of a large target that we are working on internally. We're building the grid. We're working on integrating the renewables. So that's part of it. But the other part is also this electricity market, connecting to other countries, which I believe is sort of partly why I'm here, I think. Sort of a little bit
I suspect so.
Yeah.
Thank you for the introduction.
Yes.
Olivier, to you, I mean, Germany, everybody is looking towards Germany. It's the engine of Europe, so plenty of consumption and big market for offtake.
Yes, indeed. But today I'm super happy to be in this region because this is a very dynamic one, and I think we have also quite a few things to learn in Germany. And when I look at what the 3 Baltic countries are doing, what our colleagues from the TSOs are doing, not only for synchronization, but also for integrating renewables, I'm really, really impressed. And I'm very thankful that in this conference, you're giving such a prominent role to grids, so that you're taking a bit of time to listen and to discuss with boring grid people, because I think that it's this kind of regional cooperation that you're having here, and that we can maybe discuss also a little broader around the whole Baltic Sea basin, is really a very good opportunity. And we are extremely excited, in fact, discussing with you, developing projects with you, because this regional way of combining the strength of Europe is really the future we see. And yes, it's challenging for a grid operator, but it's also quite fun times and times where we constantly learn, and we are ready to push the boundaries of what is feasible more and more to make the future as renewable as possible.
The biggest issue for German grid being?
The big need of reinforcing the connections within the country. The development of hybrid interconnectors to combine the different areas in Europe, and in fact to unlock much more flexibility. Exactly what was discussed beforehand is the same story in Germany in order to accommodate with more and more renewables.
So plenty of interesting work still to do. All right, excellent. Kalle, Tere. In Estonia everything is hip and cool always, or isn't it?
Yeah, no reason to worry. Only 2 things, maybe energy security and prices.
Oh, that's,
those
I mean,
small things.
Small things, yes.
Yeah, actually keeping in mind that you can really focus on really only on 1 or 2 issues. Our issue, which we are focusing on, is improving security by reducing the, let's say, need for imports. And also, on the same time, it's very important for the society and the economy to keep the price level affordable. So at least our owner has given us expectation to take care of those 2 little problems.
I'm confident we can handle that. I mean, the TSOs can handle that, and TSOs can do anything. They can handle anything, even the high prices, right? Ignas.
Well, first of all, Latvian Riga, thank you for having me. Yeah, same small issues, small challenges applies to Lithuania as well. Our nearest and most pressing questions are energy security, obviously, and building out the renewables, obviously, facilitating flexibility in our grid, obviously, and keeping the prices low. And not much to add, I think.
We are squeezing it down to a few very important topics. Got this. You probably completely disagree with your colleagues.
Yeah, 2 points from Latvia. First, regarding connections. At Latvia, there are 2 gigawatts of active building projects of renewable connections at the transmission grid. We have issued more than 5 gigawatts of permits, technical rules for connection. But at AST, we estimate that total connection capacity in Latvia is 10 gigawatts. So just the recent Electricity Market Act changes gives us a green light to offer 4 to 5 gigawatts more of connection capacity, which will be made public, and we will start to accept applications this June. And second point, balancing market. Baltic TSOs together established a Baltic balancing capacity market this February. Balancing capacity prices are quite incentivizing. Sometimes keeping balancing capacity available is more profitable than producing. And 2 weeks ago in Latvia, we qualified first wind park for participation in Baltic balancing market. So I encourage wind and solar parks also to look at the Baltic balancing capacity market, as it as it seems and as it becomes practical that wind and solar, which everyone perceived as a cause of fluctuations, is actually a very good source of balancing capacities.
Thank you, Gatis. And probably we should not forget that new technologies are advancing and becoming cheaper and cheaper, and battery electric storage systems come handy into play, allowing to somehow flatten the pikes or the spikes of electricity prices, not only on the day-ahead market, but also most likely they will positively affect the leveling out of balancing capacity prices, right? So there's plenty of important issues actually on the table, and not least, of course, the interconnections, but some things which I identified already. So the ability of the current grid to take in more or additional new generating capacities. It's also interconnections, cross-border connections, connections between various price areas. That's more about Sweden probably, but there are still issues where we still have risk of bottlenecks. There are existing bottlenecks, and there can be quite high congestion prices when the electricity crosses the borders. So there's plenty of business, but there's also plenty of expense. Not least on the consumer side, but also the TSOs have to pay for certain services to the generators for simply keeping the reserve to be there just in case, that is to ensure energy security. So there are many other things, very interesting things in the region. So we have roughly 37 minutes, and I'll try to kick off with a quick question. Do you think that the Baltic grid, which we are focusing today on, is ready for significant additional generating capacities without immediate significant investment, say until year 2030? This is where I would like to focus briefly on the three Baltic TSOs. I don't know, maybe I will begin with Ignas, because I know that Lithuania is sort of ahead of the other two neighbors in terms of deploying renewable energy capacities. What would you say? Would you say, all right, so currently we are here, but I'm aware that you actually anticipate 8 terawatts of capacity by 2028. I mean, it's plenty of energy. Is the grid able to pick it all up?
Yeah, I think this question has been asked every year for many years now. The
situation is changing.
Situation is changing, but the question remains the same. There's almost a legend back in Lithuania that some 10 years ago or so, it was evaluated that at maximum, Lithuanian grid can support 500 megawatts of renewables.
That is additional, I mean...
That was in total. That was the, at the time, estimation of our grid. As time went on, life happened, people learned, and now we have more than 4 gigawatts of renewables in Lithuania, and we have another 10 gigawatts of reserved capacity, meaning we already evaluated the grid. We already said that, yes, we can connect that much. So, in fact, we feel very strongly that the Lithuanian grid is very much sufficient for, as you say, the next 5-6 years. Lithuanian national goal is to reach 100% of production from renewables by 2028. To put that number in the context, we need roughly 8 gigawatts of renewables to reach that goal. So today we have 4, we need 4 another, and we have 10 in the pipeline. So I can safely say that Lithuanian local grid is sufficient and ready. We also need, of course, to look into our cross-border situation, and I think we'll talk about this quite a lot in this panel. So there is a lot of ambition to have more connections with our neighbors, both in the Baltics and maybe further than that. But for Lithuanian developers, keep developing. We'll give you the grid. It's sufficient, yeah.
There's a nice document in place always at hand. It's called the 10-year network development plan, which TSOs are obliged to produce and update regularly on regular basis, so that everybody can have a have a public eye and public control on what the TSOs have in mind in terms of network development plans. So there's, of course, the strengthening of the grid and interconnections as well. But let me go to Kalle. So, of course, I mean, it's over 600 megawatts of wind capacity since we are in the wind conference, of course, and there's still coming. And are you comfortable with what is coming?
It's definitely going to be a bit of work to do in the grid. So when we consider Estonian target, the similar as Lithuanian, 100% only by year 2030, then currently we are roughly 40%, 45% of our demand is covered by renewables. So in order to reach 100%, we should need additionally more than 1,500 megawatts of new wind. So it's more than 3 times additional to the existing ones. And of course, like always, the first megawatts are always simpler, cheaper, less works in the grid. And our own prediction is so that getting roughly to 60 or 70% will pretty much doesn't take anything. Some local works. Getting to the 100% is already a huge amount of line constructions, more than 1,000 kilometers, and we have already started to plan this, and it's doable. It's not a problem. It's just a matter of like it was mentioned by the CEO of Ignitis that it has already been decided. It's been done already. This 5-year gap for us is somehow managed.
So it's covered.
Yes, but of course it takes a lot of effort from the people, but we already know what we're doing. But the question is actually what comes afterwards. So reinforcing the internal network doesn't really guarantee this abundance that was also mentioned. So that yes, we can pretty much get to let's say equilibrium, but not anything additional. And this demands huge amounts of additional interconnection capacities and so on.
So basically there's a thin line. We are sort of on the positive side currently, but it can easily switch, get over to the other side of the fence where we have to start worrying how much any additional capacities for in the transmission grid might cost.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, got this. The situation in Latvia, probably we are not as revolutionary as Lithuanians and Estonians, but still, I mean, and there has been plenty of investment in the grid as well over the recent years.
Exactly. During past years, when we prepared our main grid for synchronization, in Latvia, we built more than 500 kilometers of high voltage lines, and this also serves as a preemptive capacity for renewable integration. So it's a multi-purpose investments in that sense. And there, of course, are local strengthening necessary connection points to build, but as regards main grid, it is ready to integrate 2030 goals.
Okay, so it means basically, all right, we can do it. We can pick up the extra renewable capacities currently in the pipeline without too much additional financing. But after that, it seems that all 3 Baltic states are more or less on the same page when it comes to further down the timeline, right? So we can reach the moment when we need additional significant investment beyond 2030 or something. Right, good. One word which was also mentioned, actually there were many words mentioned, but some of the things to build the discussion on energy security, right? So basically the grid, the physical grid, is the backbone of any energy system, right? So if there are no wires, no cables, no electricity, basically, unless there are small-scale, local island-type solutions, but we are speaking about in the energy system. So would you say, I don't know, I'm looking here at Olivier probably as representing biggest German TSO, the 50 hertz. From your experience, what would you say? Would it be fair to distinguish between the main function, two important functions of the grid, that is ensuring energy security, that's secure physical supply of electricity, and the market function of the grid, because also at the same time, if the grid is not developed, the market won't function. It would be like it's stalling, there will be bottlenecks. Do you think it's fair to distinguish between these two? Or?
Yeah, this is a good question, especially against what we are experiencing in the last years and the whole geopolitical evolution as well. And I think if we're doing a good job as TSOs here around this table, and also within, of course, the Baltic states, but also around the whole Sea basin, I think the beauty of working together, interconnecting stronger, is that you don't have to choose either sovereignty or a liquid market. But interconnecting our different areas means that, in fact, I like this clusterization picture that we just saw here from Ignitis, is that the region comes closer together, and Germany has also understood now that energy sovereignty with those countries that are your partner countries is super important. And that's why, in fact, I think we can all, as we're sitting here, benefit from more energy sovereignty if we're connecting better our markets and our renewables. We can decarbonize quicker, so go towards the green energy transition we all want to, and it can be done in connecting the markets and being much more efficient, so that in fact the pressure on keeping prices low is there as well. So that's why it's so interesting to discuss about interconnectors between our countries. That's why it's interesting to talk about hybrid interconnectors. What is a hybrid interconnector? It's one where you're connecting offshore wind parks and countries, so that when the wind is blowing, you're injecting electricity to the markets, and when wind is not blowing, we are connecting our markets to keep prices low. And that's why, in fact, we have to move away from, and here I'm not speaking for the Baltic countries, but for the rest of Europe, from little national optimization story, but think broader, think together, sit around the table, make regional planning, and then suddenly you discover that Europe becomes more energy sovereign and cheaper and more competitive, and we take our burden of the decarbonization as well.
Yes, fair enough. Here we come. I would like to talk to Leif a little bit, because it is our pleasure having Svenska Kraftnät for the first time for the first time in Latvia, this side of Östersjön.
Yeah.
So we are happy to have you here. I'm not sure if you will be happy answering my question there, but about interconnections between Sweden and the Baltic states. But of course, as previously mentioned, interconnections are an essential part of all the European common energy market or energy grid, therefore, because no grid, no market. So, and it was also mentioned previously during the introductory speeches and the previous panel that electricity, well, there's a paradox that electricity flows not according to the laws of physics, but according to the laws, the commercial laws, where, so that in theory, where the price is higher, the electricity flows that way. But it's not that way in the Baltic states exactly, especially after the synchronization, which we can congratulate ourselves with. But we have only one interconnection, physical interconnection between the Baltic states and the rest of Europe, basically ensuring the balancing capacities and then frequency control. So that is the Litpol link between Lithuania and Poland. And the analysis of data shows that in 2024, more than 50% of occasions of the time, the energy was flowing contrary to this commercial principle, was actually ensuring the balancing needs in the Baltic states rather than providing commercial flows. So, of course, the Baltic states are looking eagerly towards, well, in the evening they go down to the seaside and they look westwards and they're thinking, well, there's a country on the other side of this big lake called Sweden, Ungariket, Sverige. And if we would only have opportunity to connect this this interesting place on the other side of the sea, we would get additional cheap electricity because electricity is really cheap normally over there. But of course, there are also 4 price areas in Sweden itself, and there could be huge difference between Sweden area 1, which is north, where the Sami lands, and also the very south tip of Sweden. So it can be as high as in the Baltic States. So it's not exactly that there's paradise over there either, and you have your own north-south flow issues and east-west issues with Norwegians. There's war between Sweden and Norway basically looming because of this. And these are just a few things why allegedly Sweden and Swedish system operator has not been particularly happy to embrace new interconnections with the Baltic states. Am I correct? Or maybe just very briefly and diplomatically cast some light on that.
Yeah, right. But I think what Olivier was into, these hybrid connections type of things, and the market perspective on that, and security perspective, I think that all goes together, and I think you're right, it's sort of mutually dependent on each other. Low cost for the market integration type of things, the security perspective puts another perspective on what to do now than maybe 5 years ago. The discussion is different, definitely. And I think that what you're saying, it's also some you end up in some kind of a political discussion. Which
no politics.
No,
just hardware.
No, but I think that is sort of internally Sweden. Is a lot of discussions going on to say that, okay, why should we export or import the high prices from the other parts of Europe? Is that a good idea? And then it becomes some kind of a political issue to be discussed. And looking from the Swedish perspective, I think what you mentioned, these sort of, usually we have sort of a north-south flow in Sweden now, since the big connectors to UK and Germany from Norway. We have a east-west flow, which makes things quite different, and also the nuclear power in Finland. And the question is sort of how to manage that, because the grid is actually built from north to south, more or less. And I think that the picture at the moment is that the interconnects that we have today is adequate for the need that we see. And I think that it's at the moment sort of we are not planning any interconnect. So if I look in the plan until 2045, I don't see that we have any plans for any additional interconnectors.
That is it. We can close the panel.
No. At the same time, I know that the AST is sort of doing analysis, looking into the possibility to sort of actually go over Gotland with a link to the Swedish mainland from here. And I think that we are sort of in discussions on that. And I think that things might change quickly in the terms of you say this security perspective, that it might be other advantages than just sort of this socio-economic perspective that we see.
Additionally, very quick additional questions here. So, but purely from the TSO's perspective, would you say it would be a big problem having an interconnection from the point of view of system operation, simply with Latvia? Say 700 megawatt cable.
I think that if you sort of do the correct planning analysis and sort of have some kind of a socio-economic perspective that this is good for us, I think it will be no problems. But I think that if it's sort of driven from the wrong perspective, sort of a political thing that you add in, then it might become difficult, I think.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm sitting beside Olivier 50 Hertz. We have this Hansa Power Bridge that was more or less decided, and then a political decision took that out, which I think that we agree that was maybe not a good decision, but it's a little bit this importing higher prices from other countries. At the same time, I think that if you start to think about these security issues that we're facing, that is a motivator to do.
So probably it's fair to say that there are layers to the issue, all right? So the TSOs can handle almost anything that is being thrown at them, but when it comes to decision making, there are certain layers that come on top of that.
Yeah,
right?
Somehow energy is a little bit political, I think.
It's a political political and policy energy.
Yeah.
Right. So, we touched on security aspects as well, and of course, I mean, I'm speaking about these interconnections, which are so essential for the Baltic states, as all of us understand. And there's Estlink 3 in the pipeline. There's also Harmony Link, which would between Lithuania and Poland, which would improve or open up rather the interconnections or this border for commercial flows, which are currently very limited due to the main function of Litpol Link. And therefore, of course, the Baltic TSOs are looking very much towards having these extra connections, and the logic is quite clear. And the Nord-Baltic example between Swedish price area 4 and Lithuania immediately changed the price situation in the Baltic states, and prices increased just slightly on the Swedish end of the cable, but they significantly decreased on the Baltic side. So, but of course there are different patterns of interaction between price areas, and it's not only about the physical flows, it's also of course how the national markets play out, be it in Finland or in Sweden. So sometimes there have been days recently where the price in Sweden 4 price area is higher than the Baltic states during some hours, which is interesting. But all right, so back to the ability of the grid to take up these new capacities. There's this word flexibility of the grid, all right? So we have these new capacities which are volatile, and there's plenty of interest from the industry and also financial investors to actually invest and build and construct these huge wind parks, wind farms, not only on land, but when the on-land capacity is reasonably exhausted, then you can go for a scalable utility scale projects offshore, and that means that there's higher efficiency, higher return, probably shorter payback time, etc. But then again, the question of flexibility, unless you want to go for export with all of these dozens of terawatts installed, not terawatts, no, probably the gigawatts of capacity installed in the Baltic states. Terawatts, that's about Sweden, more about Sweden, but and hydropower, not about the wind and Baltic states. But so these, say, 5 gigawatts of additional wind capacity, I mean, it's already too much for the local consumption. And given that they might actually work as a volatile energy that is suddenly available because the wind is blowing really good in an optimal way. So you need to think not only about the consumption, but also about exporting. And of course, grids come in handy. And there's also the flexibility issue. How would you define the flexibility? And I'm looking here at Ignas probably, because I know, as I said, developers have huge plans for Lithuania, and flexibility. Can you handle it in terms of what to do with all of this energy that suddenly surges in?
Yeah, indeed. And just maybe also touching on the previous question, we do plan for the future where we have excess generation, and we do hope to become, we plan to become net exporters, but with that also comes a lot of fluctuations in the market, a lot of need for flexibility. Personally, I define it quite simply. My personal background, I'm an economist by education, actually from right here in Riga, SSA Riga. I think it can be defined quite simply. We need to achieve that both solar and wind developers have sufficient capture price to make sense of the investments. So we all know the normal graph of prices in the market. When the wind starts blowing or the sun starts shining, we see a huge drop in the prices. When there's nothing generating, we have surges of the prices. So we need sufficient flexibility to sort of make the graph look nice, to make sure that the projects are profitable, at the same time keeping the average cost of electricity for the consumer reasonable. So I think that's the main goal. And all the other tools, how to achieve that, we need to do the math. we need to calculate about the interconnectors, we need to do the math on batteries, and we need to do the math on flexible consumption, local, and yeah, with the hope of providing profitable business for the developers.
Coincidentally, there's a question actually that has come in through Slido, and basically addressing this question and speaking about the surplus energy which all three Baltic states are actually intending to export to their neighbors. So we'll be exchanging electrons, probably. We'll charge up the cars and carry the electrons to Lithuania or Estonia. I don't know, Gatis, do you think have the calculations been done correctly? The question asks, all of us want to export, where to?
I think it's two critical building blocks to make a system flexible and to accept this additional volume of renewables. It's interconnections, and it's shared market rules. And here you talk about electricity and balancing market rules, which also remunerate flexibility, which incentivize flexibility to appear to invest. And I think TSOs in the region are working on that. So you already mentioned interconnections. I think first wave of next interconnection is this horizontal from Finland through Baltics to Poland, Estlink 3 and Harmony Link including, and force interconnection between Estonia and Latvia. I think it's quite critical, this horizontal. And the next step, next wave, as offshore develops, also this, I call it vertical integration, Germany, be it Sweden. So this becomes a necessity if you want to integrate larger volumes of offshore.
Indeed, and there has been actually a very interesting initiative called Memorandum of Understanding between the TSOs of the Baltic states and 50 Hertz. Swedes have been neutral in this case, probably because of you're situated, you're from Gotland.
Yeah, right.
So, so Olivier, would you like to comment briefly on that? Yeah.
Indeed, to be ready for this next wave that you were describing, where you're structurally an exporter, and you must find this sweet spot where you have enough export capacity that in fact you're having good prices in the Baltic countries, but you have a valuable commodity that you can send over to those countries like Germany that will be structurally needing green electricity for the next decades. So even if I'm from the northeast region where we have already 75% of wind and solar, this is not the case for the west and the south of Germany that will be structurally needing green electricity. And that's why we are investigating together, and we have this memorandum of understanding, but on top of it we have also submitted now 2 projects that we're investigating together. One was on the map here as well beforehand, the Baltic Hub, and one is the Baltic Wind Connector. That will be then for the phase 2035 plus, when in fact the next wave of renewables is continuing. And then I think as well we have to analyze together what does it mean for our systems from the different perspectives, sovereignty, markets, socio-economic welfare, decarbonization, etc. And I think we will start also discussing in the next years how to combine that with green molecules. Because I think this is also a source of flexibility we have, not today for the next 2-3 years, but for the wave that comes afterwards, to structurally be able to park, in fact, and to connect those 2 markets, green gas and green electricity. Another source of flexibility. We should not, because I see that also in some fake discussions, people saying, okay, but then this is, we wait for it and then everything will be flexible. It comes with different waves. You have to understand them, you have to get ready for them, and this is the next one we see, where I think as well the countries in the Baltic countries will play a very important role in Europe. We see in the North Sea, because we are active in the North and in the Baltic Sea, as 50 Hertz. We see here also a couple of countries that are front runners there, that will be structurally exporting green energy. But I think in the Baltic region, the Baltic countries will play an absolute key role to play, in fact, on those 2 markets and to harvest the potential of your countries.
So basically, you are maintaining that there is strong German interests in having energy import from the Baltic Sea
Definitely.
region. Okay,
Definitely.
so
This is why we're really taking that serious. And as I said, for different reasons. Everybody's always saying we need electrons. Yes, but we need energy sovereignty.
Yep.
We need security. We need reliability. And this cooperation ticks all those boxes. And this is something really, I must say that very clearly. Germany had a wake-up call a couple of years ago as well. We were thinking that the energy transition, we know how to handle it, etc. And we're having a couple of discussions and we have a master plan. We have discovered that this doesn't work if you're not thinking and planning regionally within Europe in the different seas across the continent, and then I think we're all strong, and it makes no sense to try to optimize it in your own area, even if we have an 80 million area, but even there it makes no sense. And that's why we are happy to be driving this debate together with our governments, because in fact, as you were saying, TSOs can do a lot, but we are there to serve society and to work with politics. This is what we're doing, investigating now via the TYNDP, and we'll come back when we have then something ready for our decision.
yeah. There's of course, and I'm looking at Kalle now, and I'll after Kalle I'll switch to Leif again. But so basically, there is place. The memorandum of understanding is still stands strong, and it has not turned into a memorandum of misunderstanding in any way. So, but there is of course an issue on the table as well. Who is going to pay for all of these offshore grids? And I had a very brief discussion prior to the conference during a prep call, and Kalle was thinking out loud and saying, well, we have sort of not exactly backpedaled, but a little bit, but just we are standing still and thinking of how to pull this exercise off without harming the end consumer.
Yeah, well, this is in our in our case as well. It's evident that the future energy model of Europe, when we have selected that it's going to be renewable based, it needs definitely very strong interconnectors, not only electricity but all of the energy carriers. And the huge challenge is that the current system of financing those interconnectors doesn't really take into account the ability of different parts. Very simple example, if we should be investing into new huge connection from Estonia to Germany, our grid tariff, let's say we would be investing half of it, our grid tariff would go 4 times higher than it's today. Simply not possible. So there need to be, just the scales of projects are such, let's say, on totally different levels. Our domestic projects and the international projects. So there need to be somehow such kind of mechanism which actually allows to fulfill the project without putting too much burden on each side.
Right. Well, basically, I mean, it's a fair issue to omit or dismiss the financing aspect of it or the impact on end consumer. That would be a mistake, simply because even more so because a simple average citizen might be thinking, all right, these guys on the stage are talking about gigawatts of wind capacity and zillions of euros invested in the grid, but most of that is going to go to you know where, it's going to go west. So we need much less for domestic consumption. Why should we be investing in exportability of the TSO? Or why should we be subsidizing German consumers from our economy? I mean, that's the way things sometimes turn out. So, but all right. So Leif is also here, and we should make good use of that. Leif, of course, Sweden had also, I mean, developers in wind farm developers in Sweden had quite some plans, not only for onshore wind farm development, which has been going quite well after the prices returned to normal from the investment point of view, after being historically very lowest for 5 years, there have also been plans for offshore wind farm development, but I mean, quite a number of those have been omitted, and do you think there's something we can learn in the Baltic States? Can you point to one or two things why those plans changed, and also what is the system operator's perspective on that very concise way?
Yeah, right. Looking at the Swedish situation, I think that we have like 50 gigawatt of installed production in total, and the offshore wind applications that we got was 110 gigawatts.
All right.
So it was quite a lot. Just in the Baltic Sea, 55 gigawatts of potential wind power. And one of these sort of security issues that we brought up here earlier, the Swedish defense or the Swedish army says, okay, we don't want to have them out there. And I think that was Giles that talked about it's good for the defense or the army, so to say, and the Swedish army don't really agree there. So I think that of those 55, 30 was sort of taken out of the list due to sort of the defense perspective. But also then there are sort of this we had the mission also to extend the transmission grid to the Swedish territorial waters, which also sort of changed now. So now all the developers need to connect to the transmission grid sort of on the mainland. So there's a lot of things that makes changes from the potential to where we end up in sort of the total amount of
right, but would you? All right. So there's of course this condition of being connected to the Swedish mainland grid. But do you anticipate a scenario where offshore wind farms could actually contribute to these offshore hubs or so-called offshore energy hubs, just like the Bornholm energy hub, for example, between Denmark and Germany? Do you think there's possibility that it might be sometime in the future, say in 10, 15 years? Or it's not realistic?
I think something will happen. That is what I think. Yeah.
All right. Fair enough. I mean, Sweden is net exporter anyway. There are two countries in the Baltic Scandinavian region who are net exporters. That is Norway and Sweden, and today as well. There's very little wind these days. I mean, yesterday and today. Not so much wind there, but still you are exporting over 3 gigawatts of electricity to your neighbors, which is nice. If only there were more interconnections.
Right.
Once again, our time is mercilessly running out.
But a good thing, I think, is the Windworks conference. I think that we had actually like 40 terawatt hours of wind produced last year, and it's still increasing. So that's sort of very good perspective also into the future on that.
And then to be fair, during those days or periods even of days or weeks when there is good wind in Scandinavia, in Sweden and in Finland, we can enjoy really, really good prices. And whenever the Estlink 2 comes back into operation, I think we'll be enjoying the positive consequences of interconnections, which just once again underline the relevance of the grid. I'm looking at these figures to the left-hand side of myself with anxiety, but which says we have to be wrapping up. So basically, 3 things. Grid is a backbone. I mean, it is a must. It has to be there just to ensure secure supplies of electricity. We cannot forget at the same time about the effects the grid has on the operation of the market. So this is where we are looking to interconnections. Right, and I think we are looking towards interconnection, except for Svenska. But there's also future for the offshore grid, it seems, because at some point it seemed that this idea has been buried, but probably not anymore. There's clearly, well, I don't know if we can say there's clearly a business case, but some sort of business is definitely there. We just have to figure out how to invest in that and how to compensate for the investment. And so all of this basically indicates that there is potential for wind industry in the Baltic Sea area. Most likely those onshore wind farms are going to contribute to the national consumption. And when we are looking at the offshore grid, most likely scenario that is going to go mostly, well, energy sharing. It's just like a car sharing. It's sharing electrons, basically. So wherever it is needed, the electricity has the potential to be there, which is good. All right, so after having these 15 minutes of intense discussion, and I know there's artists there behind my hand, so after these 15 minutes, if you would have to summarize one main task, each of you, that your TSO has to do over the next 5 years, say, it's a feasible, it's a horizon that you can be looking at realistically. So 5 years in your TSO, let's begin with Gatis. One thing.
Well, we have 2 gigawatts of connection points building for renewables, and we are opening up additional 4 or 5 gigawatts. So this will be our main job, onshore renewable connection.
Good news for the industry. Ignas.
Yeah, so 2 things. Firstly, immediately, what we're working at the moment, and we need to continue, is to making sure that batteries are successful in our region. That's something that can be done rather quickly. And then within 5 years, Harmony Link, most definitely top priority.
Fair enough. Kalle?
Well, it's simple things. We purchase huge amount of towers and conductors, put them to the right places, and 100% renewable electricity is guaranteed.
Yes, it's good that the technology, the LCOE, the levelized cost of electricity for certain technologies, actually is going down very quickly. Olivier.
And for us, in this context, for the next 5 years, it's ensuring that we have a regional planning that takes into consideration the different needs and benefits, and link it directly to this question of financing, where in fact we're experiencing the same debate in the North Sea right now, that this bilateral stuff, who pays what, etc., in the classical way of doing it, leads to an end, and we have to develop new financial mechanisms to ensure that the benefits and the costs are fairly shared amongst all the participating countries and not only bilaterally.
Yes, probably a little bit more policy coordination in the region as well.
Absolutely. So we must make suggestions how that works, and it must be backed, in fact, by the governance. Then I think we have a breakthrough. Otherwise, the wind party would be over in the 30s, and that's really not what we want.
Right. Leif.
I think...
And new interconnection with Latvia, right?
Let's see. I was thinking that, I mean, building the things that we have planned, I think that's sort of the obvious one. But I think a little bit this system operations perspective, digitalization, we haven't brought that up, but I think that will be really, really important for all the market integration and how to run the system in total. So I think that is something that we are, I wouldn't say struggle with, but we are sort of on that, and that will bring a lot of work for us in the coming 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
A big thank you to all of the speakers in the panel.
And a big thank you to our excellent moderator. Round of applause. Thank you very much.
And see you next time again.
Thank you.
And we have to wait, have to vacate the stage.
Niimoodi. Ja sina saad siit ilusti niimoodi tõmbad siit. Together we create clean energy in clean nature.
Thank you to Utilitas, also a strong wind in our Windworks sales, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, the break is upon us, a short break of 10 minutes until 12:20, when we are going to restart our conference here in this stage and also upstairs. Here, we're going to talk about ports and wind energy, and upstairs, defense is the central topic. We're kicking off the second stage as well, 12:20. Of course, both stages will be online. And right now, enjoy some coffee, enjoy a short break. Also, catch the Ignitis booth, because there you can get a taste of different cold soups. See you back at 12:20. Ladies and gentlemen, dear attendees of Windworks 2025, it's 12:20, which means we are restarting our conference on stage one. Right here, we're going to talk about what ports have to do with renewables, and this means that upstairs, second floor, or the second live stream window has opened up as well. Defense and wind energy is the topic upstairs. I would just like to point out one technical thing. We do have the Slido platform, but this is stage number one, so the code for the Slido platform for this stage is stage one. If you are watching the second live stream or wishing to attend the presentations and panel discussions upstairs, then you have to use a simple code, stage 2. So try not to mix up those Slido windows when you ask the questions. But right now, it is my pleasure to introduce the next keynote speaker who represents the city where the wind is born. Of course, I'm talking about Liepāja. Let's welcome on the stage the CEO of the Special Economic Zone of Liepāja, Mr. Uldis Chmielevskis. Welcome.
Yeah, hello. Very good to be in this event. And yeah, Liepāja, that's the city where the wind is born, and we will talk about wind today. What is Liepāja? So for those who don't know, Liepāja is the largest regional center of industry, tourism and culture. It's a small town with benefits of with a global scope. We have also signed a commitment with other 100 cities in European Union to become climate neutral and smart by 2030. So this goes in line with our plans about green energy. Liepāja has been an industrial city since 19th century, and it is still so. But there have been periods of growth, and there have been also periods when it was not so good. So these are pictures, that's video from my childhood. It's 90s when in Soviet times Liepāja was Navy base, so it's military force. It was, our industry was oriented to east. And in the 90s when Russian army left Liepāja port, so it looked like this. It was a port full of sunken submarines. It was a port full of sunken Navy ships, and to actually start working in Liepāja port, to turn it from military port to trade port, we had to first clean it all out. So you can see how Liepāja looked in the mid of 90s. That was a moment when there were no EU funding available. Latvia was not even dreaming to receive some money from abroad. And so only way to develop city economy was to create something that would help businesses to grow, and that's Liepāja Special Economic Zone. In 1997, law about Liepāja Special Economic Zone was established with the aim to develop, promote trade, manufacturing, shipping, and air traffic, as well as international exchange of goods through Latvia. And its task is to attract investments and create new jobs in Liepāja, and not only in Liepāja, but also in this region as a whole. And that's what we will speak in the panels that will follow after this speech. So numbers always talk. Yeah, so we started with 0 in 90s. So that was a moment when still there was Russian Navy present, but private companies started to invest, started to work, and now we have reached level that's something between 7.5 million tons. So from 0 to something, from Navy port to very active trade port that can accept Panamax vessels with a lot of cargoes, with ferry connection to Germany 6 times a week, grain cargoes, etc., etc. We have always looked to the port not as a port itself, but it has to bring something to the community, it has to bring something to the city. And therefore, synergy between port and manufacturing is vital. So we try to promote businesses that could create jobs in the city and use port infrastructure for exporting the products or importing some raw materials. So therefore, we invested quite heavily in creation of industrial parks, so manufacturers can come and actually build their factories and create jobs. We start to convince our investors that not only simple buildings can be built, but also some architecture can be renovated and old buildings returned back to new life. And this is one of the nicest examples of industrial buildings that we have in Liepāja, and we have a few more to come. And the target that we set, it was 8 years ago. We wanted that 10 new factories being built in Liepāja city within 4 years. So now 7 years have passed and we have 27. Yeah, so we actually are seeing that investment is coming to Liepāja, and that's pretty good sign. We have one more challenge. It's transformation of old steel factory. You can just imagine how old steel factories look like. Not green. These are some pictures of the moments when this company was working. It's also my childhood, 90s and beginning of this century, black smoke all over the town. In 2013, company got bankrupted, and now we start to turn this territory, more than 120 hectares, into green industrial park. So a lot of challenges that we have already done, but what's next? It was 3 years ago. 3 years ago, there was an event when big companies were telling that, well, there's going to be offshore wind development in Baltic Sea, but we don't have port in neither Latvia, neither Lithuania, neither Estonia. And ports, please come and do something. And we looked at the map, we looked at the planned territories of where wind farms in offshore would be built. And we looked where our port is located, Liepāja, and we see that actually location is, everybody says that it's central location, but if you look at this map, we see that all the offshore wind farms are quite close to Liepāja port. And so we started actively to work in this area, and we made a concept that we have plenty of territory to create new offshore wind terminal, so 55 hectares or even more, with new quay walls. That is territory that is currently covered with water, so we need, like in Holland, we have to get how to say, land instead of water. And last year we were happy to announce that we signed land reservation agreement with Dutch company Van Oord, and later on Van Oord was joined by consortium partner Euroports and Smulders, and so this consortium as developers is planning and working to create offshore wind marshalling port and also heavy lift terminal in Liepāja port. We started to work with this project, but when you start to work on something then something else comes on top of it. And also last year was very significant because we signed another land reservation agreement with company CIS Latvia, CIS Liepāja, about building hydrogen production plant. Quite big one with 1 gigawatt electricity connection, and so this project is also moving onwards. We had just this week discussion, and actually we in the process of development we will locate another location inside of Liepāja port. But so this is another project. One more project that would utilize already what I already told about. It's hydrogen production that is being planned in Liepāja port, and also CO2. So we know that CO2 has to be captured, and cement industry is thinking about that. And by 2030, our cement factory in Brocēni is planning to capture all cement that they emit at the moment. And so there's a plan what we are working on to create CO2 export terminal in Liepāja port, but we don't want to send all the CO2 out to store under the ground. So we want some part of the CO2 used as raw materials for some other production. And that's another project, is sustainable aviation fuel, so manufacturing of fuel, aviation fuel in green way from hydrogen that is produced from wind farms, from solar farms. and also from CO2, from carbon. Because if you look at chemistry formulas, fuel actually consists just of 2 letters. It's C and H. And if we can source them green way, then it's the way to do it. And Fokker Next Gen, company that plants in Liepāja Airport, use Liepāja Airport territory to produce hydrogen-powered aircrafts. So another big project that has settled in Liepāja. And when we look at all those projects together on a map, and I was very positively surprised that all these companies actually communicate very well together. So their success is can happen if other projects succeed. Yeah, so and in one of those meetings when we had several companies together, so idea came up. Well, we think that we have to sign memorandums that all those projects happen in some coordinated manner, and so therefore idea of Liepājas Sustainable Industry Hub came up, and together with Liepāja municipality, together with private investors, OneOrd, Euroports, Smulders, also Fokker Next Gen, Norsaf, CIS Liepāja, Latvian Investment Development Agency, and Riga Technical University, which is based also in Liepāja. So currently we work to make all those projects happen, and not only commercial projects, but also education. We work on study programs and on science. And that's shortly my presentation. I would ask to put one small video, and then we would go for our next panel, please. So I'm very happy that companies with millions and billions of turnover have selected Liepāja as a place to do their investment, and I'm looking forward that these projects all get implemented, and we can invite you to see them in Liepāja. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Chmielewskis, and thank you for the courage to moderate our next panel. Yeah. I invite you to take your seat as the moderator for our next talk on ports. As the presentation highlighted, ports nowadays are not just a trade point of goods, it is a driving force of economy, and as one Latvian poet once said, survive shall the one who will evolve. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about that, and joining Uldis on the stage is the Parliamentary Secretary of the Ministry of Economics of Latvia, Mr. Jurģis Miezainis. Let's welcome him. Joining him is the United Kingdom's Trade Commissioner for Europe, Mr. Chris Barton. Welcome. Also, the Director of Project Development at One Nord, Mr. Roger Klaskin. Welcome. We would like to see on the stage also the CCO of the Port of Rouen, Mr. Jeppe Lacour. Welcome. All right, Mr. Chmielewskis, take it away.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, dear panelists. We have a topic, if you just to remind you, what ports have to do with renewables and economy. So we have had many discussions in different formats in conferences about what ports are required for building offshore wind farms. We have spoken a lot about quay walls, how many tons per square meter and how many hectares are needed. But this time I would like that we focus a little bit on something else. What wind, and not only wind, the industry actually bring to the ports, it's one thing, but what it brings also to the regions, to the cities, and to the local economy. And Chris, maybe I could start with you. So you come from United Kingdom, and United Kingdom has a lot of experience in energy. And can you tell, is there life behind the fence of the port related to offshore wind and energy at all?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of the many ways in which I think the offshore wind development has benefits, obviously in and of itself, but much more generally. I mean, just to give you a little bit of a flavour, I mean, in the UK we have a very large number of ports which are now involved in enabling the offshore wind industry, and different ones of them are sort of specialised in different areas. So you've got some which are focused, for example, on the turbine manufacturing, some on the assembly, some more on the operations and management, some on the innovation and R&D. So for the ports themselves, they're great opportunities, but also, of course, behind all those things, there's a big supply chain. And I was really struck, actually, the other day, I was in Scotland where they did a big event on this, and saying the supply chain, when we think of the supply chain, some of it is in the areas you would imagine, so for products directly related to the ports and to the manufacturing that goes there. But also a lot of it is in areas which you may think are nothing to do with offshore wind. There's like the hotel industry, the catering industry, the other bits of the economy which supply. So we have seen certainly that not only does offshore wind rejuvenate a lot of ports in different ways, but it has a real knock-on effect for the local economy and wider economy, and across a very broad range of different elements, which is, again, as I say, one of the real advantages, I think, of this offshore wind development. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Can you confirm it? You are in the middle of Baltic Sea, and I would say the most active port in offshore at the moment. What is your experience?
Well, I can only confirm that, and I would say when I entered the wind industry around 6 years ago, I was very questioned when the first question I was asked were for projects at Port of Rouen was, do you have a supermarket, do you have a cinema? And I was just like, of course we do, but it just tells how important it is that there's a local life around the port that you're creating. Because we made a study in our small group of companies that has been throughout the last 10 years, we have been working on trying to prepare ourselves for the arrival of wind projects at the port. And in our study, we said that 70 companies or 70 local shops have been actively involved in the first project that we had in the port. And that goes from major involvements, but it also goes down all the way to the baker who sold extra bread rolls. But we can see it in our local restaurants, we can see it in our hotels, we can see it in the supermarkets that they have a full project with more than 100 people per project that is entering a site and is actually becoming an active part of the local society. So I can only confirm it.
Can you share what was actually experience of or history of Rønne, like with fishery and?
Yeah, I mean Rønne is the commercial port on Bornholm, which is a fairly small island in south of Sweden, and historically we have been very large in the fishing industry. But on the quota system that died in the late 80s, and for some time Bornholm have tried to find its DNA, because we are used to live off the sea, and certainly we didn't have that possibility. So when we had the possibility to not be in the outskirts of Denmark, but certainly be in the center of the development of offshore wind in Europe, we grabbed this possibility, and we at a very early stage said, okay, this is where we can actually make a difference and make use of our geographical position as well as the hard soil underground that we have, and we therefore involved and had our first area ready in 2019, where we have been installing projects continuously since.
Yeah. Basically transformation from fishery port to offshore port.
Yes,
yeah.
Indeed.
This is something actually reflects also to Liepāja and actually other ports here, because in some 20 years ago, a lot of fishing fleet was, and a lot of people were employed in fishing industry. But now we know that Baltic Sea there's less fish, so it's less fishing ships, less people employed. So people who actually love and would love to be maritime people, they have to go somewhere else, Atlantic Ocean or further. So, and we with our maritime college that is also based in Liepāja city, so we're planning to open offshore wind programs, yeah? And so people who live in our region, they could actually work those maritime jobs in proximity of their hometown instead of going 3 or 6 months in far seas. But what I would like to ask to Roger, you have a vast experience in management of different ports. What do you see from your experience how offshore is developing regions, and maybe port administrations have to look at some other angles?
I can give you some experience from my time with Port of Rotterdam when we created Maasvlakte 2 with a vision of what that part of the port was going to look like. And it was basically for a bio-based chemical cluster for containers. If we would then have suggested to make it an offshore marshalling port, people would have to inquire after your mental health, because we're not creating land at 300 euros per square meter to put a marshalling port there. At that time, ports were mainly driven by volume and size, and terminals were constructed for a period of 30 plus years for one single activity with a take-or-pay agreement from an industry, so life was pretty simple. Right now we see that you have to be agile and flexible. You're no longer building terminals and ports for something that will last for 25 plus years, whereas we don't even know what's going to happen next week. So you see now, and that's a challenge with building new offshore marshalling ports, that to create a business case, you have to look beyond just the revenue that a terminal directly creates for the terminal operator and for the port. You're creating an ecosystem, as you have shown on the slide, and this is what we have seen in Rotterdam as well. You're creating jobs, you're attracting ancillary industries, and as a rule of thumb, we said in the Port of Rotterdam that €1 invested by the port generates about €8 from other companies, let alone from the other activities that it generates. But you need finance. So if you're a big port, you can basically do this on your book of business that you have, like Port of Rotterdam has been in existence for 300-400 years. For smaller ports like Liepāja, it is difficult to do this on your own book of balance unless the government writes you a fat check. And I've heard PPAs, I've heard CFD. I think it's for these type of activities a cost for difference approach also for the realization of infrastructure would make sense. Preferably not cash out by the government, but merely guaranteeing a lesser utilization for a certain period of time, which is only required for the banks. Because if you want to raise project finance, they want to know what's happening beyond 5 years, what's happening beyond 6 years. And that's the big challenge. So on the one hand, you need scale, so you can't build small infrastructure. But on the other hand, like the port where the phase one of what we're looking at Liepāja is 135 million. Just for maybe one secure or two secure projects for the first 4 years. Basically, you cannot do this on an individual basis. So that's where you have to look at the value creation overall, take a holistic approach, and have a kind of an equalizer in the value you create and the investment it requires.
Yeah. So we actually came to financing from what ports are bringing to local economy, how to actually to create such a possibility to generate some income. And I'm happy that Ministry of Economics is represented here on this panel. And now I have asked Jurgis to use this question, how government actually is looking at those changes, because we also at the moment are in the moment of transition. So cargo volumes are reducing, dropping, but we have possibility to enter into something new that never existed, and maybe 5 or 10 years ago we even didn't thought that Latvian ports has such a possibility. So what Latvian government, Ministry of Economics has to say about it, and I must say that you asked that not to ask you very hard questions, and actually I can't afford, because the doors of Ministry of Economics are always open, and we actually very much work on those different solutions, how to make those projects happen.
Yes, thank you for having me here. Jurgis Miezainis, Parliamentary Secretary for the Ministry of Economics. I like the tone of our panel discussion regarding the fat checks from the government, because everyone understands that it's not that easy. And we have to have approach where we evaluate all of the strengths for our ports. And Liepāja, as we saw in your keynote speech, has found this place under the sun. They are quite well focused on what they want. As I see that the focus is on fuel production, adding value, and whenever we look at viability for offshore wind, and we have had studies from the Ministry of Economics and from Latvian Investment Agency. What we see, local production and adding value after the electricity. So we are at the point currently where we look at what's beyond the first process. So how to connect all of these processes, how to create this value, as you already spoke, that we can see that value chain grows. And because it's essential. It's essential. If we can't or we don't have this fat check to subsidize everything, the business case. And I would say that is the elephant in the room. How to create business case from the regulation perspective, from the demand perspective and supply perspective, and how to connect all of the dots, because what we can see in other sectors already, that sometimes export markets are one of the main drivers for investment, for development of new renewable technologies. Other times it's local consumption. And as many of you know, there's one of the wind parks that is planned in the Baltic Sea. It's Elwind. We are currently in the process of researching this building site, so it would be ready for the business as a pilot project. And while we are doing that, in the same time as Liepāja, there are other ports like Riga, Ventspils, that are developing their own infrastructure and infrastructure focused on the renewables. And I think it will end up like a good combination where every port has their own like specific model or specific path they are going. One will create wind turbine parts, the other one will create engines, because the times where ports are looked as like logistic hubs, as we already understand, it's ended. Currently, ports are bases for manufacturing, not only logistics. So if we can combine this, and we can create added value throughout this value chain, that everything that was shown in your vision for the green industrial zone can become economically viable, even if the state will give out some support, because the turnover from these companies and the products they are making and the products they are exporting, products they are using, every single step will give like added bonus to our GDP, so our economy will grow. And this approach, I think, is the key. But currently we are in the process for every single port. The strength is that they're near the sea, they are logistical hubs, they have connectivity, but how to transition and how to transform them in these industrial strong bases.
Roger, I think you have to say something.
In my experience with what you say is totally correct, but fragmentation is lethal. So focus. If you have the business of offshore marshalling ports, it's difficult as it is to get one off the ground, let alone three, for a market that will come over time, for there's limited approach initially. So in my experience, we've seen the same thing in other markets. Try to cluster, as was mentioned by Darius. Clusterization is very important. We also have a division where we install wind farms. We don't like to go to Ventspils for the turbines and to Riga for the nacelles and to Liepāja for the blades, because it will make the project too expensive. And just to give you an idea, the new generation wind installation vessels, they have a daily running cost of between $350,000 and $400,000. So spending one more week than anticipated will have a huge impact on the capex. So clustering and focusing and scale is really of the key. And all ports will play a role. There will be smaller parts which come by container, but this is a port that has to handle monopiles which weigh 2,200 tons. That's 2.2 million kilos. They have the length of the Eiffel Tower. So you cannot do this in every port. So my advice would be create even more value out of the existing infrastructure that you have in your ports for some part. But for the bigger installation, you need really dedicated terminals, which come at a significant expense, and you only have immediate use for the first 4 or 5 years. So if you then have to compete again with 5, 6 other ports in the region, you will basically kill your investment. And that's why I said, we have seen this also in Rotterdam. Cluster, focus, and you will have a first mover advantage as a country. In some cases, I will say, and this is not for outside this room, democracy is not a good model for port development. It's because if too many cooks, they spoil the soup. Leave it to the industry specialists. That would be my recommendation.
Yeah, but you are only cook in the Baltic Sea at the moment. That's what you have to say about it.
Just to follow up on that, I think the main thing that you need to think about when you're considering port is that we are not acting as a production factory. We are actually a service provider, because what we provide is security and documentation. And then we happen to have land. But in reality, what you need from a good marshalling port is exactly what you're saying. It is that you are secure, that you can store your things, and you can get them out without any issues. And that is actually the main idea of an offshore port. It is to provide that service of security and documentation. that being said, I also think that we need to look into that ports will not be over-investing going forward. And to do that, we need a little bit of regulation in regards to who will be the main ports, so that we don't have like a lot of ports investing into something where they cannot generate a high enough revenue. And we have seen that with a couple of ports in Denmark that haven't been able, they have built something that haven't been in use, and therefore they have not been able to enter their own depth. So some kind of regulatory as to, we know it in another part of the logistic chain where we have the 10T ports.
Exactly.
You could have that as you know, these are the hubs that are recognized as critical infrastructure all the way through. But I'm all in for commercial markets, but some kind of regulation needs to be done, because what you don't need when you are having a when you are investing in very high initial capital costs, it is on security. And what we're having right now is that the governments, they are bombarding with tenders that some years are there's hardly any parks coming out, and some years there's a lot of gigawatts that need to be installed, and that is not a flexibility that the ports can provide, because they are built. It's something that you are built with the long side on, and therefore we need to have a little bit of streamline so that the project will be divided out, so we have an equal amount of gigawatts being installed every year, and then we need to have some kind of flag saying these ports are the ones that are critical for the future renewable energy construction.
Yeah, that's what we probably miss at the moment is clarity of what projects, what year will actually happen. Yeah, so that actually a little bit makes difficult planning infrastructure development, because if all the projects would we know each date, then it would be easy to plan.
You need to have a continual cash flow when you have a very large initial investment in an infrastructure.
Yeah. So what is UK experience in this? Do you have many ports or one port?
So we have a large number of ports which have got interest in offshore wind, and that partly reflects just the variety of offshore wind that is and the scale of the deployment that we're doing, but also to pick up on the excellent point on focus. As I alluded to earlier on, we found that some ports have developed particular expertise in some areas, and so I mentioned, for example, a port in Hull where they've focused particularly on blade manufacturing, and that flows from decisions by companies as well. So in that case, it was Siemens Gamesa who decided to particularly invest there. Other ports have focused more on the O&M side or on the assembly side. Of course, there's certain things you need to do everywhere, but a bit of focus on particular areas is powerful. I think also just to pick up on the point about there's a little bit of a chicken and egg in some of this, isn't it? That you need to get, and I guess that goes for all infrastructure investment. To get the infrastructure investment, they need to know that there's the demand and the constant source, but to have that demand, they need to know the infrastructure is there. So I think it comes back to a little bit of, I was speaking earlier on today about having that very clear ambition and sense of direction from government overall about what you're trying to do, be clear at the level of the scale of deployment, and then individual ports, they may not know exactly what's going to be built where, but they can at least have the confidence that there is going to be a thriving industry, there is going to be a lot of deployment, and I think that's one way of trying to square this circle of giving a sense of direction without it being, government thinking that it's going to design exactly who builds what where, because that's not going to be effective.
Chicken and egg, I think, since we work on this offshore industry, I have heard probably 1,000 times, and this is actually really illustrating the problem. Yeah? So who comes first? Either it's port, either it's projects with developers. But what do you would have to say about?
Yes, I would like to firstly express one thing. For Latvian ports, the size of our country is an advantage. So we're not that of a big country, so our ports are big, but if you compare it to the leading ports in Europe, they are quite small. So this clustering effect, of course, it will happen. It will happen naturally in every single place. But regarding the costs for like production and a bit diversifying throughout the ports won't be huge, because I think Latvian size will play a role that is positive. So Liepāja, Ventspils, they're close. Riga, close again. So these things will be the positive part for us. There will be place for everyone. But when we talk about the Liepāja strategy, what I can see that their focus, and it's really in their strategy, that how to get from the electricity that is produced to the next generation fuels for aircraft themselves, testing grounds, etc., etc., etc. So their focus is very clear. So currently it's how to get all of the components for this to happen there. So either Liepāja will be again a part of the construction supply chain. They have good possibilities, they have good strong points. Will other like elements, for example CO2, will come from inside Latvia, or they will be imported in if we won't have enough, for example, from capture. Again, good, strong point for Liepāja. The demand, local demand, and proximity, I think, to one of the biggest oil refineries in the Baltic region as well. Strong point again. So when we combine all of these strengths, we can see that this clustering will become natural. But for Latvia, I think it doesn't play as a big of a role if the manufacturing part for the components and the things that are used in supply chains can be as well a bit more democratic, a bit more distributed between ports. Of course, the business will say they won't do the same thing. And we understand that they won't manufacture, for example, if Riga will manufacture blades, Liepāja won't do it, because it will be, the competition won't be economically viable. But
at the end of the day, it's the industry that will decide the place. But in a particular business case for Liepāja, it would help, because ports have two revenue streams, the port use and land lease. So if a bank would look at a project, say, if you have a customer that has signed up for 25 years, be it a manufacturer, that would help your other business case, which is fragile. So if you're only purely living on port use with marshalling ports, you won't be able to generate sufficient funds unless you ask for an incredible price to the developer, which he's not being able to pay. So again, it comes back to the chicken and the egg. But at the end of the day, it's the manufacturers that will decide for themselves if there's a golf course, if there's good schools, good hotels, cheap housing, good staff. That is something that is beyond us. But typically they go where the business is. And we've seen this also in Rotterdam, where when SIF, the monopile manufacturer, went to the Maasvlakte, that created a huge debate within the port of Rotterdam, because that is not why we built it. We want to have high volume activities like a container terminal or bulk terminal. But then our shareholders, the Ministry of Finance and the municipality said, but it creates so much spin-off, and the upside of that is much more than a flow of iron ore or fossil fuel related activities. So you need to have a vision to look beyond the 5 years. And if you look at the potential in the Baltic, there is enough business for maybe 4 or 5 ports, but not in synchronization after one another. And I think for Latvia, it's a phenomenal opportunity to have a first mover advantage, because once you are there, then you are the only certain element in the system. Right now, it's there might be a wind farm. Oh, we only have a wind farm if there will be a port. But the port will only be there if the wind farm is coming. So there's a timing element as well.
Thank you. But the thing is, there will be a wind park because, like Elwind, we have a stand here as well. It's already in the process. So the research part for the territory is happening currently. So there is a demand already known that it will be there. The part that I agree, as you spoke, that we have to focus and we have to use this part for that local demand to foster the growth of industry in our ports. And what I can see that the benefits from, for example, the same Elwind will be quite cheap energy for the industry that comes after the generating of electricity. The part that is unknown currently, that we can't completely know, that what will be the demand of the new products that comes after. How can we make a business case for them, for the new fuels, for ammonia, green ammonia, for hydrogen itself? And how can we find that perfect balance for the investors, because the investors are very interested currently. There are, I think, not only what were shown there, but there are quite a lot of other companies and different technologies as well that are coming to the Ministry of Economics, that are coming to the Liepāja, that are coming to the Riga and saying, hey, we are interested in manufacturing the modern synthetic fuels for the future, because we understand the green transition is in full swing currently. The demand will be there. We are ready to invest, but we would need some guarantees. So currently in Ministry of Economics, we as well are creating a strategic document that is focused on I would say, I call it short, it's like the net zero strategy. And the net zero strategy is basically what we can do with the energy that will be the side effect of the greening of our electricity grid. So we will have some surplus. How to create value for it, how to create bigger demand for electricity consumption as well at the same time, and how to create the business case, what comes after. So it's quite a hard puzzle where all the keys are black, and there are like 3,000 to 1 million pieces, and you don't know, either it's 1 million pieces or 3,000 pieces, and all of them are black.
I can compare, maybe you all remember that music was on tape recorders, yeah, and then CDs started to come in, and it was like different companies was like CD or mini disc or different sizes, different formats, and and then they ended with CD format. So actually all those were taken out, yeah, but it took I don't know, 15, 20 years, and who has CD player at home? Everybody's streaming music. This seems like a moment that, yes, there's transition from fuel to green, but which will be this green in the end, it's not clear finally yet, and so it probably will take some 5, maybe 10 years when we really will understand which is the most, the best, or maybe there will be several that are that is good for one and something will be good for others. So maybe Chris, maybe you can, what happens in UK at the moment, which fuels, which energy is the best, or maybe you have found which CD size is right.
Well, in general, for the low carbon transition, we're very much in the, as they say, the all of the above strategy. Certainly when we've looked at making the transition to net zero economy, no one technology is going to do it. And that's why the UK, across the whole renewable spectrum, offshore, onshore, solar, bio, we're interested in and developing. We're developing nuclear, we're developing CCUS, we're developing hydrogen, storage, And we think that really for most countries to make that transition, you need to look at that full mixture. Or suspicious when people say the answer is energy efficiency, or the answer is this. You think, well, probably not, because you're going to have to use every option there. I think also just on one specific, which is interesting, because I know there's a lot of discussion on that, on hydrogen in particular, and the long list of different colours of hydrogen. We've also taken the view that, particularly at this stage, when you're starting, it's important to allow that variety and for different approaches to be taken, and you don't want to jump in too early and say, again, the answer is one particular option, because it's premature at this stage. And sometimes you need to accept technologies which may not be the final one that you're going to get to. So again, in TAVE, you've got hydrogen, which isn't entirely sort of renewable at this stage. Probably our long-term solution is going to have to be that you only use hydrogen that is generated through completely low-carbon sources. But if you mandate that from day one, then you don't allow the market to develop. So you do need a bit of transition as you move from one technology to another.
So then the right answer is actually, at the moment, we have to experiment, we have to be very open to different projects, different ideas. Is it so?
Currently, it could be a surprise what hatches from the egg. I would say it like that. Because but doing nothing isn't a solution. And I completely agree. The more diverse energy mix you have, the more, firstly, you have the security. The greener the energy mix is, the better it is for the local environment and for ourselves as humans, for our future. And thirdly, if you can create, use the local like production, support like this value chain, it's very good for the economic growth. So from like the government's perspective, of course, we will provide like the first projects, like try to kick off the ball, like be the first player on the field that will kick, hey, here's the football, we are kicking it off. Business, compete. Business, create. Business, innovate. And during all of the stages, there will be additional support as well. And we have it currently in place. So we are trying to increase, like, for example, financing for research and development. We are going all of these different routes. As I said, all the pieces are black because it's the future. And we don't know. We will be the leaders with 3,000 of them, or we will need 1 million of them.
But on an optimistic note, there are some pieces that are not black, they are white, which is the location of your 3 ports, because that is something that nobody can replace. And I think looking partly industry and partly developer, it's also about predictability and reliability. So if you work with a professional port authority where you know they're a reliable partner and you're basically sticking together to develop things, and that also plays a key role, and our experiences as Van Noord with the Latvian government are excellent, because they have a business mentality and say, how can we do this? And we're in the same thing. So but ports you don't build overnight. It's about a process of 3.5 to 4 years. So as Jeppe, no, you cannot just say, okay, right, we'll come tomorrow. That is a bit of a challenge.
Okay, there are some like white and gray shades for the corner pieces, so it's easier to do it. I agree to this, because as well, for example, for the Liepāja, the aviation fuel industry, we can see is the focus, and there is already commitment for it. Like Fokker is committed to come to Liepāja. How was it? Yeah, the SAF fuel creator. So we know that they are like already investing in it. They are already seeing their future, how they can combine. What we can't see is how the market will swing, what will happen like outside of our borders as well. But for that, Latvian government is writing the strategy documents, creating support mechanisms to foster the innovation, to help the business get to the decision, hey, this looks like a good idea and I can risk it on the one specific black piece and
But
turn it white.
I think where the governments could support the most is actually creating a demand. Not telling what is the shape and figures that you need to do, but creating a demand. Here you have the airplanes where you are creating them. They can come and actually develop a market, and then the commercial market will simply find its product that way through. So in my head, it's about creating the demand, and then we find out what should be the specific project. So you need to know the lock before you know which key it is.
Yes, this is very interesting discussion, but unfortunately we're running out of time already. Yeah, it is very good that we have still some coffee breaks and lunch breaks just after this discussion, and so we'll have a possibility to continue this. But possibly there is something you wanted to say but didn't had the possibility to say yet. So I would like to give word for each of you for some closing remarks, maybe some outcomes of this discussion, and maybe some. I don't know what government should do, what companies should do, what ports should do, but I'm very happy from this discussion that we actually went out of the port territory into the city, into the region, into country. So Jeppe, I would start with you.
Yeah, well, first of all, I think we need to consider renewable energy as something that we need to cherish just as anything else. We need to be self-sufficient within Europe. We need to be able to consider it as our military investments also. They go hand in hand. So they need to be working together. One doesn't work without the other. So for security reasons, we need to be standing on our own legs in regards to future energy. Thereafter, I think it's very, very important that we create a certainty over time, so there is a plan. We can right now see Poland is actually making an offshore plan that is working. They have a 2030 plan, a 2040 plan, and a 2050 plan, and companies are able to invest with that security behind them because they know what will happen. A lot of the rest of us, the countries, would really benefit from having a plan that they actually stick to. Because right now, with tenders being put out and withdrawn and nobody is bidding, it just creates uncertainty, and that is not what we want in an industry where we need to focus so much on innovation, both on the port side, but also on the fuel side and everything that goes around it. We need some kind of guidance as to where will we head, not 1 week ahead, but 10, 50 years ahead. Because it's some quite large investments and some changes that we need to do, and we need to be sure that there's a demand for whatever it is that we're providing, areas, production facilities or services. We need to be able to know that we're not just investing into something that will vanish within the next 2 or 3 years.
Fully agree. Roger, what do you would say?
I think that a lot of things have been said today about a critical infrastructure. Grid is a critical infrastructure. I perceive ports as the same thing. It's a key enabler to facilitate the energy transition. And it's one of the few investments that would never go to waste because it's there for the next 100 years. And if you would use it for one activity today, you might use it for something else today. There might be a demand for naval bases going forward. So it's not money wasted, but the challenge is earning it back in a relatively short time. If you're beyond that hurdle, and that's if you have some support mechanisms, where that is a kind of an equalizing system of burden and benefit, then this can really work. But ports are a critical enabler in the end. Without the port, all of your projects in Liepāja, they will be challenging to realize them. So it's one of the few nodes that are critical, and they should be looked at that as such.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. Well, I think just a couple of things that struck me. One, the overall sort of case, both for offshore wind and for port infrastructure in particular, has really come through, I think, from a range of the comments in terms of what it generates in and of itself, but also the wider sort of benefits for the local economy and region. So the case is really compelling. And then I think to deliver that, two things that come out for me. One is around predictability, having that sort of commitment and forward look as to what's the policy environment, what is the commitment overall to the ambition for deployment, and that will enable the investment that we need. So that predictability is really important. The other is a partnership. Partnership between countries, partnership between government and business, something we haven't had time to talk about today, but also with academia, which I think is really important. No one institution, no one sector can do this by themselves, so it has to be something that we do together. So that, predictability and partnership I'd underline. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jurgis, please, your remarks.
So, thank you. The first thing is what we know, and it's certain, and one building block is that the energy in the future will be renewable. Sooner or later, but it will be. So this is something that we have to understand. We as a country have to use our strengths. For example, Liepāja, location. And my job from like the position of the government is to foster this growth, to foster innovation, and support the growth, and have clear strategies in place how to direct the businesses to achieve the transition to renewables.
Thank you, dear panelists. I must say that all the ideas and topics that we exchanged today brings confidence that we have to do something. That's the first thing, and it will be beneficiary for not only port, but it will be beneficiary for city, for people that live in the regions, for all country. That will provide us possibility to generate new jobs, well-paid jobs, increase exports, and actually that's a benefit for all country, for economy growth. And what I felt as most, and actually in this event with people in audience and people in coffee breaks, that everybody is willing to cooperate, everybody is sharing knowledges, providing support, giving a helping hand, and I wish that we keep that attitude and moving projects forward together in Latvia, in other countries, in whole Europe, and make Europe stronger again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well said. A round of applause to our dear panelists and our excellent moderator. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are moving on to our lunch break right now. But before you go, another look at one of the partners of Windworks from Liepāja, UPB. Let's take a look. UPB, a partner of Windworks with an ever-growing mindset of evolution. Thank you to them as well for helping us come together. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, if we take a look at our watches, we're going to return here at 2:30. Right now, we are having our lunch break, and be sure to enjoy some cold soup at Ignitis booth. And I've heard there is some beer to taste at DS1 booth. Meanwhile, enjoy the networking break and see you back here at Windworks. Welcome back, dear ladies and gentlemen, to Windworks 2025. This is stage 1. Welcome back. Happy to see you all. Please gather in from the networking room. I saw that there were a lot of networking happening during the lunch break, so I hope it was a true value to you, as these conferences are only part content, it is part the people that you meet, and I hope that we have brought here the people that you wanted to meet, and you already established some new connections that you can use in the future. And of course, at this moment, I would just like to extend my gratitude to our supporters and partners who I hope you visited during the break in the expo zone around the area. Thank you to all of them, which you can see on the screen, coming together for this great cause. This morning was quite the fruitful one. We were talking about on this stage with local and national leaders on topics that are extending far beyond our borders here in the Baltics, looking at policy changes, the Baltic grid, the crucial role of wind energy in the growth of our economies. And we are continuing on this stage, because on this second part of the program, we're going to look more into offshore development, into financial mechanisms, everything for your enjoyment. Also to everyone who is watching us online right now, quite the online presence on the Windworks website and YouTube channel. Happy that you are with us also digitally. While I'm going to introduce our next speaker on this stage, upstairs you can hear more about hydrogen in the Baltics, but you are at the right stage right now, because it is my honor to introduce on this session, opening our stage, is Her Excellency, the Ambassador of Netherlands to Latvia. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome her on the stage, Miss Claudia Peters. Welcome.
Labdien! Good day, welcome everyone. It is a great honor to welcome you here today to the Windworks conference, the offshore wind part, as the Dutch ambassador to Latvia. I do realize that the current moment is actually a very challenging one for a speech right after the lunch break, but I will try my best to keep your attention. What I mainly want to do is to briefly explain to you the Dutch participation to this conference, connected to the Dutch interest in Latvia and the Baltic region, and the long-standing Dutch expertise in the wind energy sector. You might have noticed our information stand located in the lobby right outside this hall. It is decorated in bright orange, and you cannot miss it. Please stop anytime to get more information and to meet in person with Dutch companies that are here today. You are also most welcome at the Netherlands Lounge, a networking space where you can meet with the Dutch representatives, and my colleagues from the embassy are on hand to help you, so do not hesitate to reach out to them. Why? Because the Netherlands has long been at the forefront of the offshore wind development, with the sector contributing significantly to the country's energy transition. As of today, the Netherlands has 4.7 gigawatt of installed offshore wind capacity, with ambitious plans to reach 21 gigawatt by 2032. The Dutch offshore wind industry, having successfully navigated the challenges of scaling up this technology, offers over 25 years of experience and ideas. What we also understand is that the offshore wind energy sector is not without its challenges, and that these challenges too must be addressed. This is where the Dutch wind industry can also speak from experience about what has worked and what has worked less well. The Dutch interest in Latvia's wind energy sector remains strong. The past 4 years, I've personally met with many Dutch wind energy companies visiting Latvia and the region. I'm therefore pleased that again there is a sizable trade delegation of offshore wind companies today here. with some participating in panel discussions, sharing their experiences on various topics ranging from offshore wind to financing, from the coexistence with the defense sector to the development of ports. On this last topic of port development, actually one of the leading Dutch companies in the industry, Van Oort Dredging and Marine Contractors, together with its partners Smulders and Euroports, is now working to create a world-class offshore wind support base and an oversized cargo terminal in the port of Liepāja. The MOU was signed here last year at this very stage during the Windward conference then. Their new terminal will develop port infrastructure capacity needed for the construction of wind farms in the entire Baltic Sea. A concrete example of the steps taken together here in the region. In addition, the ports of Ventspils and Riga have developed plans to support renewable energy projects and innovation, and their ambitions are to be applauded, and we look forward to collaborating in these areas. To conclude, I hope that today will provide an opportunity for you to exchange knowledge and work on innovative solutions that will help achieve a sustainable and energy-secure future. I want to express a special thanks to Katrina Duka-Gulbe and the Latvian Wind Energy Association for the excellent partnership. It has been a sincere pleasure working with you. And let me end by wishing you all a successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Peters. It was truly a pleasure of you also attending our conference, and we certainly can learn a lot from a country that previously was known for windmills, and as we heard, nowadays are known for wind farms, harnessing the power of wind. We can certainly learn a lot from you, and thank you for being a part of Windworks 2025. But before we begin our next panel discussion, we have another video. Let's take a look.
Wind. It's all around us. It's an energy that cannot be stopped. And we, Elwind, turn it into a force that drives us forward in both Latvia and Estonia. We are here to create. We don't just dream about the future, we create it. Offshore wind energy is an investment in Latvia's future. Energy is no longer just an economic driving force. It is our security and our opportunities. It is the certainty of affordable and accessible electricity for everyone. Elwind's contribution to Latvia is attracting investment to the Baltic region, its ports, and businesses. We work with both our hearts and minds to create a sustainable future and prosperity for everyone. This is our energy. This is our future. Elwind, the wind that brings change and new opportunities.
Thank you, of course, to the Investment and Development Agency of Latvia, who is the driving force behind this conference as well. Thank you very much, and we're going to talk more about what we just saw. It's a great warm-up for our next talk, the Baltic Offshore talk. So let's welcome on the stage the participants. I hope you help me welcome them right here. First of all, the Commercial Director of Survey at NC, Mr. Paul van Walwijk. A round of applause. Welcome. Next up, the Deputy Director General at the Investment and Development Agency of Latvia. Let's welcome her back, Ms. Laura Strovalde. the COO of Ventilines, Miss Elisabetta Arts. Let's welcome. Next up, the CEO of Enefit Green and the chairman of the board of the Estonian Wind Power Association, Mr. Juhan Agurajuja. Let's welcome Mr. Agurajuja. We want to see on the stage the CEO of Ignitis Renewables, Mr. Gary Bills. Welcome. And our dear moderator for this talk, the head of the International Business Development at Ignitis Renewables, Ms. Anu Eslas. Anu, welcome.
Thank you, thank you.
The stage is yours.
Really appreciating that. Whew. Welcome everybody, and I'm really happy to see that after lunch there is so many people back, so we truly appreciate that, and of course people in online, welcome also. It's the 5th year, and I think that every year we have been here and talking about the offshore wind. And let's be quite frank, I think there is nobody in the room who is doubting that there is a big potential in the Baltic Sea. But also, let's be quite frank, not too many progress have been made or real developments have been made. There have progress, but maybe the steps have been smaller than we have been expecting or every year we are expecting. The market have changed. Offshore wind is having a new era. The costs have grown up. There is a heavy challenge or competition for financing skills and so on and so forth, and for the supply chain. So therefore, I'm really happy to have excellent panelists in this talk. And we will be as interactive as possible. We will have as short answers as possible. And we expect you to ask a lot of questions also. So use Slido, the link is there, so please be active and that we can kickstart. And also one of the things, I know that those guys might, and the ladies, might say that they don't know the answers. They told me that this will be the answer every question I will ask, so let's see how they will behave themselves, but you know. But I will start with the easy one, Laura, because you are the hosting nation of this fantastic conference, and you have been collaborating with Estonia and in the Elwind project. But as you have been also one of the thinkers in that way that things are in the progress, things are coming, but on the other hand, maybe a little bit a slower space, do you see that you are not late, and do you see that the wind market is, or offshore wind market is still there when you will get to the race or to the end line of the race?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we have been developing that particular project, Elwind, together with Estonia for several years, already starting with the planning, and now the EIA is there and being carried out different studies. I think the right moment is the one when the team, the government decides to auction the park out. So it will be very carefully calculated. And this is not the only one project in the pipeline that will be auctioned out in the following years, not in the Baltics, not in the Europe. So I think when we will see those off-takers or the need from the industry, then the new projects will be developed, because currently there is this mismatch, like who will be the first for whom we are building all those projects or for whom we are making all those plans, because the reality check is when there's the demand and the projects, right, and this electricity. So I think that will be the right moment, and we will very carefully calculate that, because of course both the government in Latvia and also in Estonia expects that these two areas, these two parks, bring into the economy in the long term as much as possible. It's not only about the price or the mechanism, but also to foster the industry, to foster the value chain, because this is the story we have, that this project is happening, going on, and with the huge planned capacity. So yeah, okay. So no one can predict the future, but I think for each and every project there will be the right time.
Super. Absolutely correct, and I think that also that Latvia have defined that offshore wind is in their energy mix and quite crucial part.
Yes.
Johan, you are from Estonia, and quite proudly we can say that a little bit time ago you signed a cooperation agreement with Sumitomo, and first of all, of course, congratulations for that, because it's a major step. But also it was sweet and sour situation, because next day the Estonian government decided to pause the potential CFD auction. So how you keep the positivism, and how you are, making the project going forward and collaboration with international wise, when the political signals are a little bit hectic or maybe not so clear. So.
Yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for the congratulations. Of course, there is a lot of work behind it. It just didn't happen, so it was a great effort by the team, and it culminated exactly the day of the signing. Big celebrations, of course, and then everybody woke up hangover and read the news, and thought that how long have we been partying? But it was really a shock at the first moment, of course. But on the other hand, this is exactly the advantage, that when you bring in such a partner who has long experience, international experience from all different kinds of the world, Estonia is not the first country, to be having its ups and downs about offshore and energy matters, and they see it very clearly that, that of course there are some bumps in the road. Nobody who is part of the offshore here thinks this is a smooth ride, easy ride to the finish line, right? So, and the teams are still committed. The official statement has been that the CFD auction is postponed. The Estonian new energy minister has clearly stated offshore is a part of the energy mix for Estonia, and those are the signals that keep us going, and the project needs to be matured. Anyway, no matter when it happens, there is still a long way to go until we reach maturity with the project.
Thanks for that. Gary. I know that there are some questions what might sound tough, but I was actually making my homework before, and I asked everybody to contribute. So therefore, I'm sorry for those maybe uncomfortable situation. But Ignitis is developing projects in Estonia, in Lithuania. This year we came out also the indications that maybe the market is not ready yet to make merchant-based developments in that speed or that scale. So how you see the Lithuanian and overall maybe Baltic markets moving forward, and what are the challenges you are facing every day, because we are having extensive team in Lithuania. We are working every day on it. So what's the next step?
Do you want an awkward silence now as well? No. Look, I think it's important to differentiate between what the requirements are for government, for balancing the system, for how the profile of energy looks, and separate that away from commercial activities. So I think everybody acknowledges that we need offshore wind to profile the system. It gives a different balance to the system because of its wider spread. So if you take that on one side and say, okay, the Baltic States acknowledge that they need X amount of energy, be that 700 a gigawatt, 1.4 gigawatts, whatever. Then you say, okay, but then the rest of these projects, and there's not just Ignitis' project in Lithuania, there's a group of projects in Estonia, there's potentially projects in Latvia. They need a different route to market, and they need a commercial route to market. And once you've done that separation, what you find is that the route to market that is perceived is either huge amounts of offtake in the country, so expected growth, which is what we initially budgeted for, hydrogen, which is coming much later, or some kind of offtake to Germany and so on, which I think we spoke about earlier this morning. So it's just about managing expectations for us. So our first project is quite clear. It's a commercial project. It needs to fly commercially. So we need to wait for the conditions to be suitable. We'll go all the way. We'll make the EIA will get that project ready, and then we'll sit and see how long it takes to find a commercial route. But that doesn't take away from the fact that we still need to build offshore wind in the Baltics, and that needs some kind of government support to really get it online when we need it, sort of 2030, 2031, 2032. That's essential.
Just to echo that, did I understand it correctly? Because this is one of the questions I have received today, at least the most, is that Ignitis is planning to continue everything with the offshore projects, and there is no stopping in that way.
No, there's no. I mean, we have a team of 100 people nearly working full time to both get ready for the second auction in Lithuania, to continue the EIA process in Lithuania, second auction Lithuania, and to continue with this Groningen North project, which we won back in the day, to push that. And we've got a lot of work to do to get that through this initial design phase to receive a construction permit and a build permit. So no, full gas, let's say.
So at least one question down. Elisabetta, you have been working closely with some of the developers here, also in that city. So, and you know also what is going on in Europe and other countries. How you see the Baltic market developments? Do you see still the hype, the potential, or you are already seeing the real actions also?
We absolutely see the potential. That's why we're here, basically, and we indeed were successful in getting assignments for, potentially very important projects, including Elwind. So yeah, definitely there's a great potential. At the same time, I think that what we see lacking is a converging approach between the three Baltic states regarding offshore wind development. And that is also looking, it's not just about the production side of things, it's not just about the offshore wind generation, but it's also your wider industrial policy. Where do you go with the power that is being produced? There's no, I heard it in previous panel discussions as well, very interesting. Basically, all the panels should have been put together, and discussed it in one hall. Where do you go with the power? What is your industrial policy that is needed to actually be able to export your power? Not just between the Baltic states, but also between the Baltic region and neighboring countries. And I think that clear roadmap is that's definitely a bottleneck at this point in time, and we see that that is makes it harder for investors and developers to go full in for the Baltic market.
Thanks for that. Paul, you have been in North Sea and Baltic Sea, and also having a different experience on markets. I always admire in that way that North Sea is working so well, and they are, growing and, fast-tracking everything. So if they can do it, why Baltics or Baltic Sea can't? Or maybe you are having a different thinking about it, so.
I will definitely not say that you can't make it. That would be the wrong signal, I think. But the starting point in the North Sea has been very different from where Latvia and the Baltic states are at this moment. So we started somewhere between 2000 and 2005 in the renewable industry. And at that time, already in the North Sea, there was a huge track record in offshore operations. There's been oil and gas works and all sorts. So there was an infrastructure, there was supply chain, there were all the ports. Everything was ready as the right basics to start something new. So we had a head start compared to where the Baltic states are at the moment. Still, and as the ambassador already said, there were quite some difficulties, even in this with this head start, because we saw the main thing, I think, in these issues we saw, and you will see the same here, is that we have companies starting offshore business, if it's developers or owners that actually are onshore orientated and suddenly are involved in offshore operations. And that led into quite some difficulties, where we call difficulties in contracting and misunderstanding, misalignment between the different parties. And that in the end resulting into budgeting, the wrong budgeting, project delays, everything you do not want to have on a project. So that was a big hurdle we had to take, and I think in the end, we did. And if I look at the Netherlands, that was because I think for a big part we had to. If you look at renewables, there is not so much space to build onshore wind farms. There are quite a few, but it's very different from what we see here in space-wise and population-wise. That difference is about 10 times. So in the Baltic States, there's 10 times the space that we have in the Netherlands. So when we were looking for offshore then, we had to go into this renewable thing. So there was a huge drive. And then there was, of course, sustainability was a big thing. And we see that nowadays, especially in the Netherlands with a new government, not so important more as it was. At that time it was, so it was really on a steep curve going up. So I think the government has chipped in big time. And I think that was really needed to push us over that hill. And after that, it was going downwards in an easy flow until today. And to be honest, it's a little different in the North Sea now as well.
I will kindly remind everybody to use Slido, because we want to be as useful as possible to you. So ask questions from there. There are already 2, so I need to have a little bit more. But maybe indeed you already started to mention that you know, the government role, and maybe it would be interesting to see, and whoever want to jump in will show me the hand and will answer it. Like, I think that the governments in the first panel have always said that there is a role, we can see that it's coming, you know, we are talking about it, and so on and so forth, but somehow still we are not making or managing still to commit, kinda, that there something really practical would happen. So the question also in the Slido was that what, from your perspective, each member state should do to make it happen. And actually, I would want to have it start from international side. And Gary, I will consider you local. That how you will see what are the things what, you know, local governments have to do more than just to talk. That this is priority. Who, Paul, Elisabetta, who want to start?
There are a few things, so I'll only mention one, and then there's enough left for the other ones. But I think one thing you said is each state, and I think it's important, and we heard that already a few times today, we shouldn't talk about each state. We need to create volume, and volume is by working together. So we got the Baltic States working together with the operators, with the developers. We really need to stick our heads together.
Elisabetta?
Yes, I agree. I also think that so predictability is very important. It's very important for success. We heard that in other panels. Coordination is very important, and governments need to take a lead there. So I heard, I think the Ministry of Economic Affairs mentioned something that he supported, and he sort of said, you know, it'll get there, but it will not get there of itself. That someone has to take active responsibility and do things and make sure that, you know, when politics are different, there's a different government or whatever, that these things do not change together with that. Because that's basically, it's killing for any investment climate. So predictability, a coordinated approach, and an actively, a proactive coordinated approach by someone taking the lead over these processes, over the policies that are required on the long term is essential.
So now who, Johan?
Yeah, of course, the exact thing that companies expect is clarity about the CFD, but that is, let's say, the very detailed step. But I think that what we are mostly lacking is, let's say, societal level agreement. What are we going to do? And the discussion has been very much on political level or very much on an administrative level, but there is no clear social agreement that, you know, this is what we are focusing on in the energy sector. Offshore is such a big topic. It cannot be done, decided by two people in a, you know, dark room, right? So as it was done in Estonia, or three people. So it has to be a big social debate and a common understanding why we need this. There needs to be a common understanding what needs to be done, and then we get to that, you know, who does it against a CFD or whatever.
I can add to that you mentioned the commitment. So commitment involves some level of risk taking, right? So, and that's the key. So to commit to something where there are a lot of unknowns is risky, and governments naturally tend to avoid those decisions. So I think to start with, to look at also these sectors, some of these larger plans, to look at this as a business plan, like to answer those questions also for ourselves, for the communities, for the industry. So if we'll invest in this or that in the grid or in the offshore or apply CFD, then what will be in 5, 10, 20 years? So make those assumptions, and that, from my perspective, would also ease a bit that level of risk or understanding what we are. What this or that decision implies, and what are the assumptions, what will be next. So the unknown is the one that, no one knows, like, maybe this, maybe that, priorities changes, like, and how to also merge that together with the current priorities or those situations that we need to solve, right? The security aspect, and what that was also very precisely put, that these two sectors need to kind of merge together and to involve elements from one to another and vice versa, so that it will also bring extra value and extra importance to these sectors' projects.
Gary, now provoke us.
Okay, first of all, it's not an either-or case. I hear either or already in this panel, yeah? It's not, should we build onshore wind or should we build gas? You need offshore wind. So everybody should just get their head around the fact that we need offshore wind. And you can like it or not like it, but you simply can't run a system on solar, onshore wind and batteries. It's just physically not possible. You would need an immense amount of batteries, and it just wouldn't make any sense. The second thing is it's expensive. Really expensive to do this. The capex is immense, right? And then the third thing, and I'm going to talk about Lithuania specifically because that's kind of the most interaction we've had. All the project developers have a finite amount of people, resource, cash, whatever you want to call it, right? And they can't be in all markets. And I'm speaking as an adopted Lithuanian here, right? It's dear to my heart these days, Lithuania. It's not an attractive market. I'm sorry to say, it's not an attractive market. If you're going to go to France, Germany, Netherlands, UK, super stable markets with projects done over and over again, you need to give developers something to entice them into the market. That means your CFD needs to be attractive enough to bring them in. And we've seen that, like, you know, how many developers really come? We've had this discussion, they're not willing to come. So either you accept as a government that you need to make your market attractive, and you perhaps pay more in your CFD, or you give other incentives, or you accept not, and you're going to live with the local players who are the ones sort of solving the problem no matter what. And somehow government need to get their head around what they really want. So I guess it's a little bit the same as everybody. We need to be committed 100%, but they need to be decided on what they're committed to. Are they committed to a full, open, super fantastic tender where 10 people are going to turn up? Or are they going to be committed to building offshore because they needed to keep their energy system stable?
Is
that provoking enough?
I'd just like to just say that I fully subscribe to this. It's not a mix. I mean, it's very simple. Developers, investors, the industry will not move on risk purely. You know, they have to decide from any moment to any other moment where they put their capital, and they will put the capital where, you know, there is sufficient investment security, where there's predictability, where they can actually determine, assess what the risk is that they are taking. So. Meaning that indeed governments, and this is what happened in the Netherlands, for instance, with the socialization of grid connection for offshore projects, which was a real, has really, you know, sped up the offshore wind development. Governments have to upfront provide the framework that is essential for investment security. If they do not, if that's not the start of it all, then you're not getting anywhere, because the industry will not move before that framework providing security, investment security, and predictability is in place.
Paul, Laura, and Johan, I still have a question also from your side, because we had a short discussion before. Do you see that the attractiveness of the Baltic markets have been starting to decrease? And you know, do you see that, because I think that a year or two ago we had lots of international partners here, and the hype was there, but do you really see, and even though you were successful to sign the cooperation agreement, but do you see that overall tendency is that actually the attractiveness is decreasing? And maybe, Paul, you can start.
I do. Yeah, but I'm very hopeful it's temporarily. We definitely see, I think it's been overshooting. It's been such a hose going up more and more renewables, and I think we've been overshooting, and we're now going down, and hopefully in the next couple of years it's getting a bit more stable. That would be very healthy, because there was shortage on the market. The prices go through the roof. Was not healthy for anyone. The situation we're in now in the North Sea is a little bit less positive, to be very honest. But as I said, I hope it's temporarily, and that it's really getting into the right, stable position and being a mature market.
And governments, so the Dutch government, so it's true, the situation in the Netherlands currently with the current tender is more difficult, and what you see is that the government immediately responds and immediately redefines their goals and the way they set up the current tender. So there's an immediate reaction, sticking to the program, sticking to the goals, and you know, it's not taken back to be discussed internally and for years again. No, this tender will still happen, and it's, you know, likely to be published in September of this year ultimately, but they will remain on track.
Super. Laura?
As for Latvia, I think that simply, as you put also, that the hype is over, right? So the interest and the number of projects are decreasing in the whole Europe. It's not only about the Baltics or Northern Europe. So this is one thing, but what is very good thing, at least what I see in Latvia, that more and more companies are stepping into this sector to be part of the value chain and providing services and products to developers and industry in other countries. So that is good. It's not only about how many developers we are having as bidders, but who actually makes the final investment decision. So it's, it's quality over quantity, I would say. And behind the curtains, yes, the industry is developing, and that's very good.
It certainly has impacted it. Let's say that we have a few years ago already had the first round of, getting rid of some large investors in the region. There was Ørsted, there was RWE, here present, and I really hope that the government still remember that kind of attitude that drove them away. Now is the new chance not to drive away the new investors, but it's clear, of course, as I stated before, that they are used to some bumps in the road, but they have also their limits, of course. And it is exactly as it has been mentioned before, that they look it on a global scale. They are not picking if, we should put the project in Estonian waters or Lithuanian waters or Latvian waters. They are looking, should we put it in the Baltics, near Chile's coast, Australia's coast, France's coast, or whatever. And in that kind of race, we have to be competitive, as you already mentioned, Gary, so that we have a window opening, we have a momentum, we should take advantage of it, and how we do it is we get concrete, and we get concrete fast, and that is what we need, because this kind of just, maybe we'll do, maybe not, it's just 2 years, this is fine to do with local players, you can do it on onshore, things are moving slowly, but the momentum currently is here in the offshore, and we should take advantage of that.
I promise next 25 minutes we are speaking only about the positive things. So this was the, making sure that we have the reality check done. But now let's see the future and a little bit in the positive tone. And I think that we have heard in many formats today that the Baltics should cooperate together and brand it together, and why can't we? What is the reason that we don't manage to do that? And I will actually start with Gary, with you, because you are, as you said, Lithuanian by heart now, but still having a past international one. So what do you think that what is the biggest obstacle, and maybe also giving a guidance to us that, okay, what we have to change to actually do that?
Okay, look, without wishing to state the obvious, power price and PPA. I mean, you can't move this electricity. Lithuanian government isn't going to fund the Latvian country energy system with its offshore wind, and vice versa. Yeah? So you can't move this CFD across markets. So unless you can come with, and you and I have had this discussion over and over again, one single European CFD, to me, that's the answer. It's the same CFD across the whole of Europe that the European Commission commits to. That way you can build your projects anywhere and make them work anywhere. So the only way you can really, if you're talking offshore, the only way you can really do this is by getting some kind of exemption from the EU to say that the 3 Baltic states can have one CFD and the 3 governments commit to it and the 3 governments balance the cost between them. Otherwise, somebody's going to take the hit, let's say. Yeah, I mean, it's simple as that.
And yeah, Laura, from Liia's side, because you are branding Latvia and not the Baltics, and just, interesting fact, I think not many knows, but there is Expo going on at the moment in Japan. And there is Lithuanians, there is Latvians, there is no Estonians, and the slogan is, "We are one."
And the name of the pavilion is Baltic Pavilion.
Yes. So why you as investors, who are bringing in the investors, why you think that we can't do it together?
Of course, from the investment attraction perspective, it would help a lot. Of course, there's no doubt about that, because investors look at the region as such, and we are already connected very strongly. If some country does good, then we have better awareness, or also other countries, and if some country fucks something up, then the same goes also for the other 2 neighboring countries. You can cut it out, but that's the reality, and we have to live with that. But I don't think, if you'll ask any other country why the northern countries cannot be as one, they also won't agree. And it's not about the size of the country. We are different. We are small, but we have different languages, different cultures. We have many things in common, but as much things different. So, yeah, we can do some projects together It's not easy. We have different legislations as we are developing Elwind together with Estonia. It's not an easy, also on a legislative level, to make some joint projects. We are doing Rural Baltic together, Expo.
Is it a success story?
Not from the project development perspective, but still 3 countries are there together and have to move that project together. But yeah, I don't think that it's realistic that we will really in following years come up with a joint strategy in any of the sectors or industries or you name it. I don't think it's possible. We can find some common grounds. We can do pilots. We can, but in overall, like agree on common grounds how to move with one or another aspects, like in a broad area, that would be very challenging. Sorry, Gary.
But look, the one place we can do it is in electricity. The Baltic States are the best interconnected markets in Europe. Yeah? Between Lithuania and Latvia, 108% interconnection. Yeah? I mean, if there's one place where we can share power, it's in the electricity market. I agree in other things culturally and you want to keep your identities. It's just electrons. And in reality, they don't move. They just stay where they are and shake from side to side. So in the power market, I firmly believe we can do something. Yeah?
Yeah, I think that indeed that maybe we have to start to believe ourselves that this is possible, and then things will happen, as it was said also, before. So, and I said that we will be positive. So there is a positive note that we will find the ways. So now I will start to take the questions from the Slido. So please prioritize your choices, and so therefore maybe we will not be so positive tone again, but it's your choices. There is a question, what have got at the moment almost the most votes, is that what is the rationale of moving forward with Liepāja port upgrade for offshore wind? Paldiski is finishing construction, Klaipėda is starting construction. So who wants to?
I'm representing Latvia. I suppose that I can. I think the investor or the developer will vote to which port to go to. We are not the ones to decide which port in which country will be there for the offshore, or it will be one or several. It's not for us to decide, and it will be clearly decision made on business, on the numbers, on financial outcomes. So, yeah, that's my opinion.
So there is another question. What are the key differences for developers between offshore and onshore?
Yeah, I can start. So first of all, one you approach with the truck, the other one with the ship. But I don't know what is the idea behind the question, but I try to understand this. So that from essence, first of all, offshore needs a lot of effort put into the project before you reach maturity stage. So it's a lot more longer commitment before you get into maturity where you could make a final investment decision. And it needs also a lot of more resources. And also the build out takes a bit of longer time, so that puts it in a different kind of approach when it comes as well about the CFD, why it is so necessary offshore, because the time from the decision of the CFD and in the completion of the park, there is much longer time period than from the decision on onshore. And I would say that is from the business sense, that's the biggest difference. Maybe you want to add something?
I think the scale of the engineering is just not even comparable. I mean, if you imagine that actually the Riga TV tower is taller than the Lithuanian TV tower, which is always a bone of contention. But if you imagine that if we take the Lithuanian project, 49 TV towers in the sea, that's how tall they are standing up. And below that, there's 20 meters before you get to the sea of monopile, 40 meters in the sea of monopile, and 40 meters under the sea in the floor of monopile. So there's 100 meters and then there's 350 meters. The scale of that task engineering-wise is enormous. And so it goes back to what you were saying before, the amount of development work you need to do at the beginning to make sure that you're absolutely certain that that piece of ground you're going to put that wind turbine on is totally suitable for the next 35 to 40 years is immense. The amount of ships in the water, the amount of investigation work, surveys, drilling, everything that you need to do offshore in 40 meters of water is super challenging. So it's the cost and the size of what you're dealing with. Yeah.
Does anybody want to jump in?
I would say altogether it's risks and responsibilities that are very different. Onshore, it's more predictable, less risk. So an onshore company is used to put the risk with a contractor. Where offshore, there's many unpredictable situations, and a survey can help a lot. A good survey can even help more. It's very, very important part. But still, there will always be uncertainties that, yeah, at the best is a shared risk for both parties, and that is for an onshore company quite something very new.
But there's also a flip side to this, I think, because from that perspective, it's completely, and what what you explained, it's obvious, but there's also a flip side, which from a Dutch perspective, offshore locations are basically provided together with the permits. So when when the locations are being tendered, you do not have any further early development work on permits, etc. Another, let's say, advantage of offshore projects in terms of community community resistance or resistance from local people. In the Netherlands, it has even been said that one of the reasons to focus more and more on offshore projects is because the local resistance, community resistance to onshore wind has grown significantly. If we look at development times, so my company has been involved from end to end, basically from start to finish in the largest wind energy projects in the Netherlands, 500 megawatt, 384 megawatt, and these projects had a development, a project cycle time of about 10 to 15 years. So when in the Netherlands we also support offshore tenders, so we offer bid support. Once you have been awarded the location, there's a lot of work to be done still, and a lot of risk involved, especially financial. But this whole thing has already been dealt with, and that makes it a lot shorter in let's say throughput time.
Maybe just one other thing, just to be really positive. It's fantastic engineering. If you're a young engineer coming fresh out of university now, and you're not looking at offshore wind as a heavy engineer, if you're not looking at offshore wind, there's something quite wrong, because it is the most exciting engineering you can be involved in.
Absolutely. There is another question, just saying that please vote for the best one, so I will ask it. I know one is getting the most votes. It will be already put into one of the last questions already, so we will get there. There is a question. The supply chain won't invest in facilities when there is a limited pipeline of the projects. What can we together as the Baltic States to build that confidence?
I mean, look, in reality, we don't need them to invest. That's the reality, yeah? We're not that far away from... Laura might have a different opinion than me, because I'm looking at this as a developer, not an invest lab here or whatever. We just need them to be somewhere nearby and quick enough, and we need to have capable ports, right? So we need our ports to be invested in. Everything else can come from somewhere nearby. I think if we're honest with us, if we're all honest with ourselves, we're going to build, if we're really good, 5 or 6 projects in the Baltic States, if not a few less. With Poland next door building 12 or 13, with Germany and Denmark, those manufacturing centres are good enough. We have to be happy with, I don't know, doing ground matting, doing some of the maybe the secondary or tertiary work for these projects, and that should be enough for us. And I'm only being realistic about this. You know, it's no good me pretending to go to Smulders and say, hey guys, why don't you come and throw a factory in Klaipeda because we're going to build one project. It's very difficult for them to get their heads around that. You know.
Mm. We need to have a solid pipeline of projects to really have those companies come to the Baltics.
Do you believe that we don't have it? Because I think that there is a solid pipeline already.
Well, if we speak about the offshore, then could be better, I think. There's still plenty of space for the build-out, but of course we have to be realistic that we won't fulfill all our wish list, but I think that it's good that also the governments, the states are.
But what's the advantage, Laura? Sorry, what's the advantage?
The advantage for the economy.
Okay, so that's a separate, but that's a separate thing
course.
for government, and I'm very clearly differentiating between what I want as a developer and what the government wants, right? And this is important because this goes back to this very first question of, are the government on board, right? If the government want Vestas to come and invest in a blade factory here, fantastic, I'm over the moon. But as a developer, I don't need that to happen.
That won't change a thing for you,
Nothing for me at all. And so this is where you need to make that clear differentiation between are the government committed, and if they are, they're going to entice these tier 1 manufacturers to come here and build something, and if they're not, it's not going to happen. Yeah? For me as a developer, it's not going to save me, it might save me a few €1,000, but it's not going to save me much in reality, you know?
Yeah, sure. But that's the thing, how in Latvia the government looks at those parks, so what kind of value it will bring to the economy, not only the park development, the renewable energy will have itself, but also how it will develop the industry and what kind of added value it will bring to each and every country. So that's the thing, how they are looking more broadly, and of course what kind of stories we are telling that hey, here are this and these projects being developed, so you can count on them, so please consider that when deciding where to build your next factory or development plans to make in which country.
There is a question, Laura, to you, and I will ask that also from Gary and Johan also, but in different format. Can Latvia learn from the mistakes of neighbors like Estonia?
We should, and of course we can, but
what
would we? We were highly criticized that when the auctions were planned in our neighboring countries, in Estonia and Lithuania, we were kind of not moving and waiting for something. So, and we from the investment perspective also were waiting that, hey, we need to make that first step. And now when we see the results of these auctions and those development plans, of course we can learn, but I think the devil is in the details. It's not so easy as it seems from broader perspective. So, yes, of course, that was also your question, how to when to auction the park out and how to get the most, in broader perspective, the most out of that auction, and how not to miss the right moment or to wait for the right moment. No one knows whether Latvia was winner or loser, not auctioning out the areas when the neighbors did it. No one knows. The future will show. Maybe won't. But as I mentioned, we all are connected. All the Baltic countries are connected, and each success also helps us to be better, and also the failures helps us to at least try to learn from those failures or the results that are not as great as may be expected from the many partners. Yeah.
So is there something concrete that we could learn from each other, Gary or Johan?
I would point out that if we make the assumption today that either the Estonian or Lithuanian one will be the first offshore park, then the key difference is that if you start planning the second one, you cannot make the same assumptions that was made on the first one. And I think that is what we see a lot on the onshore, that now that we have already a lot of onshore in the market, that the governments are not adapting, that the market has already gotten some part of renewables in the market, and you cannot make the new decisions based on the same assumptions you used 5 or 10 years ago. And I think that's the opportunity for Latvia to see that after the first project has been decided or made, that now we need to recalibrate and make our decision based on the new reality.
Gary, you don't have to say anything if you don't want to. Okay. So we have only some minutes left. So now we do the fast questions. And the most, of course, what was asked, and I will ask everybody to answer, what year the first FID of offshore will be done? First offshore in the Baltics FID.
Is there a price on it?
No. Year is enough.
Please.
Year is enough.
27.
27?
Something around that, 27, 28, yeah.
I said 27. If we get serious, otherwise it will be 2030 or later. There's work to be done, but then it will be 27.
I have still a great belief in our Livi project, so I would say we are the first ones and we will make it in 28.
So the first
no pressure.
The first one's in 28, yeah?
FID.
Okay, look, at the risk of being a little bit controversial, it depends on what you mean by FID. This is where the differences in onshore and offshore wind are, yeah? If you mean bank close, yeah, then I think 27 also, yeah, early 2027. But I think that if people want to get ready for projects to be built earlier, then there'll be some sort of mini FIDs to get their turbine procurement over the line or their topside procurement over the line. But technically, bank launch or bank close 2027. Yeah.
I had the question also that, okay, what country it will be?
Lithuania.
There is one to Estonia, one to Lithuania. Anybody want to pick the side?
One or another neighbor, fortunately.
Yeah. Okay. Then I have another fast-tracking question. What are your 3 priorities for the next 5 years to boost the wind, offshore wind? What we should do today, tomorrow? Max 5 things. It can be one. What your recommendation for us? Okay.
There are a lot of things, but altogether it's to win the faith of the developers and the investors. That's where it's all about. How to get there. I think there are a million things, but to try to pinpoint it, I think the grid is now, of course, number 1, in my opinion then. I think there was a great discussion at Hall 2 before this one about defense and wind farms. And I think that's something where maybe that can accelerate things. And maybe that is something where the countries can jointly look into, because safety goes beyond any border, I would say. So if you can add defense to a wind farm, maybe that is something to look into, at least in the multi-uses of wind farm. So is that as a defense mechanism? Is that as a seaweed farm? I don't think that's been very successful so far, but it has to be something else because it's all money driven at the moment. So find a way to make it more attractive for investors.
For us, I would say it's to understand how we can make the help to make the business case for the developers and to get all the elephants in the room being discussed into details. Yeah, so we have some things to do. That's the first one. Yeah.
Okay.
So I jotted down the first point that we didn't discuss, but what have been important to one of the questions from the audience. That's a long-term auction roadmap, offshore grid framework, and a clear permitting authority.
Okay.
Not to repeat, I only agree with you what you have said, but on top of that, I think two things. One is let's say the public understanding of the need, why we are doing this and what benefits does it bring. I'll be very clear about the impacts, what it has. And another thing is that we as developers, we have to keep on going. Because, you know, if we just say that, okay, let's wait until there is clarity, we are just postponing everything. I don't know where, but we need to find the belief and the trust and the certainty that there will be the offshore still coming. It's running thin, but we still have it. And then we need to keep on developing the projects because they're not mature yet to start the construction.
I'm going to give you two. The first one is a complete echo of that. If we were half as good, in fact, if we were 1/10 as good as the nuclear or the oil and gas lobby at making our case to government, these projects would already be built. We are terrible as an industry at giving clarity to the public and giving clarity to government, right? But in reality, my real task isn't even 5 years. My only focus right now is winning an auction that's going to start in June or July in Lithuania. So that's it. Sole priority, win the next auction.
Super. Final question. 2040. How much offshore in the Baltics? Not Baltic Sea, in the Baltics.
Trick question. 5 to 10 gigawatt.
Super.
Hopefully 10, but my bet would be closer to 5.
That's really pessimistic.
No pressure at all, I can see. No.
Shall I go next to take the pressure off everybody? Yeah.
If you feel like it.
Say 15.
It's not auction, I'm just saying, you know.
Look, in reality, 2 projects. Even by then, 2 projects. So 1.5 to 2 gigawatts, absolute max, in my opinion.
Yeah, I share that view. I would have said 2, and if, you know, we see a big increase in some kind of consumption, if really these materializing, then maybe 3, but that's the reality.
You mentioned 2040?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I was hoping I was in another room, but so I said 15, perhaps 20, but that requires a shared vision, coherent industrial policy, and otherwise it'll be less than 5 gigawatts. That's my 10 cents.
Super. We are out of time, so thank you so much for you know, the discussion and speakers. So applause to and say thank you.
And of course, we have to thank our excellent moderator, Anu. Thank you very much. I will just note down that in Windworks 20th edition in 2040, we will come back to the bets. We will see you all here, and then we'll hand out the money, okay? But ladies and gentlemen, yes, another round of applause to everyone on the stage for the most confrontational discussion today on this stage. Thank you very much for that. And if you want to come back to something, I just want to remind you that after the conference, on the Windworks website, all the recordings from this stage and the one upstairs will be available to you. So right now, I'm checking the schedule. We have a very pleasant thing in front of us. That is the coffee break. Last coffee break before the final round on this stage. We will return here at 4 o'clock sharp. See you back here at Windworks. Highly esteemed guests, dear participants of Windworks 2025, can you believe it? The last session is here today. If you are still out in the networking zone, just follow the sound. Follow my voice and I will guide you to the last session of Windworks because we are ready. So, this is stage number 1. I have to inform you that on stage number 2, we have a session on how can other industries benefit from wind farms. That is on stage number 1, but this is on stage number 2, but this is stage number 1, which means that you can still use the Slido platform and send in your questions to the presenter and the panelists that will follow soon. And you have to use the code STAGE1. So send in your questions and it will be up to the moderator of the panel discussion to incorporate those questions. We'll see how it goes. And just a technical reminder that all of these sessions and panels are recorded and the recordings will be available afterwards on the Windworks website. But right now, it is my honor to introduce another special guest on our Windworks stage. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency, the Ambassador of Denmark to Latvia, Mr. Morten Jespersen. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, promise number 1 from me. I guarantee that you will now enter into the most interesting discussion during this conference. It's coming up right here in 2 minutes, the discussion on contracts for difference, CFD as we call it. We heard this morning that without proper financing, the green transition will not happen. The investors will shy away and the consumer prices will be too high. The EU ambition is to becoming the world's first climate neutral continent by 2050. To achieve this, we need to accelerate the adoption of renewable energy, particularly wind power, and quite dramatically, as we also watched this morning. Wind energy has long been at the heart of Danish energy strategy, but we are not there yet. In moving forward, we have experienced that the green transition is not only possible, but it's also a driver for economic growth, for job creation, and for innovation. But it's not an easy process. The green transition requires collaboration among governments, industries, investors, and citizens. And most importantly, it requires the right financial mechanisms to drive investment and innovation. This is where contract for difference comes in. CFDs are maybe not the invisible hand that miraculously solve all our problems, but it is a powerful tool that ensures stability and predictability. Finally, promise number 2, when we leave this room after the discussion, we will all have a very clear understanding of what CFDs can do for all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear Ambassador. Thank you very much. And thank you for bringing Denmark's presence to Windworks as well. As you know, if the facts are correct on Denmark's main website, then it produces twice as much wind energy as the runner-up, which is a record in Europe. So we can learn a lot from Denmark, and thank you for being here. Right now, before we begin the panel discussion, we need some food for thought, and the experts are here. There's a small 15-minute presentation before the panel discussion on the financial side of wind energy. And I'm pleased to introduce on the stage the professor and head of division at Wind Energy Systems from Denmark Technical University, Dr. Lena Kitsing. Welcome.
Yeah. Oh, thank you very much for the invitation. And I noticed actually that DTU is not very well represented at this conference, as we are maybe used to. at other conferences. That's why I decided to bring a couple of slides about DTU. We are actually the largest research organization for wind and energy systems in the world, with 21 professors, 100 PhD students. You might recognize us from some of these softwares that you're using or not using. Maybe you should have a look. And we are currently testing the largest or most powerful wind turbine at one of our test centers that has ever been built, 21.5 megawatts. Well, but ladies and gentlemen, just to set the scene for our talk about CFDs, where are we in the energy transition? We are about halfway there, which is actually quite an achievement, I would say. We have actually, in 2025, met the crossing point in the European Union for more renewable energy production in the electricity sector than fossil fuel. It's a major milestone. We have to go some more way, 80 to 90% of renewable energy. The good news is also that we are on a very good way. But we have seen a few bumps on the way in the past, and that's something that we also need to remember. We are facing decreasing market value factors of wind and solar, especially in those countries like Denmark, where we have seen a very large share. These are some numbers from the US and also from Europe, and we have seen in some of these countries market value factors of 50%, which is very low, which means that the electricity that we are producing from wind energy is only half as much worth as the average electricity that we are seeing or selling on the market. This is something that the developers have to deal with every day, and it is threatening the business case of these developers. That's something we have to keep in mind. The other thing is negative prices. In 2024, we have seen unprecedented numbers of negative price hours in many European markets. 500 hours is not an normal number anymore for negative prices. Again, this is something that's really threatening the business case of the investors. So, what can we do about this? Setting the scene, so there is a lot of wind development going on in Europe. We see some problems, some bumps on the way. We have a solution. We are talking about CFDs. So contracts for difference. I will just say a few words on what are these CFDs, why do we use them, so that you are well equipped for the later panel discussion. So first of all, what are CFDs? First and foremost, there are financial hedges, right? It's nothing that we have invented for electricity or renewables. Basically, what happens is that wind farm sells power on the market, on the spot market. At the same time, as a separate contract, the state provides a financial hedge for this selling on the market. It's a financial derivative. We call it a fixed for floating swap. The state provides a fixed rate that stabilizes the price from a floating rate, which is the variable market price. We didn't invent this for renewables. It's actually traded on the market every day, trillions of euros for interest rate exchanges and currency exchange. So that's what it is. The legal status of contracts for difference in the electricity market reform since July 2024 requires support for renewable energy to be paid out in the form of contracts for difference. Two-sided contracts for difference, I don't know if you can see it here, or equivalent. I think it's quite important to notice it's about support for renewables, right? So whenever you do not support the renewables, you can, of course, invest in on a merchant basis, and I think I'm an economist. I think you should. Right? So we only apply CFDs where they are needed. When there is investment that the market can facilitate on its own, please do so. when you can invest based on spot markets, based on forwards, based on PPAs, do so. Whenever there is requirement for CFDs or for support, CFDs are currently the best tool that we have. Why is that? So first of all, there are several different functions of CFDs. First of all, they can close a profitability gap, which means if the price that the wind farm is not achieving on the market, is not high enough, you can fix the price contract with the state at a level that closes profitability gap. It's not always the case. We actually made an analysis where you can see here what these CFD contracts, where they are at, and how much support does this respond to. So if you focus on this right side graph, you can actually see, so this is the support required over time for offshore wind farms in Europe, and you can actually see that quite a lot of these supports are nominal, zero, or even negative. Right? So many of the CFD contracts that have been concluded for offshore wind in Europe are actually zero support contracts or even negative support contracts. Right? Of course, in the past 1 to 2 years, prices have increased a little bit, so we are not seeing as many negative or zero support contracts, but we have seen them here. So profitability gap is not the only function of CFDs. What else is there? We also use CFDs to enable market integration and fostering a cost-efficient system. That's why we have moved away from feed-in tariffs in the first place, because CFDs, as I showed in the very first slide, they require the generators to act on the market and sell their power on the market. This was not the case in early support instruments. They also cap revenues and redistribute those revenues to end consumers. This is again part of the Electricity Market Directive. It says very clearly that revenues that are collected from CFDs need to go back to the end consumers. It's one of the reasons we also see it in the electricity market reform. I will show you a little bit. You remember Giles' presentation in the morning. He has already showed you how it works. They are also an instrument to allocate risk, and I will come back to that in a moment. But another function of that, and this related to allocating risk, is that they address missing long-term markets. As I said, CFDs are a financial hedge instrument. If you could get this financial hedge on the market, there would be no need for the state to provide these financial hedges. Problem is, currently, and also in the long term, we don't see that these financial hedges are provided sufficiently by the market for sufficiently long time and in sufficient volume. We cannot go out and buy PPAs in the volume that we need. And we would go as far as saying that CFDs increasingly solve a missing market problem rather than a missing money problem, right? We are seeing a lot of CFD contracts that are not closing profitability gaps, but they are closing a need for financial hedge. All right, so how can this be? You always thought CFDs are for paying out support, but I think Giles already showed it. If you have this reference price, which is floating or variable, you enter into a contract which is a fixed price, and then the state agrees to always pay, or you agree with the state to always pay the difference between the two. So what you would earn on the market is not your actual earnings anymore. Now, in this instances where there was a lag, a gap, you would get this paid out as a subsidy, and the instances where you would earn more, you pay to the state. On your net payout is always the red line, the strike price. That's how these prices are fixed through the contract. All right, and that's how we made our analysis. We compared the blue and the red areas to understand, is there a net payout, a net subsidy or not? All right, what this means is that wind park owners or operators, they're actually trading away market upside, what they could have earned at high prices, to gain price certainty. That's the contract that you're making. Why would they do that? That's a big question. So the financial stability that the CFDs are providing is actually the support function that we are seeing on the market, and this is also how risk is reallocated from the producer to the state. The reason why they're doing that is because it helps them achieve bankability, and it helps to reduce cost of capital. I think both things Giles also mentioned in the morning. I will show you a graph on each of those. So first of all, let's look at the revenue and cost structure for wind assets versus a gas asset, right? The electricity markets have been designed with these gas assets in mind, right? And here you can see that gas assets have very low investment cost, which also means that they have very low debt service. The bankability is easy to achieve. Wind assets, 90% of their lifetime costs are lying upfront in investment. They have a fixed block of cost. It does not match very well with the revenues, which are going up and down, right? And this is actually the big problem, whereas for gas assets with variable cost and variable prices, you always have cash flow for shareholders, and you can always service your debt. It's not the case for wind assets. Wind assets run into financial distress situations because there is a fundamental mismatch between the revenue structure and the cost structure. It's got nothing to do with long-term average costs. You can have the cheapest power possible and still have bankability problems from your wind asset. So that's the bankability problem. Because you have that, you might get less debt in your financing. Debt is cheaper than equity. It increases your cost of capital. Your cash flow is also more risky. It also increases your cost of capital. So that's the second part. Whenever you have more volatile revenues or more volatile profits, your cost of capital increases. And for wind assets, because they have so high upfront cost, their cost of capital makes a huge part of their lifetime cost. So we have calculated that. The CapEx in the blue, dark blue, the financing cost in the light blue. Can you imagine that? I'm at a technical university, right? When I show this to my engineering colleagues, they can't believe it because all of them work on the dark blue side, trying to decrease or reduce the cost by a percentage or two. Financing cost, half. At 8% cost of capital, they make half of the total lifetime cost. And this is all about risk, is all about perception and negotiation and how the market trust is playing out in the market. You can really mess this up. This can make your plan very expensive. You can think, well, 8% cost of capital, is this large or not? Well, we made an analysis on that. You can see here, all the red countries is more than 8%. And you can see, especially in the Baltics, yes, this does make a lot of difference. Yeah, if we can reduce the cost of capital by stabilizing the prices, matching the revenue structure with the cost structure, so there is no financial distress situations, that you can have higher debt, you can actually reduce those costs, and you will make your build-out much cheaper. So that's another point. There you go. So we're achieving bankability and reducing our cost of capital. The markets are lacking these opportunities and cannot provide the certainty. That's why we are doing CFDs. So how are we doing it? We're talking about remuneration here. So how are we paying out the price? In the earlier days, we have actually thought that we can do two things. We can either give a fixed price contract, or we can expose to price variation. That was our idea of renewable support. Problem is, if you are giving a fixed price contract, all productions seem to have the same value, and then you are not, as a producer, you're not integrating anymore into the market because you try to just maximize production and your life is fine. The problem is, the market value, you're not reacting to market signals anymore. If you're exposing to price variation, it's very good because then you have an incentive to shift your production to high price hours and to help the system stabilize the prices overall and reduce balancing cost. But it has this higher risk for investor, and we've just seen that it's problematic, right? So what to do about that? You can think. Well, we found a solution. This is just to understand, I will take 2 more minutes, if that's okay, yes? Just to see how we are allocating the different risks. In the early days, when we had feed-in tariffs, we would allocate just a little bit of the technical risk to the investors, and we take all the risk to the price risk, volume risk to the state. Then we understood maybe we can put the production risk down to the investors as well. Interesting thing with the CFDs that we have now understood is that we can actually take the price risk and split it into, let me see here, split it into 3 different price risk elements, okay? We can have the long-term price volatility, which is relevant for the financing. We can have the short-term price volatility, which is relevant for the short-term reactions on the market. And then we can even look at the extreme price events, which are negative prices or very high prices. And we can treat them all 3 in a different way. We could move the long-term price volatility risk to the state, the short-term price volatility risk to the investors, and also decide where to put these extreme events. So that is how we are now thinking about support schemes. And to put it in a slightly different way, and this is the last slide that I want to show you, we are spanning 2 different dimensions, the short-term price risk, long-term price risk. Early feed-in tariffs, they took away the complete price risk. If you are going merchant, you just sell on the market, you are exposed to all sorts of price volatility. The interesting part is now is this upper left corner, you see here, I call it the magic quadrant. That's where we want to put our remuneration structure for support. And we can see that the new types of contracts for difference, which I have started to call European contracts for difference, because we have seen many countries in Europe who have started to use those. They are sitting up there in the corner where you can achieve financing stability by taking away the long-term volatility of the price, but exposing them to short-term price volatility so that they actually react to the market. I don't have time to explain to you how exactly it works, but we do have some reports that I can show, I link to in a second. But the important thing is that we are, in this way, we are balancing out investment security and short-term price exposure. And that's exactly what we require. It's exactly what the financing requires for the investment, and exactly what the system requires from renewables. And they are going to have to take a little bit more of responsibility if we are entering a phase where they make 70–80% of the market, right? So are CFDs perfect? No, they're not. There's a lot of different things that we need to take care of, but they are doing the job. Yes, they're up in the corner where we actually want to have them, right? So I do have a bit of a conclusion. When to use CFDs? Whenever the market does not provide sufficient investment incentive, that's when we want to use them, right? And when government wishes to collect revenues at high market prices, those are the 2 relevant elements. And then who to give CFDs to for those with these very high upfront costs who have this mismatch in the cost and revenue structure. Okay. So when we look into the details of the CFD design, we cannot have one design for all countries. We found it is quite impossible. So you have to go in, you have to learn about the market. create some good enough understanding of the market, don't overanalyze it, and then go move on to design the CFD in an auction format to the technology and the market situation that you're doing. And I think that's what I want to say. If you want to hear more or read more about it, we have written a long report on contracts for difference where you can have a look. We are also giving some courses around that if you want to have a longer discussion with me about it. But thank you very much. I think we can move on with the panel now.
Thank you, Professor, for setting the stage for the next panel. And I ask you to take the first seat as we'll have a panel discussion right now. Wow. Financial world is quite exciting. If you would tell someone a few decades ago that you are trading winds, most probably the answer here in Latvia would be have wind in your head. But nowadays, the financial world is quite exciting, and that's why we have this super panel at the end of Windworks 2025. Send in your questions, stage 1 at Slido, by the way. So, not to leave the professor alone on the stage, I would like to welcome on the stage next participant, the CEO of Utilitas Wind in Latvia, Mr. Renārs Urbanovics. A round of applause. Welcome, Renārs. The CEO and Managing Director of Kongstein, Mr. Erik Peach. Welcome, Erik. The Financial Advisor at Rebel Finance and Transactions, Mr. Luke Outhorn. Welcome, Luke. And welcoming on the stage the CEO of the Estonian Wind Power Association, Ms. Terje Talb. Welcome. And for this discussion, we need 2 powerful moderators representing the law firm Sorainen. Let's welcome the partner, Mr. Rudolfs Engelis, and the counsel, Ms. Natalia Gravele. Colleagues, take it away.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, everybody. When before us and before Lena, the ambassador of Denmark was speaking, the hall was slightly emptier than it is now. So I'd like to start by quoting him once again. This is the most important panel of today's conference. So, welcome to our panel. We have representatives from all 3 Baltic countries here. And we know that there are CFD schemes operating in Lithuania and also in Estonia. And Terje will be able to share the Estonia experience with us directly a bit later. In Latvia, however, we don't have CFDs, and those of us who were present in this morning's panel heard the representative of the Latvian Climate Ministry say that there's no plan for CFDs in Latvia going forward. At the same time, I think we heard the abbreviation CFDs mentioned at every single panel of the day until now. So it seems that maybe some discussion has been missing in Latvia about whether CFDs are needed or not. So my first question would be, Lena, to you. Where would you recommend Latvia to start the discussion to really find the correct answer to the question, do we need CFDs or not?
Well, it's my first time in any of the Baltic countries today. I have been learning a lot about Latvia and the energy system here. And as far as I understand, is that you're currently developing merchant plants mostly, right? So as I said before, I'm an economist, right? So if you can develop merchant, you should, right? One experience that we have from other markets is that we have seen CFDs emerging first in offshore wind, and that's because they are financially very complex. So the projects are financially very complex, and CFDs require some sort of complex financial understanding to also, so that the effects also come true for example, decreased cost of capital and better financing conditions and so on. So we've seen quite a dominant picture around CFDs in offshore wind, mostly first in these countries, because it's large contracts, you can structure them very well, and you can also tailor-make them in the design. So while I'm not suggesting that you need to wait for offshore wind with the CFDs, I think it would be a good place to start to try out some design considerations. And then once you have a viable, interesting design, doesn't have to be implemented yet, but you can then you can also see if you can also implement or see if it's applicable for some of the larger onshore farms as well.
Yeah, so you think it's better to have the discussion and then analysis, and then the decision should be made?
Well, in my experience, I think it takes maybe about 2 years or so until people have agreed on which direction to take exactly, because there are many different design dimensions. I went a little bit over that. Remuneration is not the only decision to be made. There is quite a lot of different other decisions also about safeguards and monitoring and exit options and all sorts of different PPA, parallel options and so on. So there is more than only the price stabilization towards these contracts. Yeah,
yeah, thank you, thank you. Terje, question to you. So Estonia is one of the Baltic countries who opted to introduce CFDs in their as a state support for the renewables. So could you please maybe elaborate on the reasons? So what were behind this decision? How you came up with this?
Yeah, I have to say, first of all, that onshore, we don't have any ongoing CFDs like it will be, but the previous one were basically a price floor, and there was limitations. So, and it also showed us how much the CFD is needed, because if we did only price floor, everything was changing so fast, and the auction announced in 2023 is not really doable right now, because everything has changed so much. But why CFD? In Estonia, when I start to talk about Estonia, I always say that we are producing fourth of our electricity from oil shale, and it's the greyest grey electricity, and half of our electricity is coming from Latvia and Finland. So there is a need, but why do we need CFD? Because if you are going to the bank with a talk that there is enough domestic consumption, the bank will say it's still not bankable. So the desire for the CFD is not coming from developers, it's coming from the banks, the financial institutions, and they say that you need CFD. We would like to do PPAs. Who wants to go to the government door? Nobody wants to go there. We prefer CFDs, PPAs, but we cannot do it because there is no big offtake in Estonia. And it means that, and the new facilities are not coming to Estonia because we can offer them only the grey electricity. So it's the egg and chicken, and it's like the CFD is the bridge between it. So I don't think that CFD will be needed to the end of the time, but right now to get the new facilities in, new production in, new offtake in, you need actually CFD to fulfill this gap. And I really love this finance, that's it, financial aging, so it de-risk this for this project. Of course, we have our domestic consumption, we can sell this electricity to the market, but we need some kind of instrument. And also I wanted to say that there is always some developer, onshore, offshore, who will say, like, we don't need CFDs, like, we can handle without it, and it depends who is the developer. If it's big, and it depends heavily what is in their portfolio, what is their stand, when they go to the bank. But if we are thinking about the small, like, normal, regular developer, they need CFD. And I repeat, it's not forever, it's for now. When we can increase our offtake, then of course not in the future.
Yeah, so it's like a temporary solution until we reach this necessary offtake level.
Yeah.
Thank you, Terje. Eric, then the next question will be addressed to you. You are working a lot with the offshore development, yes, we heard, I think the majority of the CFDs are intended for offshore, so maybe you could elaborate what is the importance of CFD for offshore, and what is your vision on what impact do CFD leave on this project if developed with or without offshore?
From a developer's perspective, the support mechanism is in most cases still relevant. So we've seen that also in your slides. The majority of projects cannot without any mechanism of governmental mechanism. The CFD model, or the CFD model, has been the most prominent up to date, and most of the economies are swapping into some kind of CFD model with some minor adaptations to the local market. So first of all, yes, there is a need for the CFD. There's a reason for the CFD, which is the cost of financing. But it's not the only part for making an investment decision as a developer. The offshore wind market is a global market, so it's competitiveness around the world. And there you also need to position yourself as a country, how to attract investors. And CFD is a model that is making offshore wind attractive for developers.
But in case developed without CFD offshore, can it be competitive, like later on price-wise?
It can be competitive. It depends on the geographies and on the industries. If you have PPAs that you can enter into, that's of course a viable way, and sometimes even preferred. So I absolutely agree. If the market can handle it, then the market should handle it, and the government. If the government has the ambitions, then it needs to provide a mechanism that is favorable. You always have an investment list as a developer or as an investor, and it needs to be attractive enough to make the decision.
Thank you.
On the point that Eric just mentioned, Luke, I wanted to turn with a question to you, because Eric said it's a global market.
Yep.
So there's competition between states for attracting investment, for attracting developers to build new projects. So in fact, if we look at it from the kind of financing perspective, we can see it on this micro level that Lena was describing, that you need CFDs for many projects to achieve bankability, to achieve the state where the bank is actually willing, or the financier is actually willing to lend money to it, where they think it is safe enough financially to do that. But, as Eric says, there's also the competition between states. So if you had to put yourself in the shoes of a financier, then how would you evaluate two options or two countries where one is offering CFDs and the other isn't? As a financier, what would be your risk assessment?
Yeah, I think to start with, also the financial market will be international. So if you have an offshore wind park, those are such major sizes, also in terms of the financing need, they will always mean there's a majority of financiers from all across the world. And there will always be a small group of lenders that might be willing to provide with lower certainties of revenues, that might be willing to take on some merchant risk, etc. But you'll never get your whole collective funding need without any kind of support scheme. So I think from a financing perspective, it will always be a strong requirement in case of offshore wind, so let aside onshore wind, that might be slightly easier, but for offshore wind, there will always be a need for support scheme. And then the question is that CFD or can that be an alternative? And I think what's good to get in our heads is that also in cases, Lena described, that the projects maybe with negative subsidies or even without a CFD, that's not without any certainty in revenues. And so those are, for example, in the Netherlands, we have seen that where there have been offshore wind parks without CFDs, but with strong PPA support and from local consumers. Well, that's the chicken and egg problem we described. So a lender or a financier will always look for some kind of certainty there. And I think nowadays it is becoming more and more irrelevant if that is a CFD or a PPA, assuming that the PPA is with a bankable counterparty. Well, that's the whole issue here. So irrespective of it being with or without CFD, there must be revenue certainty to get your billions of funding, and that's the size we're talking about. And that simply won't come without some kind of state or strong PPA support. So I think for a lender it will be quite binary. There won't be billions of funding if there is no such support. And if you would then say, if we do it without, do we then still have investors? I think Eric mentioned it's more, and CFDs is target or a part of this equation. There's more to it. So there might be parties that can do without CFDs, large investors, but that also diminishes the amount of parties that you can actually invite towards a tender. And the amount of Ørsteds in the world, or name them, that have a balance sheet that can do these things without project finance, that's easy to count on one or two hands. So even if you get them to come to the country, then the amount of competition that you will have is so much smaller than in case of attractive competitive financing terms that they will also uplift the pricing.
Could Latvia attract such developers?
I think it's all about feasibility and attractiveness. And so part is clearly the business case. If it works out and if financial returns are significantly high enough, then at some point people will come. I think that's a clear one. But it's also about a bit of perspective, like supply chain, will it work? Is there a long-term perspective? Do we see from the government a big pull towards, say, a long-term plan with not only the next CFD, but maybe also the future? And that's what Eric explained. Developers can choose where they go. And having one very good business case for the next tender might be appealing, but it will be better to have a long-term future. Or you can say, okay, we start to really invest as a developer in our presence in the Baltic States or in the Baltic Sea. And I think there again, you're mentioning on bridging the gap comes back in. And if that gap is bridged, then I think you can attract investors that in the long term might also get industry to be your local consumer, and then the ball can start rolling. I think that's a very long-term vision. But in any case, if you want to get there, then you have to have something for the short term, which is the next one or two tenders, which won't come to life without strong support.
Yeah, thank you for your opinion. Reinars, question to you. Your company have developed like the biggest so far wind park, and we see also from the grid reservation that there is a lot of wind. It's in the pipeline, and many of the projects are entering the construction stage. So we actually see that development is already ongoing, although there is no any state support currently in Latvia provided. So what is your view? So how do we first of all need CFDs for onshore developments, and how would it, what benefits would it bring, and for whom?
Well, certainly, well, I fully agree that we need this type of support in Latvia as well. Just look at the figures. So Lithuania, 20% of annual consumption is generated by wind, so penetration is 20%. Estonia is, well, close by to 20%, well, largely on the basis of much smaller local production overall, so it's weighted against imports. Latvia, 4%. We got plenty of years to develop this. Well, it has been stalled, and one of the reasons has been rather difficult access to long-term financial resources on a really competitive cost basis due to lack of long-term instruments. And those 4% that have been built out so far, all of these projects started as feed-in tariff supported projects. So no new market-based developments that have been commissioned over the last 3 years. But talking about CFDs, well, it's a matter of perspective, of course, and I guess it's pretty personal depending on where you are in business or as a private. So I'll just be a bit provocative and ask everyone. So just for a reference, average electricity price, annual electricity price last year in the Baltics, 84 euros per megawatt hour. So are you comfortable to sign a contract, well, and be content with, well, this price level as a household, as a private consumer? Just please raise your hand if you are comfortable with that. Now, would you like these prices to be lower than 84% as a private individual? Well, much more support to that. Now, please step out of your personal shoes and step into mindset of a company, running business, manufacturing, essentially energy consumer. Total energy cost, electricity cost of the product in that case is most probably 10, 15, 20%. Well, if you are doing steel, well, perhaps more. So, well, in your personal case, most probably it was just a little fraction, like a couple of percent. Now, in this case, of course, electricity cost is much more important as a consumer. And in that particular case, most probably you would definitely ask for, well, lower electricity price because it is directly reflected in your cost of manufacturing, effectively your competitiveness on the market as well. Now, as I mentioned, it's just, well, perhaps 15, 20%. And now turn around the table and, well, just consider a case of, essentially developers and investors in wind farms. Well, 100% of their revenues, 100% of their business case is based on electricity price. It was a couple of percent for you as an individual, 10, 15% as a business, and now in this case, you are totally dependent on that. And the certainty which is required really to commit and to invest into, well, asset which will be there, I would say, well, I wish everybody very long and joyful life, but then again, investment into wind farm is something that will reach essentially, well, it's not really clear what will see its lifetime first, you or wind farm. So it's really a long-term investment, and thinking into this perspective, cost of financing is really critical. And having this certainty, it's not about, well, paying premiums or really supporting the business, but generating certainty on behalf of, well, the state, of the government, is really essential to kick off this long-term investment.
Thanks.
I want to remind the audience that you have the opportunity to ask questions via Slido. At least I don't see any questions until now. I hope there's nothing wrong with the system. Lena, I wanted to come back to you. So for Latvia, as still considering whether to introduce this scheme or not, so what are the pitfalls that you would like us to be aware of, that we should avoid as a newcomer to this system?
Yeah, so the very big discussion at the moment in Europe. So maybe I can say, so there's two things, and I think that's what we really need to be aware of when I made this matrix with the magic quadrant, right? So these older CFD schemes, they do not expose producers to short-term price variation. And I really would like to urge you to avoid that, because we have come past that, right? Because we don't need renewable production that does not care about the market price signal. We need them to care. We need them to react to the market price signal, but to an extent that it's manageable for them, right? So this long-term price stabilization. And what we've also seen is regarding negative price signals, so we have seen more and more negative prices, and so these extreme prices, it is becoming a problem for investors. And the uncertainty around that, and that's something that we are seeing in European discussions on CFD implementations, is to give some kind of compensation for a certain amount of, for negative prices, because it's not a productive risk for the investors. They cannot do anything about negative prices. Of course, they should not produce when there is too much electricity in the system, but they should not be the ones to suffer from it, because the reason why we have negative prices is there is not enough flexibility in the system. And the renewable producers are not the reason for too little flexibility in the system. There's other reasons for that. So Exposing to short-term price variations, definitely yes. Safeguarding against too many negative price hours, I would also say yes. And then the third one, we have seen that the current CFD implementations, as all support schemes that we have ever seen on the market, or most of them, they do sometimes distort the bidding behavior on the market. So on the short-term price markets, because you are paying out a premium, we can fix that for the day-ahead market, but for the intraday market, there are still some distortive effects regarding the bidding, because you could imagine a case where there is a positive price, but you are under a clawback situation where you have to pay back to the state. You would end up in a negative, then you would not produce, although the market price is positive in the actual production. And of course, we want to avoid that. So the discussion currently in Europe has gone in that way to decouple the CFD payout obligation from the actual feed-in to the grid. If you don't have that coupling, then your bidding behavior is not affected anymore, because you are paid out anyways, no matter if you down-regulate or not. I find that a little bit problematic, and we still need to figure out a way of how exactly to do it, because, and I think that's maybe especially relevant in your situation, where there have been some trust issues, as I understand, around the old feed-in tariff, for a government to pay out. So our incentive, what we want from renewables, is to feed in electrons into the grid, right? And if you create a scheme that is paying out, no matter if you feed into the grid or not, I would find that a little bit problematic. So I would urge you to work on schemes that are incentive aligned, right? What we think, we call it in research, where you are paying whenever you get the product that you're actually paying for, or you actually what you want. And then by that, you are unleashing the creativity towards of the developers towards the product that you want, as compared towards complying to the rules that the government has artificially set. And I think that would help in creating more trust into the system, so that you are optimizing towards the right thing, which is valuable electrons in the system. And that is the European discussion is going a little bit in a different direction right now. But I do think that it's possible, especially when you are new to the scheme, to still develop these kind of production-based CFDs that are directly coupled to the production, and they are much more simple and much more straightforward. So I would, maybe that would be one of the things to keep in mind. Yeah.
Okay, so basically, to summarize what you said, it sounds like, it's a complex market, so the CFD, the tool to address the price volatility, also needs to be complex. It needs to have all these nuances in mind. It needs to have the right incentives and the right disincentives, so that it works to the best interest of the consumers ultimately. And as the market develops, we learn more and more. So, in that sense, a country like Latvia, which will only be introducing it, hopefully, in the future, will be able to learn from all those past mistakes. There's one thing that I wanted to unpack a bit from what you just said. So you mentioned basically that there's the basic CFD element, which is basically trading the price that is above the strike or below the strike. So basically, who takes the risk of the price volatility? But then you mentioned the negative price, and that needs to be compensated. And from your slides, I remember you showed that there have been some CFDs which have already been net negative for the producer. In a sense, for the state, it's actually profitable at the end of the day. I understand that was what you meant by net negative CFDs. Is that?
So I would differentiate between negative subsidy, right, when there is a net payout from the developer to the state, which is above the strike price. And then when you have your daily operations and you see spot prices that go negative, so below zero spot prices. The problem that we've seen in early implementations like feed-in tariffs and so on is that when the producers are still getting subsidy, they wouldn't shut down production, and then they would aggravate the negative price problem. And negative prices in general is problematic for spot markets. So we need to design the CFDs in a smart way so that they, first of all, don't aggravate the negative price problem. But second, I would also argue that they should not be fully exposed to that negative price risk because it's not their fault. It's not a productive risk for them. They cannot do anything about it. State government should do something about that. Better interconnection, more batteries, more flexibility in the system, better balancing mechanisms. And that's something that you can compensate. It's not specific for CFDs. You can do that under any support scheme, but I think that's relevant to take into account as well.
Okay. Maybe a quick addition to this. This is also something that we see in lender landscape, the increasing awareness of negative prices, both from investors and for lenders, and this is really the next kind of risk that is there. So also in a lot of, for example, Dutch projects which have a classic kind of floor model, so there's simply a minimum kind of feed-in tariff, but they do not get any subsidies in case of negative prices. So given that we have a completely duck curve, for example, for solar, but it's also starting a little bit in wind already, you see that solar isn't worth anything anymore. Like Lena's pictures of the 50%, or was it, I think it was in your slides, and for solar that's even much worse. And at this moment in time, investors and lenders have no clue where that is going. And some parties think, in some years we're fully electrified again, and this should be gone, like having more interconnections, like having more flexible, etc. But also thoughts like, okay, this is going to be more extreme in futures. And then you don't only have your pricing risk, but also your volume risk. And that's also, from a lending and a risk perspective, really going to complicate assets, even if you have a well-defined subsidy scheme. So I think it's a very valuable addition to make sure that it is in some way covered, and definitely not by simply allowing more subsidy to flow in if you produce during those hours, since that would exaggerate things. But it should be in somehow managed, as it's a risk that at this point cannot be borne by the projects themselves, as it will further complicate lending and banking and financing of it.
Yeah, thank you. You have mainly concentrated on external risks, and I would like to discuss maybe more internal risks. And Terry, yes, I'm addressing this question to you. So we know that the past year there was very intense work on one law regarding CFDs for offshore. There was a lot of expectations from all the parties, from the developers, from the lawyers. So, then after some discussions in public in the beginning of this year, everything has been stopped, postponed. So maybe you could elaborate a little bit on this situation. What was the reason? What's led to this postponement? And maybe lessons learned. And what would you do maybe next time differently? So what other parties can learn from this?
Oh my God. Yes, last year our government announced that there will be CFD for terawatt hours, and it's yearly amount, and it will cover 1 gigawatt offshore wind park, normal size offshore wind park. After a while, they decided it's a bit too much, and they will do 2 terawatt hours of the auction. And also it wasn't CFD, there was some other conditions. There was price, maximum price, maximum amount to the subsidy. So it wasn't kept. Yeah, it wasn't really CFD like they show in the slides. And there was some other parts. There was no indexation and so on. And we weren't too happy, but it was still somehow almost doable. We were still hoping. And after a while, then our new minister decided that we will postpone this process 1 year, so come back April 2026. And the main reason was that it's too heavy burden for the end users, because it will be reflected in the end users' electricity bill, and it will be renewable electricity fee. And they say it's too much. We did our calculation, and for Estonia to have 1 gigawatt offshore wind parks with all the benefits for the jobs, for the offtake, for the tax money and so on. It will be for one household, it will be 3 up to 4 euros per month, and it will be every month in the year and for 20 years. So it's less than or some amount like 1 coffee from a gas station. So, but for political side, they felt that is too much to burden. Can we argue with our political side? Oh, at least we try. So, but our new minister, he has some financial background, and he has promised many, many times that offshore wind energy still will be part of Estonian energy mix. So now they are trying to learn and implement some tools from the new Green Deal, Green Industrial Deal from EU that is coming in the summer. There is guidelines, and maybe we can take something from there. And for my understanding right now, he is trying to create some new form that is not directly CFD, it's not direct subsidy, but it's like state loan or I don't know, something like that. My personal point of view is that we still need CFDs because it has proved to be an efficient way to bring in the new capacity. We need the new capacity. Oil shale is dying slowly. We have connection points with Latvia and Finland, it's really nice, but we need to produce our own electricity, and we need the next step to get over the bridge. So I hope that after a while we will return to CFD, but we have to take this detour, and our Ministry of Economic Climate and Energy have to take this detour, and maybe we will be smarter next time. If you want to learn something from Estonian, then be faster. I always say that there is a joke in Lithuania that before Estonian roundabout there is sign no more than 3 rounds because Estonians are so slow. So be a bit faster. There was like good wind, everything was going well, but we didn't finalized our procedure. And the other topic is be really, really clear and communicate. I think that it was something that was missing for us because the subsidy was announced via X or Twitter by some parliament member, and we rushed back and tried to explain and tried to show slides and what is CFD, what is the beneficial parts to government, and so on. But it wasn't really effective, and somehow the big numbers that at the end of the day is 1 cup of coffee for the month, it will escalate for something else. So be smart and be quick.
So basically the communication is the key, like, and informing and educating
because
the consumer.
If you want to put some extra fee or tax for the taxpayers, then if you are living in Estonia, that is our daily news, there is some sort of new tax or the taxes are increasing. So yeah, that is like, I think that was miscommunication from, I am pretty sure mostly from the government side, but also we have to take some blame, and also maybe there is some aspect that we can do better in the future.
You mean you as the association?
Developers, yeah.
Okay, yes, thank you. We'll try to consider it. and learn from it, yes, because the communication really is an important thing. But returning maybe a little bit to CFD design, Eric, I would like to address you. Well, there is plenty of ways how you can design CFDs. There are like guidelines developed on the EU level where like list of requirements which are sent mandatorily, and also this CFDs, like there are no two same CFDs basically in two countries, and they're mostly the tailor-made. But what's more important for you as a representative of offshore developers, what you're seeking for in this CFD design, what's important for you there, what are your expectations?
It's reducing the cost of capital, of course, and there are local adaptations. If you need to have a deeper dive into the geography where you are going to invest. But important for a developer is to have security as well, to have security and commitment from the government, from the supply chain, and from all possible opponents to such developments. So there's also more risk evaluation, so it's always a risk evaluation for investments than it is on the financial side.
And maybe a little bit about some principles. How do you see, like in terms of granting stability and clarity, is this important when designing this CFD, like for you and for the developer?
It's already seeing how politics are moving ahead, or if they are in doubt and postponing decisions, then it's of course a risk factor that is to be priced into your investment.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask maybe a couple of questions regarding that, right? So how do you see caps on total payments in the design? So saying that, for example, the CFD automatically ends if there's, I don't know, you've paid 5 billion euros or something like that.
That's an interesting question, to have it reduced in time, to have an initial security for your investments and your cost of capital, and then have some kind of a re-evaluation or renegotiation. I haven't seen a model or a principle that as from the beginning you can apply, or a mechanism, a stop mechanism or something ahead, but I think it would be feasible, and this then comes to Luke in the question on the financing part from the lenders.
I have seen them in tenders, so where there is indeed a fixed cap on a maximum amount. I'm not sure in which country it was and whether that was already fully definite or not. But I mean, from a financing perspective, this would work. So assuming the business case works out, then the financing works out. What you would typically see in these kinds of situations is if we have a fixed, say, 20-year tenor, then all developers would run to the lenders and say, okay, we want to have a 20-year loan. If it's 15 years, then it's a 15 years loan, or maybe a little bit merchant exposure somewhere. But the moment it becomes variable, well, then also the tenor becomes variable. So it can be quite well structured to say, okay, we have in our base case, say at P90 production levels, we have a 20-year tenor for a CFD. And now all of a sudden the government imposes a maximum cap, and if actual wind is at P50 or something like that, more wind than assumed in our maybe conservative lender's case, then that would mean that your tenor of your CFD decreases. So pro rata, then a lender would require you to pay off more of your debt and a bit sooner than you would have agreed maybe on the first day of your lending. And that's a system that we know quite well also from other support schemes, but also from other kind of availability contracts. So that can be quite flexible, and the key risk is still mitigated. And lenders would always be happy to reduce tenors, as also from a technical risk, they will be lower. So I think this can very well be structured, and I think also provides to developers significant comfort. And the developer itself would not be against a bit of market risk. And if the tenor is being shortened because of higher production, that also means his own equity is being repaid sooner. And thus any market risk that would be after the initial tenor of your CFD would then all be upside. So I think this could, for most stakeholders, work pretty well, and it might be a party that says, oh, we are really here as a developer, like to take the technological risk, the production risk, but not the price risk. Well, then put your asset on the market the moment it has been paid off and your CFD is ended. And there will probably be an aftermarket for repowering or parties that do our capabilities of closing another PPA, maybe for another 5 years, something like that. There is residual value after the tenor, but it's really to get your financing in place that you need this, and that can also be done with a flexible amount, I would say.
So meanwhile, we've had some activity in the Slido as well. So the audience is starting to get engaged, and a few questions are probably best asked from Renars in the first place, so that maybe the other panelists can comment as well. A few people are asking, essentially, Renar, with your comments today on the panel, are you implying that it's not feasible to build a wind park without CFD support in Latvia? And there's one comment in the Slido which says, so it sounds like everybody in the panel is convinced that CFDs are a necessary precondition for new wind development. So maybe we should give a chance to those who are ready to do it without. So, Renar, what's your take on?
Well, of course, everybody has been welcome to do so for many, many years. Well, but talking about, well, pricing levels and well, a auction scheme, a properly done CFD scheme is not meant to enrich wind developers or energy companies and turn them into billionaires overnight. A proper scheme is meant to be actually a fingernail-biting exercise on behalf of investors who are competing for this limited opportunity to actually to get their project on a level which is sort of providing some kind of certainty. And I'm pretty much convinced that eventually, well, removing this uncertainty, which is based currently on well, projects being potentially developed for merchant market, could really, well, end up with CFD, well, prices for onshore somewhere within 50, 55 euros, something like that. Compare this once again to 84 euros on the market last year. There is a gap, and of course, well, the issue here is fragmentation of, well, industry, fragmentation of consumption. If you've got large consumers, you can always talk about PPAs. Well, if there are not, well, that's the case of Latvia in this particular case. It's very fragmented, and in order to bridge this, well, gap and this uncertainty, which, and the experience of past 5-6 years has really provided an insight into what kind of miracles we can expect, or let's say unexpected miracles expect on the market with prices of 30 euros in times of COVID, well, 200 euros in the times of energy crisis. So it's really a mix of fortunes and misfortunes and so on. But then again, well, I guess everybody, both on the consumption side and on generation side, would be more than willing to trade off this uncertainty for a, well, level which is, well, somewhere there between 50 to 55 euros for a long-term planning of their own, well, operation, development, investment, and so on. So it's not really that it's, well, prohibiting anyone, and it's really not really mandatory to, let's say, to be there on the market. But then again, it would really help to kick off investment into this sector, and ultimately we would end up with much, well, essentially it's a tool for government to earn premium on, well, the CFD service they would be providing for the time being, at least for, well, 4 or 5 years at least.
Maybe kind of continuing slightly on this theme, I think it's a question perhaps to Lena and maybe also to Luke. I wanted to bring this back to the panel in the morning where the Latvian ministry representative said, so we're not looking at CFDs, but we are looking at these state-backed PPAs. That's the new instrument which I understand was introduced last year with the amendments to the energy market design regulation, which effectively means that the state can provide guarantees as credit support for the off-takers under PPAs. At the same time, I mean, how can it work if there's no active PPA market in the first place? I mean, will the availability of state support generate new PPA demand? Is it possible?
Yeah, I do think so. I mean, there are several initiatives in Europe and also in individual countries to push the PPA market. And I think if that can fly, I think it would be a good version. And also the European Commission has a couple of weeks ago announced that they would support these tripartite contracts, where you have the government and the producer and the off-taker as some kind of a three-way agreement. Contracts, so that they are backing each other up, and I think that's an interesting solution. Wherever it can work, also if you can standardize it, if you can securitize it, yes, that's fine. If that then actually requires the physical exchange of electricity, or if you would then do it via the electricity market, is to open. You know, in the US we have seen a lot of contracts that are virtual PPAs, which we would in Europe call CFDs, right? So there are the distinction between these the contract types is then starting to dissolve a little bit, right? So the more virtual your PPA becomes, the more CFD-like it will be. So I think in that sense, you can call it a PPA. You know, if the principles are the same, I don't think that there is, for the investors, there will be a big difference between the two.
But in this type of support, what about this price volatility? Is it addressed in this scheme or not? Because I understand if it's the PPA and the state backs like the off-taker, the price volatility risks, how we deal with it, it stays with the developer.
Well, I think it will depend on how you structure the PPA. If it's a fixed price, if it's a base load, or pay as produced, I think that will depend. So the CFDs are typically pay as produced, right? So they would pay for any volume. You can find PPAs like that. And if you make them virtual, financial, then they are literally like a CFD, right? So I think it depends quite a lot on how you're structuring the contract. So.
Luke, any thoughts from you on this?
Yeah, mostly agree with Lena. So what you can do and what we are seeing, for example, also in the Netherlands and surrounding countries, is that multiple consumers are being pooled. And it can be small, medium businesses, that can be, well, households probably not, but at least a kind of pooling and then together setting that in the market as a PPA consumer. I think that works well, and whether that's then a government backing it or a kind of warranty fund or in a financial structure to mitigate that financial risk, that works. Key thing is, however, you do still need consumption that requires a certain amount of energy. And of course, especially in Latvia, I think a lot of consumption is from the consumer side, and that might not be the most realistic way to bundle those kind of PPAs or bundle those kind of local consumers. So what you would ideally have is then also indeed sufficient consumption on the local medium enterprise kind of things that together will flow into a significantly sized PPA. And I think, for example, for onshore, that could very well work because you can get to that kind of consumption amounts. Question is whether you can get to a gigawatt kind of PPA scale for an offshore wind park. I don't think so. And then also the financial backing there becomes quite severe again. And then the question is what that would mean for a government compared to a CFD. But I think onshore, this is clearly a route where we see multiple states going to.
Maybe just as an addition, right? So by adding this, so instead of having the state have a contract only with the producer, you also add this lag of, the contract with the consumer. What the state is actually starting to do is acting as a market maker to bring the two together. And as you said earlier, maybe that's necessary as a kind of a bridge, because at the moment the two, they don't find together, because you say there's a very small fragmented consumer side, and there is no standardized contract. So this function as market maker, especially in the beginning, I think that could be really valuable from a state side.
Maybe
with the risk of state controlling quite a lot of the market, which we also need to be wary of in some way.
You probably could still take away the market-making part from the government. That can be a private party, a utility, a local trading company, whatsoever. But somewhere in the chain there has to be financial security. And that can be the government, that can be a very big pot of money sitting around somewhere, probably not a good idea, but at least a financial stability component, and whether that's indeed, and we've seen that also in the Netherlands, there has been these kind of national investment programs that have simply set aside confidence for this financial stability to these kind of utilities that try to bundle these PPAs, and that is now slowly starting to work. And I think it would make sense to have the government take that position and to bring that financial security. But I don't think it should be the core goal for them to become the market maker. I think the market can do that, but you do need somewhere the financial strength of a government.
Thank you. Thank you, Luke. And we are running out of time. The last question I would like to address to Renard. If we're still considering the CFDs for Latvia, what, in your opinion, would be the first steps to take, and when? Whether it can be too late for it, thinking about it and introducing it?
Well, based on what Lena suggested, that, well, development of a proper scheme, and which can be also run through all stakeholders relevant to the process, would take at least a couple of years to get that. Well, we should have started this process already a couple of years ago. But, in this particular case, it's not possible and viable, so we would have to run some a bit fast-track process in order to do that. But then again, well, there should be intention on the government's part, first of all, most probably on somebody who is, well, there with policy, well, making an implementation to come up with a solution which would be a fair representation and a fair, well, CFD scheme in a way which, as I mentioned before, to be a nail-biter for somebody participating as an investor. So it's not an enriching scheme for investors. It's something that is down to earth, trying to capture exactly what is needed in this particular case, massive investment into wind industry and deployment of wind resources in Latvia and in the Baltics. So, well, I guess it's a work to be carried out, well, reasonably soon. We are hopeful, well, of course, if this is properly done, it could be achieved within a year, but then again, there should be political will to, well, address this.
Thank you.
Well, there's no time to lose, and we hope that today's discussion will trigger more broad political consideration of these topics in the near future. So, I would like to ask the audience to thank our panelists for sharing their views, and this is the last panel of the day. Thank you.
And thank you to Rudolf and Natalie for the excellent moderation of this not so easy topic. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for this last session, but it is not over, because we would like to officially close Windworks 2025 and maybe get a look ahead. But if I just look at the program on this stage, and I'm not talking about all the topics that were covered on the stage 2 upstairs, we went through policy, Baltic grid, offshore development, and now financial mechanisms for the wind revolution that is ahead of us. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know about you, but from my side, quite the exciting sector to work in, and I'm a little bit jealous of you. So much excitement in front of you, as we heard in today's conference. But who am I? To conclude, let's welcome on the stage all 3 representatives from the Baltic Wind Energy Associations. First of all, let's welcome on the stage from Latvia, Mr. Toms Naburks. Welcome. From Lithuania, Mr. Linas Sabaliauskas. Welcome. And from Estonia, Mr. Juhan Agurajuja. Welcome. And we do have a microphone. we have our Lithuanian colleague.
Yeah, Linus is coming.
There he is. Welcome, welcome on the stage.
While Linus arrives, I'll not waste our time. Everybody is tired, so thank you for your patience and staying with us, and thank you for attending this event. I'm really happy on the quality of the panels we had today, good speakers, interesting topics, and I see that there is a new star rising, a new topic which probably will be quite hot one, and we'll probably need to continue on it in next years. So CFDs, yes, no, in which way? It seems that it's going to be more and more relevant, so probably we'll pay more attention to that, and we'll continue developing this topic in next sessions. Before I give a chance to speak to my colleagues from Lithuania and Estonia, I would like to say a special thank you for the people who are behind this, because without three ladies, this event would not happen. So special thanks to Magda. Special mega thanks to the mother of this event from the day one, Lasma. Lasma, without you, this would not happen. This is because of you. And the most work this time was done by Katrina. Katrina, please come here for a second. And while I'm saying thank you, special thanks to Katrina, I'll allow Linus maybe to a couple of words from you.
Okay. So a couple words from me. So thank you for coming, and actually I will raise a new topic, overproduction. So what is coming and rising in the horizon. So Tom's mentioned that CFDs, yes, no, and yes, but we will have overproduction. Maybe not in Latvia, but in Lithuania definitely. And we will share our knowledge about this feature next year in this conference and in all conferences where we will be attending. So once more, thank you for coming, and hope we will meet soon next year in same place or in another.
So thanks for the colleagues, and thanks for organizing the event. It has been really a great event, and I think it has been a great balancing act, looking at the discussions between negative and positive outlooks of the future. But I think that, you know, when we are in the renewable energy development business, we have to be optimists. There is no place in the companies for pessimists here, and but it's not the belief that I guess we gained here today. We gained and accumulated a lot of knowledge, understanding about the field, and now it is our job to spread the message. We need to talk to the local communities, we need to talk to the governments, the investors, to spread the messages that we have gained and learned here. That will be the basis for the understanding why we need the wind and what kind of benefits it brings. And I think the summary, if I would try to put it into one sentence, that what we are trying to achieve here, and I would like to make the slogan is that let's make wind energy the backbone of the competitiveness of the Baltic States.
Thank you, gentlemen, for the closing words. Definitely looking forward to 2026. But right now, I would just like to stay on the wave of thank you, and thank you to the audience here in person and to everyone who was watching online. Thank you to the speakers, to the panelists, and to the excellent moderators that kept us in line. And of course, thank you to all of the partners and sponsors. This was a joint effort, and probably I'll go quickly through everyone because we are really grateful to the Investment and Development Agency of Latvia. Get some applause. Ignitis, Utilitas and Winder, Special Economic Zone of Liepāja, Smudler, Euroports, Van on Ord, DS1, UPB and Enercon, and of course thank you to all the embassies from Denmark, the Netherlands, Norway and the United Kingdom of Latvia. We're truly grateful for your support. Because of you, the 5th edition of Windworks was truly possible. And while we are giving applause, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to all of the men and women who put this event together technically. Thank you everyone behind the cameras, behind the sound systems, at catering. You made this windmill go round. Before I say goodbye to the people here in person, let me conclude the event for the online viewers. Thank you very much for being with us together online. All of the recordings will be available at windworks.lv. Thank you, and a round of applause to the online viewers.